I never imagined that a simple dinner conversation would become the turning point of our marriage. She handed me a glass of red wine, her eyes filled with worry, which made me feel uneasy. "Why the wine?" I asked, puzzled. "Isn't it too early for that?" She insisted that I take it, hinting that I might need it. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. "Here, Alex," said my lovely wife, Lisa, handing me a glass of red wine. "Please take your seat. We have an important topic to discuss." "Why the wine?" I inquired, feeling perplexed. "Isn't it too early for that?" "Just take it," she insisted, pressing the glass into my hand. "You might need it." This did not sound very promising, but I agreed. I took a sip and sat down, focusing my attention on her. Watching her is always a pleasure. She's a striking 5 feet 4 inches brunette, 29 years old, with a little more than a third of those years spent as my partner and slightly less as my wife. "What's happening?" I inquired as she sat in silence across the table from me. Her face was shadowed with concern. Her usually bright brown eyes appeared unusually dim. "It is difficult, Alex. I'm not sure where to begin." Lisa sighed. "Why not start from the beginning?" I suggested, bracing myself for bad news. I hoped it was something minor, like a fender bender, not something serious like a medical problem. "I'm not sure." When it started, she sighed again, more deeply, giving me no more hints but implying it wasn't a simple mishap. "Are you not sick, honey?" I tried to prompt her gently. "If so, we can work through it together." Lisa mumbled, "No, I am not ill." "That's a relief," I said, allowing myself to sigh, "but I'm not doing so well either, Alex." She clarified further, confusing me with her ambiguous words. "It complicated." I stayed silent, waiting for her to tell me more. "Have you noticed that I've been a little off lately?" "Not really, Lisa." "Yes, I have been, Alex." "I'm surprised you didn't notice." "Surprised you have not said anything." "I understand you've been irritable, but I assumed it was due to stress." I admitted it's been going on for several months. "Alex." She shot back, irritated rather than angry. "I have been on edge for a long time." "I apologize, sweetheart, I hadn't realized." "It's not your fault, Alex," she said, her irritation melting into a sympathetic expression. "You have not done anything wrong, so Lisa, what's the matter?" "It's me, honey," she whispered almost silently. "I believe we need to separate for a while. I've never been a fighter and I've never taken a hard punch in the stomach, but in that moment I felt as if I knew exactly what it was like." I looked at her, probably with my mouth open, in shock. "Nothing is permanent, Alex." Lisa hurried to reassure me, "Only a few months, 6 at most." Her words provided little comfort. But why? I coked, my mouth feeling dry and uncomfortable. "Because you would not prefer the other option, honey." Lisa said this while staring at me, tears welled in her eyes. "This is my problem and I have to solve it myself. I want to make your pain as minimal as possible, and you think that separating will not hurt me?" I demanded, my voice rising for the first time as I stood abruptly, sympathy giving way to anger. "I apologize, Alex," Lisa sobbed. Tears are now streaking down her cheeks. "I am not handling this well. I simply cannot do this." Before I could respond, she bolted from the room, clattering her chair to the floor. Her sobs are calling as she rushes to her bedroom. What the hell was going on there? I wish I could say I did something sensible and took control, but I did not. Instead, I slumped back in my chair, sighing and burying my head in my hands, attempting to make sense of the previous 10 minutes. I already knew these 10 minutes would have a negative impact on my life. An hour later, still mired in misery, I noticed Lisa standing beside me. She hadn't said anything and I hadn't heard her leave the bedroom or descend the stairs. I motioned for her to sit down again, not trusting my voice. "I'm not sure if I can speak clearly. I apologize, Alex. She said I should have said nothing. I should have just what? I interrupted, my voice, quiet but filled with rage and frustration. Who was he? How long has it been going on? I swear to you, there is no one else. Alex, you're the only person I love. Can't you see why this is so difficult? I don't see anything. Lisa, I yelled. You are killing me here. What the hell is going on? It's me. She sighed heavily. Obviously, I responded. What is wrong with you? It is difficult. She repeated it again, escalating my anger. Help me, Lisa, if you say that again, I'm going to lose it. I yelled, truly losing my cool. Tell me what's going on, or I'll throw you out of the house. Okay, Lisa whimpered, recoiling from my outburst, something she had not seen before. It's me, something within me is eating away at me. It's been building for more than a year. Go on. I urged, trying to keep my temper under control. I'll be 30 years old on my next birthday, Alex. So am I, reminded her. I understand, but it's different for men. You are more handsome than ever. The majority of men are for a woman. However, things only get worse from here. Saggy breasts and cellulite, but no more minic skirts or tight jeans. Leave a few buttons undone and no one will notice. That is nonsense. I snapped. She had to know she was talking nonsense. Lisa looked even more stunning at 29 than she did 5 years ago. She still looked amazing in her mini skirts, even the super short ones. That made me wonder at her audacity to claim that no one noticed her cleavage when she flaunted it, which was like saying no one noticed a bright red Ferrari speeding by. I told her so, and she didn't argue, even giving me a nervous smile as I described how beautiful she was. I mentioned how often I saw men admiring her and how my friends made lustful remarks about her long shapely legs when they thought I wasn't paying attention. I described how, just last weekend, I saw an older man maneuver himself for a better view down her top, and how 3 teenage boys trailed after her tongue, which was practically hanging out, when they noticed her walking topless on the beach during her vacation 3 months earlier. I know, she said, smiling guilty. I know I still have it. I know men look and stare at me. Men have been trying to look up and down my skirt and top. Some of your friends are lusting after me. I'm constantly fending off wandering hands at parties, and I always say no to guys who ask me out at work. So what's the problem? I inquired, choosing to disregard some of the revelations that made me uncomfortable. I do not want to what I do not want to, Alex, she repeated sometimes. I don't want to reject other men wandering hands. I want the freedom to accept a date when an attractive man approaches me, to be free and to return to his place at the end. Why now? What has changed? I inquired, unhappily surprised by what I was hearing. Nothing has changed. Honey, it's just that I'm getting older. Right now I feel like I can have any man I want by simply flashing a blank or giving him the eye. But how long will this last? Alex. How many men will pursue me in the next 5 years or so? She was talking nonsense again. Of course, Lisa would continue to attract the attention of men for many years after all. Her mother was in her late 50s and still drew men like flies to honey, but I did not contradict her. I sat there trying to find the right words and avoiding eye contact. I didn't want to lose her, but her declaration that she wanted the freedom to date other guys had left me stunned. If she was so determined, perhaps it wasn't worth attempting to stop her, but deep down I knew I didn't truly feel that way. I'd regret giving up without a fight for the rest of my life. So you want us to break up so you can sleep with other men? Is this it? No, Alex. That is not it at all. She retorted, her voice filled with rage. I don't want to split up. I adore you and hope to spend my entire life with you. I simply need a short break from our marriage to get this out of my system and sleep with other men. I repeated, feeling down. No, Alex, she said more calmly this time. I will not insult your intelligence by implying that it will eventually include that. I will not deny that the prospect of ending up in another man's bed is appealing, but it's not only that other than a couple of pathetic boys at school. You are the only man I have dated, the only man I've known. This has to do with me being your first right? I asked. I remembered Lisa being doughy and inexperienced when we first met. We had been paired together at a tennis club social night, and she was genuinely surprised. When I asked her out for a drink afterwards, perhaps you're not as surprised as I was to ask. I quickly fell under the spell of a girl I had barely noticed in the previous year. She was shy and nervous. The first time I kissed her, and even more so when I touched her breasts the first time. We went all the way. She laughed and cried, amazed at how wonderful it was and eager to know when we could do it again. I recall taking her shopping for the first time and her reluctance to try on short skirts, as well as her embarrassment when she finally did. I had persuaded her of the difference between the shy young woman and the confident, beautiful and sophisticated woman I married. Yes, of course it is. Lisa responded to my question. That is part of it. You've never been with another man after me, Lisa? I asked. I'm fairly certain I know the answer, but I'm concerned about the possibility of a hidden liaison. Of course I have not, and you, Alex. Lisa snapped back, her eyes filled with rage. You know I have not. You're the only one. For goodness sake, can't you understand? Is that what this is about? Have you actually been listening to me? Can't you see how afraid I am of growing old, without ever knowing what it's like to be young, attractive and free? I missed out when other girls my age went exploring. I've never had the opportunity to walk into a pub or club and wonder which guys I'll meet. I've never enjoyed the thrill of deciding how far to let things go, whether to let them take liberties with me, take me outside or return to their home. I missed out on it all and I want to experience it now before it's too late, or I'll go insane, and it's my fault. Of course not, Dave. I never claimed it was. Her voice softened. If I thought it was true, I might have done it behind your back, and Lord knows I've had enough opportunities, but I cannot do that to you. It would kill me to cheat on you. I would rather die. Silence. We sat there for a long, painfully awkward silence, struggling to find words. The silence was only broken by our deep sighs, each of us unsure how to resolve the problem that faced us. Eventually, I tried to demonstrate how unreasonable her attitude was, while she repeated what she had been trying to say. We both failed, and I believe we had stopped truly listening to each other. By then, Lisa prepared some dinner, which we ate in relative silence. Our attempts at conversation devolved into a sort of quiet truce. We discussed signing up for the tennis club's annual tournament. We both continued to play there, but our words trailed off as we realized the futility of not knowing whether we'd still be together. Of course we went to bed together and cuddled up. Lisa tried to fondle me to gauge my interest, but I gently took her hand away, not out of rage, but because it seemed inappropriate. She did not try again. I eventually fell asleep, knowing that the situation was far from resolved and did not look promising. I understood what Lisa wanted and how clean she needed, but I knew I couldn't pass it up. The following morning felt surprisingly normal, albeit quieter than usual. We went through the motions, saying only what was required to keep our routine running smoothly, but engaging little else. Lisa seemed to be about to say something meaningful to me, but the moment passed unspoken. After breakfast, we parted ways. She went to her job while I went to mine. I wasn't worried she'd do something rash that day. The thought did not even occur to me. My worries were about the coming days, weeks and months. If she couldn't get this idea out of her pretty little head, we wouldn't just have a temporary separation. It would be permanent. I understood the stark reality, but she appeared unwilling or unable to accept it. I returned home from work surprised to find Lisa's car already in the driveway. She usually got home at least a half hour after me. Hello, Alex. She greeted me from the kitchen where she had begun preparing dinner. Fortunately, she did not offer me another glass of wine. Whatever happened to the one from last night? I apologize, honey. She said. I nodded, turely deviating from my usual friendly greeting. Look, Alex, I'm sorry. She said, sensing my coldness. I couldn't concentrate at work today, so I came home early. What? There are no charming suitors at work today. Lisa. I replied spitefully. That is not fair, Alex. She said, her voice tinged with sorrow. I understand that what I'm doing to you is not fair. I realize I'm being and unreasonable, but I beg you, Alex, if you won't help me. Our marriage is over. Perhaps that is what I want. I shot back. It wasn't true, but I wanted to hurt her out of frustration, but I couldn't bring myself to physically do so. Lisa dropped the knife she was using to chop vegetables and collapsed on the kitchen counter, crying. I am a sucker for tears, and which man isn't? I stared at her sobs and told myself she deserved it. Maybe she did, but I loved her too much to see her that way. I stepped over to her and gently squeezed her shoulder. We will figure it out. I spoke softly, shall we? Alex. She asked through sobs, but we actually work it out. Lisa, when you help me, I will try. I said gently, I don't know how, but I promise to try. That evening produced no concrete resolutions, but it did result in a significant step. I persuaded her to see a marriage counselor. We didn't know one, but it was a start. Lisa initially resisted the idea, but eventually agreed, and I breathed a sigh of relief, not only for the prospect of professional assistance but also for the temporary reprieve it provided. It turned out to be a waste of time, because the 2 counselors we found were overbooked and couldn't schedule us for at least a month. We could not provide a court order or a doctor's note, and we had no desire to do so. Our lives continued mostly miserable, but with some brighter moments, especially when we were with others. During such times, life appeared almost normal. That is until the local party we attended nearly demolished everything. The group consisted of about 20 friends, mostly couples, and a few acquaintances. We did not know. It started off normally enough with plenty of alcohol, tasty snacks, casual dancing, and lively conversation. The men talked about football while the women had their own conversations. A few hours into the evening, my curiosity got the best of me. Leaning against a door frame, I overheard a group of women conversing just inside. Maybe I picked the wrong moment. Have you seen the guy Patrick? Sophia Robinson, a woman who lives just down the street, squeaked Jacob, and Carol brought him along. What a hunk. He's Carol's cousin. Apparently I added another woman whose voice I didn't recognize. He's gorgeous. I wouldn't mind checking out his package. Big feet, big hands. I wonder what else is Big Lily. Caleb has a wife. The group burst into laughter. I was wondering what Caleb would think of such remarks, when I recognized another familiar voice. Alice said he's big. As soon as Alex left, he pulled me up to dance and drew me close. I mean, very close. Is that close? Someone asked, but I didn't care who. How did it feel? Lisa, huge. My wife giggled. The cheeky devil kept poking it into my stomach. I bet you didn't push him away. You have to take it where you can get it. Lisa laughed. Oh, poor, you lightly teased. The group burst out laughing again. Yes, poor Lisa, I growled angrily, barely holding back my rage as I stepped through the door to confront them. The women looked up surprised and then burst out laughing again. I was completely unaware of the turmoil Lisa and I were going through. Lisa's comments appeared to them to be harmless party banter, but for me it felt like a dagger to the heart. All of the women burst out laughing, except Lisa, who stood there frozen in shock. The color drained from her face as she stared at me, clearly wishing the floor would swallow her. Oh, Alex, come on. Lily corrected me, noticing my lack of amusement. Lisa was simply joking around. You know she wouldn't do anything to hurt you, right? I let out a growl. I'm not so sure anymore. The other women fell silent, exchanging confused looks with Lisa and me. Lily opened her mouth, intending to offer more commentary, but then decided to remain silent. I'm getting tired. I snapped at Lisa. I'm ready to go whenever you are, unless you prefer to stay and spend more time with lover boy. Lisa recoiled. Her friends gasped as I turned on my heel, leaving them behind. I silently cursed both her words and myself for overreacting. I had heard her and other women say similar things before and laughed them off. This time, though, things were different. The rules had changed. The dynamics had shifted. Our relationship had fractured. Lisa dashed after me, pulling me into an empty corridor. She quickly apologized and scolded me in the same breath. I apologize, Alex. She said, gripping my arms, but there was no reason for the outburst. How will we explain this away? He didn't actually do that. You are already aware of this. She snapped back, her rage boiling over. I can't help but notice he gets a hard-on when he dances with me. This happens all the time. Don't tell me you haven't done the same for some of the girls here tonight. Maybe I admitted reluctantly, but I did not grab their asses and rub them. I exaggerated. Lisa softened, her tone right. He tried to take some liberties. I warned him. It was just girls talking. Why are you reacting like this? Why do you think I'm reacting like this? I asked, suddenly calm. My question cuts through the tension. Oh, that is it just. Oh, Alex, I think we should go home. Lisa exclaimed, suddenly sounding defeated. This is not working. Why don't you stay here? Lisa. I snapped. You appear to be having a good time. I was. Maybe next time I'll come alone and really enjoy myself. She retorted, but she moved towards the front door anyway, grabbing her coat as she walked out, followed by me a few steps behind. So did that go well? For the next few days. It felt like walking on hot coals. We moved around each other, attempting to be polite, or better yet, having nothing to do with one another. It couldn't go on like this forever, and it seemed as if everything was about to explode. It turned out to be more of an implosion. We can't continue like this. Alex. Lisa spoke calmly. One morning you started it. I pointed out. Will you drop this ridiculous idea? If I did, and I promised to. She sighed resignedly. Do you believe me? Why not think about it, honey? She responded. If I'm coming home from work, going out with the girls for the evening, dancing closely with a guy at a party like the other night, or attending one of my company seminars for a week, what would be your thoughts? Do you really trust me now, Alex? Good question, I replied, sighing deeply. I do not know. It would be difficult, so perhaps not. I am no longer sure. If I can trust myself, Alex, then there's nothing left to say. Then our marriage is over, right, Alex? That sounds like it. Oddly, with the future or lack thereof of our marriage out in the open, we were able to get along better. Not completely understood, but better. We chatted, laughed and cuddled a few times. We were still sleeping in the same bed. It appeared churlish not to, but I kept to my side, as did Lisa. We awoke one morning with my arms around her spooning, but we quickly pulled away, distancing ourselves. The problem was that I didn't want to pull away. She was stunning and I still loved her. It was breaking my heart. I would not accept the separation agreement she had requested, but I despised the thought of losing her. Then something happened. I was ambushed when I returned home from work the next day. Alex, one of the men at work, has invited me out to dinner. Lisa spoke. I don't know what to tell them. Would you like to go? I asked, trying to hide my disappointment. Yes, Alex, she whispered, sort of, but I do not want to upset you. Wouldn't it bother you if I went on a date with one of the women in my office? I asked, how about the pretty girl from accounts? I had no real or immediate intention of doing so, regardless of how attractive she appeared in the tight jeans frequently wore. I wasn't sure if Lisa would remember Mila from our previous Christmas party. I set out to strike back at her, hoping for a reaction, but it wasn't what I expected. What she screamed, her eyes brimming with anger. What have you been doing behind my back? You cheating bastard. She stopped, covering her mouth with her hand in shock, leaving me stunned, my mouth open but unable to say what came next. What I meant was that Lisa broke the long silence but couldn't finish the sentence. What did you mean? Nothing. She sobbed. I didn't mean anything. Lisa. I called out, reaching for her, but she pushed me away and sobbed openly. She said she needed to get some fresh air and grabbed her coat, fleeing through the front door and onto the street without hesitation. I leaped up and dashed after her. My woman was in pain. I couldn't let her run away like that 30 feet down the road. I caught up to Lisa and instinctively took her hand in mine. She made a half-hearted attempt to shake me off, but when I held on, she finally gave in, responding to my gentle squeeze with one of her own. We walked silently for about a half-mile, with Lisa occasionally casting nervous glances at me. What will we do, Alex? She asked at long last. I love you and do not want to lose you, but what, honey? You know what? Alex. Some days are fine and I believe I've moved past it, but on other days something happens that causes me to scream with frustration. Simple things like seeing a cute guy walk by one of the at work, stopping to ask me a question, or even receiving a phone call from one of my male clients. You must hate me. I could never hate you, Lisa. I reassured her. You shocked me the first time you issued your ultimatum, but I can't stop loving you. Lisa replied that it was not meant to be an ultimatum. Something clicked in my brain. I remembered something. She said that first evening. It was a long shot, but it might be worth a try, Lisa. I started cautiously. That first night you mentioned another one that I did not like, but you never told me what it was. You will not like it. Try me. Lisa took a few deep breaths before speaking. I meant that I could see other men discreetly, so no one we knew would find out. Not many. Maybe one is enough, but probably not. When she hesitated, I quietly spoke up. No, she agreed, unable to meet my gaze. I would not do it in your face. I will not embarrass or humiliate you in any way. Nobody. We know, of course, and it wouldn't be often, just the freedom to go out on my own on occasion and let some strange guy chat me up and tell you all about it, or to keep it a secret, as long as I had your permission. If you wanted to remain silent, you could. Her voice became more animated as she spoke, perhaps hoping that my silence and the absence of objections would sway me, but she was going to be disappointed. I couldn't do it, Lisa. I explained solemnly. It is not me. I don't have it in me to stand by and let my wife act like that. I know, she admitted, her excitement fading. I did say you weren't going for it. Why didn't you just cheat on me and get it out of your system without my knowledge? For goodness sake, Lisa, why did you have to be so honest? I couldn't do it, Alex, not behind your back, Lisa mumbled quietly. I couldn't cheat on you. Could try. I cried out in desperation, not thinking about what I was saying. I tried. She confessed. Shocking me is that Carol's cousin at the party. I don't even remember his name. I apologize, but I lied to you, Alex. He felt my bottom while I didn't. Discouraging. He asked me to join him in the garden and I agreed because I was so hot for him. I thought I could do it and get away with it without your knowledge. Anyway. He led me around the side of their garage, pushed me up against the wall, kissed me roughly and squeezed my breast tightly. I was hot, sweaty and desperate, for it was everything I hoped for, and then what I demanded. My fists clenched tightly, suffocating me, and I could not do it. Alex, Lisa continued abruptly, almost in fact, I couldn't keep cheating on you behind your back, and told him to stop. He didn't, and when he tried to pull up my skirt, I slapped his face. He began to pull my top down, so I kneaded him between my legs and he released me and staggered back. I ran away and he called me a prick, but he didn't follow me. I growled. I will kill the bastard. No, you will not, Alex, and it would be unfair. I led him on. I hoped it would help solve our problems in some way. I was kidding myself. It would not have resolved anything. Just made matters worse. I cleaned myself up and went back inside, and damn it if the girls I hung out with didn't start talking about him like fools. I said I spoke and you heard it. I felt proud of myself for pushing him off, but then you started shouting at me, which didn't seem fair. That sounds stupid now, doesn't it? I wasn't thinking clearly. Christ, I muttered. The stories she just told me have left me speechless. So Alex, you can see that I couldn't do it. I can't do it. I can't cheat on you any more than you are willing to let me do it. There is only one way. Despite the risks, as I suggested, even if our marriage ends, I refuse to believe it. We will find a way, we'll get together again, and if not, we will. Alex. We need to. That about concluded the conversation, with neither of us having anything else to say. My wife was planning to go away for a while, sleep with a bunch of guys and then come back, and our marriage will be fine again. My wife was clearly delusional. There are signs all around. We somehow clasped each other's hands again and walked slowly and silently back home. Our marriage had ended and all that remained was to pick through the remains. Getting upset about it would serve no purpose. I had argued, shouted and screamed, but I would never hit her. I began packing a few items, discreetly preparing to leave, not clothing, but tools and miscellaneous items that are not required on a daily basis. I assumed it would be me leaving, because Lisa showed no signs of organizing her belongings. Even if she left, she intended to return. Our house was rented and we both had our own cars, so it would only be a matter of settling the bank accounts, which wouldn't be too difficult. We never discussed Ted or agreed on a date, but Lisa was about to leave for one of her week-long medical seminars which she regularly organized. We were both aware that the drug company she worked for was filled with attractive young professionals, nearly as many men as women. So there was a good chance that one of her teammates would start things off that week. If not, some damn doctor may be the lucky bastard. I waved Lisa off as she drove away the morning she left, knowing I'd be packed and ready by the time she got back on the following Saturday. I couldn't help but notice the tear in her eye as she waved goodbye to me, and I was only able to hold it together until I returned inside. We both knew but refused to admit. It was like a damn train wreck that couldn't be stopped. The train was rushing down the hill, gathering speed. Its brakes failed and nothing could stop the disaster that was about to unfold. I was in turmoil for the first few days, almost convincing myself that I should accept her suggestion. But I knew deep down that I was kidding myself, so it was over. Every day I wondered who my wife was flirting with and who she was sleeping with. It's not healthy. By Thursday, I hadn't made much progress with my packing, despite promising myself that I would begin seriously. That evening, when I got home from work, I reprimanded myself for not doing anything to find another place to stay. I was so miserable when I parked my car that evening that I almost missed Elvis's car in front of our house. What the heck was that doing there? I hadn't even reached the front door when it flew open and burst out, rushing to greet me and calling my name. As she threw her arms around me, "I met this man," she said excitedly. Clearly this was not the news I wanted to hear. He was wonderful. She ignored my protests and continued enthusiastically. I met him the first night. Alex. He's a doctor and older than us, about 50 or so. I had dinner with him and he resolved all of our issues. Honey, sorry, Lisa, I retorted, pushing her away and trying to control my rage. I warned you, this is not going to work. Of course, it'll work. Alex, can you see? All I see is that my wife has slept with a stranger and now thinks everything will be fine. Life is not so simple. What exactly are you talking about? Lisa inquired, calming down and looking up at me with puzzlement. You and other men, I snapped. Are you cheating on our marriage? Oh, that, yes, damn it, that. But that happened before, honey, she said with a pleading expression in her eyes, and this time it was my turn to look perplexed. So who was the guy you slept with? Which guy? No, I did not do that, bloody hell. This was becoming confusing. This man, this bloody amazing doctor, that is exactly who I'm referring to. He was excellent, wonderful. I spent every evening talking with him, talking. That sounded odd indeed. He was a psychologist. We are happily married and have 3 lovely children. So I inquired. Still don't get it. What does his kid have to do with anything? But haven't you seen my wonderful husband? She inquired, and of course I did not. It's my age and hormones. My body was trying to communicate with me, but I misunderstood what bloody message. I want to have a baby, honey. I don't need any other men. I need a baby. But I thought you said I remember what I said when we talked about it before. Lisa interrupted. Overjoyed, but forget about my career. Alex, I want to have a baby. I want your baby, so all that garbage. She interrupted again, crying uncontrollably and clinging to me like a drowning woman. Jacob, my doctor friend, explained everything. Apparently he has written a thesis on the subject and is an expert. Stop dating other men who needs them. I want to have a baby, honey. I want to become pregnant. I returned early once I knew. Please help me. Well, I can't say I took everything in at once or that I didn't have some doubts for a while. Lisa handed me a brief note from her doctor friend written on some very impressive-looking paper. It explained in plain English so that even I could understand that women go through changes at different stages in their lives. One critical time is when they are nearing the end of their lives but still able to bear children. This appears to be equally common among women who already have children and those who have never had any. The former usually get it. The latter frequently become upset and confused. The good doctor rightly or wrongly attributed many marriage breakdowns to this issue, and he was delighted to sit down and discuss everything with Lisa. I won't say I fully understood everything she told him about her feelings, but I was halfway there when Lisa called Dr. Jacob. The second night she was back and asked me to speak with him. I found him quite persuasive. What finally pushed me over the edge was a trivial matter. He joked about how much it would have cost us to visit his office for a consultation, but the fact that he had saved Lisa's marriage was enough reward. I couldn't really disagree with that, and frankly, even if I could, I didn't want to. If there was a real chance this could work, I was willing to give it a serious shot. How about your job, Lisa? I asked. I'm still trying to process my new reality. What is the job? She grinned. I have already given my notice. I thought 6 months would be about right. It will allow them to choose someone for me to train, as well as enough time for us to complete the task. Better get started now. I chuckled as I took her hand and led her to her bedroom. She wasn't far away. 6 months later, we were 4 months pregnant, which wasn't too bad, given that she had to wait for the birth control pill to wear off. In fact, she went part-time for another 3 months, primarily to show off her baby bump to her co-workers. Some women have difficult pregnancies, others have easy ones. Lisa was radiant. Her skin, complexion and hair glowed with health. She smiled and laughed so much that I struggled to keep up with her, given how overjoyed we were. Our friend Lily inquired of Lisa what prompted the outburst at the party. Lisa told her about how frustrated we were because we had been trying for a baby without success. But now clearly everything was fine and dandy. We never heard about it again, and what was that guy's name? Carol's cousin moved back to Dubai and we never saw him again, just as well because he was much bigger than me and had apparently served in the parachute regiment. Little Jonathan, named after Ali's father, was born perfect. The two delighted grandmothers, who couldn't contain their excitement, pushed my nose slightly out of joint. Not that they ever did, but things did return to some degree of normalcy. We were just starting to enjoy it when Lisa became pregnant again. Lily made a comment about waiting for a bus and 4 of them arrived at once. We laughed, glancing at each other, wondering what she'd think if she only knew Glenda, named after my mother, who arrived on time and was as beautiful as her older brother. There's not much else to tell you. Oh yes, Lisa embraced motherhood effortlessly and our problems, particularly hers, never reappeared. Was the doctor's diagnosis correct, or did a more appealing solution replace a less desirable one? Or perhaps this was the doctor's intention all along. I have no idea, and it is all beyond my comprehension. All I know is that it worked, and we are very pleased. She still wears short skirts and has the best legs of any parent at the nursery, as evidenced by the envious looks of the other fathers. We continue to attend parties and social events, albeit less frequently now due to the dreaded babysitter constraint, and yes, Alice is still asked to dance frequently. Some of her partners try to push their luck, but she knows her limits and strictly adheres to them. They are well within my acceptable boundaries. Lisa's company kept her job open, but she never returned, despite the fact that the kids were about to start school. She made an important decision. I want to take an open university degree course. She said with a loving smile, "You have a degree, Lisa." I pointed out that none of them would allow me to work as a marriage counselor. She explained that sounds good to me. I agreed, and that is exactly what she is doing now, planning to start part-time once the kids have settled into their new school. I believe she'll excel at it. Has she ever cheated on me? I really don't think so. Not really. I know her better than anyone else. Will she ever cheat on me? I seriously doubt it. I simply cannot imagine it, and what we both experienced reinforces that belief. Do I have any regrets? No, there is no point. Not even the fact that I had to abruptly stop flirting with young Mila. Lisa realized the little beauty when she regained consciousness. Here is the next story. I teased him, saying that I could leave him for someone else. He became enraged by it and decided to do this. Ever been in a situation where a little teasing turns into a complete disaster, a situation in which you did something wrong to a specific person and they retaliated by making sure you deeply regretted it? Have you ever been in a situation where someone sets you up and carefully weaves a web of deceit for weeks in order to completely ruin your relationship? Because if you have never been in a situation like that, you should thank your lucky stars. Why am I mentioning this? Because I have been, and I believe it may have ruined my relationship. I think my relationship is over, but I really don't want it to be. My name is Emily, and I have a story that will make you think twice about making fun of someone. I'm posting here to rant, but I'd also appreciate any advice. I am 26 years old and my boyfriend, Mark, is also 26. We met through Tinder. I found out we attended the same college. We clicked immediately and soon found ourselves in a serious relationship. We've been dating for about 5 years now. I genuinely believed that this was the person I would marry and spend the rest of my life with. Mark was a wonderful person, kind, caring, and always looking out for me. But one day I made a playful jab at him, calling him weak. Little did I know that innocent remark would set off a chain reaction of retaliation and deception. Now I understand you may be wondering why you mocked him. To be honest, I was being somewhat playful. Mark had always been known as a bit of ass. He always went out of his way to make me happy. As a result, a few of our friends began to mock me and call him ass. He didn't mind and even joined in on the jokes. I suppose I've always taken Mark's love and devotion for granted. He was a constant source of stability in my life, always there to support me, always prioritizing my needs over his own. Isn't it easy to become comfortable in a relationship? You begin to believe that things will always be the same, that your partner will always be there for you, no matter what. The day everything changed began like any other. We were casually chatting and joking about someone or something. I honestly don't remember the details. In the midst of our conversation, I jokingly teased Mark, saying he should watch his back because I might leave him for someone else. It was intended to be a light-hearted remark, a playful jab amidst our laughter. Mark laughed and said I'd never leave him, to which I responded playfully that I might. I told him that he was weak and a bit of ass, so he should probably watch me. It was all a joke, honestly, but Mark's reaction caught me off guard. Instead of laughing it off, he became silent. I could feel a change in the air, a subtle tension that had not been present before. It was as if my words had touched a nerve and reawakened something within him that he had kept hidden. Looking back, I see how insensitive my comment was. Mark had always gone above and beyond to make me happy, showing me love in both big and small ways. In that moment, calling him weak and a simp was the equivalent of dismissing everything he had ever done. For me, it was a wake-up call, not only for him, but also for me. It made me realize the importance of my words and the effect they could have on our relationship. But little did I know that this innocent banter would set off a chain of events that would fundamentally alter our relationship. Following my playful banter with Mark, things between us began to feel off. Mark wasn't as protective as he used to be, which was a significant change, because he was always there for me, sometimes to the point of being overbearing. He'd ask about my day, make sure I got home safely from work when he wasn't there, and be generally attentive, but after that conversation it was as if a switch flipped. He stopped checking in as the frequency of texts and phone calls decreased. It felt as if he had withdrawn, leaving this space between us. I tried to dismiss it as work stress or something temporary, but I knew it was deeper than that. I began to miss the way he used to hold me close in crowds, making sure I felt safe. He seemed to have lost his protective instincts. It left me feeling vulnerable, as if a safety net had been pulled away. I couldn't help but wonder if my teasing had driven him away, if I had contributed to the shift in our relationship dynamics. I noticed that things had changed between us, but I wasn't sure how to close the gap or if it was even possible anymore. Mark and I lived together and, despite earning significantly more, he took on the majority of the household chores. He enjoyed cooking, cleaning and washing the dishes, especially since he knew how much I disliked those tasks. It was a routine we had established and it worked for us. However, after that playful conversation, I noticed a change in Mark's behavior throughout the house. He stopped taking the initiative to complete chores that he used to enjoy doing. Cooking became less frequent, cleaning sessions were less thorough, and the sink's dish pile began to grow. I dismissed it at first, assuming he was too busy or preoccupied with work, but as the days passed into weeks, it became clear that something had changed. Mark appeared less interested in our home life, as if he had withdrawn from the small things that used to make us happy. I attempted to pick up the slack, but it was not the same. I missed the days when Mark would surprise me with a delicious dinner or clean the apartment just to make me happy. It felt as if a piece of our connection had faded, leaving a gap in our shared responsibilities and, more importantly, our relationship. At first, I must admit that I felt relieved when Mark became less controlling and didn't obsess over every detail of my whereabouts. It felt liberating to be able to go out with my friends without constantly updating him or worrying about his reactions. I could take spontaneous weekend trips or spend the night with my friends without feeling suffocated by Mark's messages or calls. It felt like a breath of fresh air to have that space and independence. I could devote more time to myself, pursue my hobbies and reconnect with friends without feeling guilty or obligated to keep in touch with Mark. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders, and I cherished the newfound freedom in our relationship. However, as time passed, I realized that my newfound freedom came with a cost. Mark's lack of communication and engagement came across as indifference. I missed the times when he expressed concern or interest in my PL plans. While I enjoyed the absence of his messages and phone calls at first, it now felt like a void in our relationship. I began to question whether this shift in our dynamic was beneficial to our relationship. While I enjoyed my independence, I also missed the closeness and intimacy that had once defined our relationship. Mark's behavior continued to change. I began to notice the absence of those small gestures that used to mean a lot to me. He stopped opening the car door for me, which he had always done without fail before. It may seem insignificant, but those acts of chivalry were symbols of his concern and attention. Furthermore, Mark's financial perspective shifted. He earned significantly more than I did, and he always met our financial needs without complaint. If I needed money for shopping or other expenses, he would gladly provide it without hesitation. It was a comfortable situation that worked well for us. However, after what happened, Mark's generosity appeared to decrease. He became more frugal with his money, and I found myself having to ask for financial assistance, something I had never done before. It caused a sense of unease and dependency that I was not used to. I felt as if I had lost not only his emotional support, but also the financial stability that his income provided. The lack of these small but meaningful gestures and financial support contributed to our growing distance, and as Mark and I grew apart, I found myself seeking validation and attention elsewhere. It began, innocently enough, with casual conversations and harmless flirting with people I met at social gatherings or online. These interactions served as a temporary distraction from the emptiness I felt in my relationship with Mark. Then, as time passed, I realized that I was seeking these interactions more frequently. The attention and compliments I received from others helped to fill a void within me. It was as if I craved the feeling of being desired and appreciated, which seemed to be lacking in my relationship with Mark. And I know what you're thinking. Why didn't you just talk to Mark? Well, I tried to tell Mark how I was feeling. He dismissed my concerns, even gaslighting me into believing I was overthinking or projecting my insecurities into our relationship. He would invalidate my emotions, make me doubt myself, and even question whether I was acting irrationally. This only made matters worse. I felt unheard and misunderstood, which pushed me to seek validation outside of my relationship. As time passed, Mark and I seemed to grow apart. Despite my efforts to improve our relationship, nothing seemed to work. Mark had emotionally shut down, and no matter how hard I tried to communicate or reconnect, it felt like I had hit a brick wall. The frustration and loneliness I felt had reached a breaking point, as you might expect. It resulted in a moment of weakness, in which my innocent flirting crossed the line into full-fledged cheating. It was a mistake I deeply regretted, and I was aware it was wrong. It only happened once, but the guilt is still heavy on me. What makes matters worse is that I did not admit to Mark about my infidelity. I was ashamed and concerned about his reaction. I knew it would destroy him, and I couldn't bear to see the anguish in his eyes. So I struck it. The realization of how far apart Mark and I had drifted struck me like a ton of bricks when I learned about his massive promotion and the house he purchased without telling me. It was a devastating blow, and the way I found out made it even worse. I remember how surprised and embarrassed I was when our mutual friends casually mentioned Mark's promotion and new house in conversation. I was taken aback not only by the news, but also by Mark's decision not to share such significant milestones with me, his partner. It stung even more because we had always talked about buying a house together. It was a dream we both shared, and I imagined us taking that step together. The realization that Mark had made such a major decision without consulting me felt like a betrayal of our shared dreams and goals. So yeah, I decided to confront Mark, and it was a watershed moment that shattered any remaining illusions I had about our relationship. I realized he was pushing me away and gaslighting me, making me question my own feelings and perceptions. Confronting him was supposed to be a moment of clarity, an opportunity for us to address our concerns and work toward a solution. However, as you can probably guess, things did not go as planned. Mark's response was both unexpected and hurtful. He accused me of disrespecting and insulting him, and he used that to justify his new behavior. He contended that he had always been the one putting forth the effort and that he saw no point in continuing a relationship in which his efforts were not recognized. The most painful revelation was Mark's admission that he was aware of my infidelity. It felt like a dagger to my heart. He became enraged when he realized he had discovered my mistake and was using it against me, and then he stormed away. Now I feel as if I am at a crossroads. I feel as if I am losing, or have already lost, the relationship that was once so important to me. Yes, I made a mistake, but it was because I felt neglected and unappreciated. Mark may have been AS in some ways, but he was a good sin, and I didn't want him to stop caring or putting effort into our relationship. So here I am asking Reddit for advice. What shall I do? Is there any way to salvage what remains of our relationship? Is there any way to make Mark forgive me? All I want is my old Mark back. Update. Hello Reddit. It's been a while since my first post and I've received numerous requests for an update. So here I am. I'd like to respond to some of the comments and direct messages I received following my previous post. First and foremost, I'd like to apologize for the hateful comments and direct messages I've received. They were hurtful, and I am aware that my actions have consequences. Many people claimed I was attempting to narrate the story in a way that portrayed Mark as the villain, but I'm not attempting to portray Mark as the villain or absolve myself of responsibility. I know I made a mistake and accept full responsibility for it. Many of you suggested couples and individual therapy, and I appreciate your suggestions. It's something I've been thinking about, as I recognize the need to work on myself and our relationship in terms of financial dependence. I agreed that it was not prudent of me to rely solely on Mark. I work in a low-wage field and Mark, who is more financially secure, has taken on additional responsibilities. It became a pattern and I got used to it. However, I should have been more responsible and self-sufficient financially. Mark had always been more financially savvy and he was the man in the relationship. I just left it up to him. Some comments stated that cheating is a deal breaker, and while I understand that viewpoint, each relationship is unique. Cheating was a mistake on my part and I deeply regret it. However, I believe in forgiveness and second chances, especially when there is true love and commitment. I believe Mark will forgive me. We have been together for a very long time. He understands that my cheating was a mistake and I am confident that he will overcome it ultimately. I'm here for advice and guidance. I'd like to know if there is a way to rebuild trust and salvage what remains of our relationship. I understand that Mark may not forgive me easily, but I am willing to go to any length to make amends and work toward a better future for us both. It's crazy how some people on social media drew conclusions about me based on just a few posts. They call me a narcissist, unfeeling and entitled, without knowing who I am or what my story is. They act as if they have it all figured out, saying I'll see things differently after Mark leaves me. But relationships are far more complicated than that. You cannot judge someone's life based on a few online updates or posts. I texted Mark and he said he was on his way home. We'll probably talk and I'll provide an update. Hey, Reddit, this is me again. I think it's important to keep you informed. So here's the latest. Mark returned home and we had a much-needed conversation. I suggested couples therapy as a way to work through our problems, but Mark was leaning toward breaking up. I had to beg him not to give up on us just yet and to give therapy a try. We agreed that if therapy didn't work, we'd consider breaking up. Despite the challenges, I still love Mark and want to save our relationship, so I'm cautiously optimistic. There is also a practical aspect to consider. I rely on him for many things. We found a therapist with great reviews and scheduled our first session. I'll keep you posted on how things go. Update Reddit. I'm back with another update, despite the negativity I've received on here, such as DMS and comments. I believe it's important to keep you all informed. Our first therapy session was somewhat rocky. Mark had been keeping to himself a lot, and despite my attempts to engage him with special nights out or in-depth conversations, he remained distant and reserved. We even had a money-related argument during this time. I asked for some financial assistance, but he declined. During our first session we discussed a variety of issues and challenges. I mentioned Mark's reluctance to share money and his emotional distance. I also mentioned how sensitive he was to a playful comment I made. However, the therapist emphasized that Mark's feelings were valid and that it was acceptable for him to express his emotions in the same way that everyone else. I'll keep you updated on how things go from here. We went through a few more therapy sessions and it became clear that things were not progressing as we had hoped. Mark shared his thoughts with me, saying that he had deeply considered our relationship, but couldn't find it in himself to forgive me. He opened up about how he felt he had always put in a lot of effort into our relationship, taking on responsibilities and trying to make me happy. He said it was very hurtful for me to mock him as weak, and that calling him AS hit a nerve. Mark also admitted that he purposefully attempted to gaslight me because he was so hurt during our previous session. Mark finally came clean. He wanted to break up. He mentioned that he had been working on the house he had purchased and that now that it was complete, he intended to move in. When I heard that news, I panicked. I relied heavily on Mark, both financially and emotionally. Without his assistance, I would be unable to afford the lease on my own. The rent was simply too expensive. Moving back in with my parents was also not an option, given how crowded their home was already with my siblings and their families. Also, I didn't have any friends who would let me move in. I was now feeling desperate. I pleaded with Mark to reconsider, to give our relationship another chance through therapy. I knew deep down that losing him would dramatically alter my life, and I wasn't sure how I'd get through everything without his presence and support. There was no denying it. I was broken. Without Mark, I would undoubtedly fall. Despite my pleading and begging, Mark was adamant about breaking up. He apologized but explained that he needed to move forward in his life without me. He returned a few days later to pack his belongings. I tried everything to stop him, from emotional appeals to physically restraining him, but it only seemed to aggravate him more. What made matters worse was that I had already spent my last paycheck, leaving me in a financial bind until the following month, with desperation setting in. I asked our mutual friends for help. I told them Mark was leaving me, but I didn't tell them the whole truth about the cheating, knowing they'd probably blame me if they knew. I asked them to speak with Mark, hoping they could persuade him to reconsider. Instead of mediating, our friends bombarded Mark with calls and messages pressuring him to reveal the truth about my infidelity. That must have completely changed their perception of the situation. As they turned against me, they chastised me for not being truthful with them, and they found it disgusting that I had deliberately disclosed such sensitive information. The betrayal I felt from Mark's departure and our friends' reactions was overwhelming. I felt like I was out of option, so I asked our parents for help. I begged my parents to intervene, speak with Mark and persuade him to reconsider, or at the very least provide me with some financial assistance to cover the rent and bills, until I could figure things out. I also contacted Mark's parents in the hopes that they would understand and help mediate the situation. However, things did not go as expected. I don't know what Mark told them, but both sets of parents turned against me. Mark's parents, like mine, appeared to fully support him. They were disappointed in me and shared the belief that I was to blame for the incident. It was disheartening to see them take Mark's side without offering any support or understanding. After trying everything, I contacted Mark directly, hoping he'd understand, but he accused me of attempting to harm his reputation and said any sympathy he had was gone desperate. I went to Mark's workplace to talk, but he threatened me with a restraining order. It's crazy that after so many years together, he's serious about ending things. Now I am stuck. Friends and family turned on me. Mark refuses to help and I don't know what to do next. It's difficult and uncertain, and I'm really struggling to figure it out. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Update. This is probably my final update. Things have been extremely difficult and the negative comments and messages have been getting to me. People are calling me crazy, delusional and saying I'm stuck in my head. Many people express sympathy and pity for Mark rather than me and say they would have filed a restraining order if they had an ex like mine. Honestly, I was hoping for some understanding or support, but it's clear that isn't happening. Everyone seems to have abandoned me and I'm in a terrible situation. Next month's rent is a big question mark. I may not be able to afford it, given how expensive things are in my state, as well as the fact that there is a housing crisis and finding a roommate has been difficult. If I can find someone to share expenses with, I might not have to move out right away, but thus far no luck. Thank you to everyone who has followed my story and offered advice. It's been a wild ride and I appreciate your support. Hello folks, Daniel is here. I'm your typical Florida guy with a passion for gardening. As a gardener, I have calluses on my hands and the Florida sun burned my skin into a tough tan. I've always been a straight talker who values hard work, but enough about me. Let me tell you about my life, which until recently, I would have thought was as close to perfect as it could get. I live in a cozy corner of Sarasota with my wife Laura, who teaches biology at the local high school, and our two wonderful children. It's amusing how life throws you curveballs. You think you've got the game under control and then everything changes. It began with Laura. She has always been as dependable as a Swiss watch. However, she has recently missed dinner due to unexpected meetings. Her phone buzzed like a beehive at odd hours of the night, and then there's Tom. Her science department colleague appears to have taken an interest in our gardens recently. Health. When I'm not around, I'm not the suspicious type, but even I know that when your kids start talking about mommy's friend who makes her laugh a lot, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to notice something's up. The kids, bless their hearts, are as subtle as a hurricane. Mentioning in between stories about school and cartoons how Tom was really funny and mommy used to bake him cookies just for him. 1 or 2 cookies, I understand, but when your son questions why Tom comes so frequently when daddy is at work, that certainly fires up the brain, doesn't it? Stay tuned, friends. I have a feeling this rabbit hole goes deeper and I'm about to take a peek inside. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, almost everyone who watches these videos is not subscribed. It would mean the world to me if you could get out of the full screen video for 3 seconds and click the subscribe button. It is free and you can unsubscribe at any time. Sorry for bothering, and thank you very much if you subscribed. Alright, this is Daniel again. Buckle up because things have gotten really weird, really fast. Imagine this: I'm on the living room floor, box controllers in hand, getting into a gaming session with the kids. It's our thing, you understand. Just a father and his children bonding over pixelated adventures. We're laughing, trash talking and having a good time. Then out of nowhere, while we're navigating some fantasy world, my sweet 99-year-old daughter drops a bombshell. Daddy, why does Tom go to mommy's bedroom while you trim Mrs. Henderson's overgrown hedges? My 11-year-old son chimes in. Yes, they were playing a game, but it looked strange. I'm telling you, my heart did not just stop it. Nose dived right through the floor. At first I laughed it off. Kids say the darnest things, don't they? But look into their eyes, that innocent, inquisitive stare. Kids do not lie about things like this. They don't even realize they should. So there I am, a grown man who feels like he has been hit in the gut. I'm enraged, perplexed and experiencing an unfamiliar level of pain. I don't show my children anything but smiles and strength. So with the calmest voice I can muster, I tell them, let's put a pin in this game for now. Champ and sweetheart, daddy needs to go out for a while. I go to my local cafe because frankly, I'm one bad thought away from losing it. The cafe boss, a burly guy with a golden heart who has known me since high school, notices my face and motions me over without saying anything. We sit and I spill everything, every last detail, while he listens and makes me the strongest cup of coffee I've ever had. He doesn't say much, just gives me a firm knowing nod. Jeff, you know what you need to do, right? He says, and I nod, confirming that I am aware. But man, nothing prepares you for this type of storm, not for a million years. Stay tuned, folks, the story is far from over. First things first, I begin paying more attention to the details. You know, the ones that slip by while life goes on as usual. For example, Laura is always carrying her phone with her as if it were a top-secret device. Her computer suddenly became password protected. Then there are the receipts, small slips of paper that tell stories about dinners for two, when she stated that she was dining with the ladies from school one night while Laura was at one of her meetings. I decide to keep it cool and call her. Hello, hun, I'm just wondering when you'll be home. I asked casually, and there is a pause before she responds. Telltale, oh, we are running late. There are a lot of papers to grade, she says, but I hear the faint sound of clinking glasses in the background. The rage is present, yes, but it is wrapped tightly in a cocoon of sorrow. It's a heavy dragging object that follows me around. Doubts and anger were whispered into my ear. Every time I look at Laura, I notice lies. When she smiles at me, I sense deception. However, the gaslighting is what really bothers me. When I mention Tom's frequent visits, she laughs and says I'm imagining things, implying that they're just friends, or when I discover a man's watch beneath our bed, something I've never seen before, and she says it's an early birthday present for me. I was not born yesterday, Laura. So here I am collecting these shreds of betrayal, feeling like I'm on one of those crime shows, except this is not television and there is no script to follow. Just a guy who thought he had everything, only to realize he was about to lose it all. So I waited for Laura to return home. Her heels were clicking against the tile like a timer counting down. When she saw the look on my face, that smile vanished. I did not waste any time, did not play any games. I laid everything out, every receipt, every whispered rumor, every damn time stamp did not add up in the watch, that shiny symbol of betrayal I discovered beneath our bed. The room seemed to be vibrating with my rage. I stood there. A man betrayed, a man whose faith had been broken like a glass thrown at a wall. Laura, I spoke, my voice growly. Don't even try to deny this, and you know what she did not. The floodgates opened and everything poured out. The lies turned into confessions. The secrets turned into admissions. Mick, this Tom, that she was crying. But tears did not move me. Not anymore. I told her you were going to tell me where he lived. My voice was steel. My resolve is absolute. I was prepared to tear this guy apart with my bare hands, and she saw it. My eyes were filled with fury, the set of my jaw. She knew I was not a man to be tested. She revealed the details. The voice trembled. She begged me not to leave, pleased with me that it was over. That was a mistake. However, a mistake was made once too many. It stops being a mistake and becomes a choice. So there I was, telling the truth, burning a hole in my pocket for vengeance, singing like her in my ears. This was it, the big moment had arrived and I needed to make a decision. Okay, this is Daniel again, you know when you're about to fight and your heart is pounding so hard you can hear it. That was me waiting for Laura to come home. My head was spinning from all the information I discovered and I was ready to spill it all out. She walked in all smiles, but her smile faded when she saw my face. I did not waste any time. I said we got to talk and placed the phone records on the table. I had circled all of the calls to Tom's number in red so she could see them clearly for a brief moment. It was extremely quiet. Then she looked at me and I could tell she realized the game was over. Daniel, I can explain, she began, but I was not about to sit through another round of lies. Cut the crap, Laura, I snapped. You know the kids have been talking. They have seen you and Tom, so just spill it. The next section was like watching a dam break in slow motion. She began crying, saying it was all a big mistake and that she didn't mean to hurt me. I felt like laughing, which was a mistake. No, she did much more than that. I was so mad I couldn't see straight. I thought about Tom, who was laughing behind my back and threatening to ruin my life. Where does he live? I demanded. I wanted to see the fear on his face. When he realized Laura was crying even harder, pleading with me to let it go, but it wasn't going to happen. I persisted until she gave me his address in between sobs and sniffles. So there I was standing in the midst of our broken lives. Laura was a mess, but I didn't feel sorry for her, not after what she'd done. Everything we owned was turned upside down, because she couldn't be honest. I knew what I needed to do next. It wasn't just about yelling and screaming. This was about making things right. Perhaps that meant meeting Tom face to face. Hey, read it, Jeff here. After the confrontation with Laura, I didn't just sit there. I had plans and I intended to make sure everyone knew who Laura truly was. First I placed a few calls, one to her school principal, a friend of mine, to inform him about his biology teacher's morals. Then I spoke with a couple of Laura's friends and dropped some hints about the rumors going around. The news spread quickly. In our small town, gossip moves as quickly as a gator on the prowl. Laura's perfect little world quickly crumbled. Her friends one by one turned their back on her and her job. Let's just say she had to take an extended leave because personal issues became too distracting. Then came the custody battle. I felt like a dog with a bone. I wasn't about to let go. I hired the toughest lawyer in town and we went to work. I presented all of the evidence to the judge in a straightforward manner. I discussed how I wanted to ensure my children had a stable home with a parent they could rely on. The courtroom sessions were brutal. Laura attempted to paint a picture of regret for a mother who made one mistake, but I was having none of it. This was about what was best for the kids, and I made certain the judge understood that it took some time and effort, but I was successful in obtaining custody. I saw everything while watching Laura as the judge handed down the decision, her shock and desperation. But the kids were my top priority and I needed to do what was best for them. So there it is. Laura's life became a train wreck, but I saved my children. They're the only good thing to emerge from this mess in me. I'm simply trying to move on to create a life in which we can forget all the pain and lies. The fallout was difficult, but we're dealing with it one day at a time, Laura. Well, she received what she deserved. As harsh as it sounds, if you play with fire, you will get burned. Even after I had resolved everything with Laura and the kids, there was one thing that bothered me. Tom. I had his address in my pocket and was filled with rage, so I decided it was time for a short visit. I pulled up to Tom's house, a nice little house with a 2-car garage and a lawn. That could use some help. The moment he opened the door and saw me, his face turned as white as a sheet. We need to talk, I said, pushing past him and into the house. The expression on his face was priceless, a combination of fear and guilt. I didn't come here to chat, though. I came for answers and perhaps a little more. Tom started with apologies and excuses, but I wasn't buying it. Save it. I informed him that you knew she was married. That's when things became heated. Tom made the mistake of attempting to shove me out, but I was having none of it. We went at it right there in his opulent living room, with the big screen TV and family photos staring back at us. I'm not proud of it, but Tom witnessed how a betrayed husband throws a punch during the scuffle. A lamp crashed to the floor, prompting his wife to rush in. She screamed when she saw us angled up on the floor. I'm on top. Tom looked like he was regretting all of his life decisions. She wasted no time and called the cops while we waited for the boys in blue. I told her everything, the affair and the lies, all of it. Every word seemed to shatter her world. Tom was bleeding from the nose when the cops arrived and his marriage was in shambles on the floor, just like the broken lamp. The cops took our statements and I laid everything out, the entire sordid story. Tom did not say much. He simply sat there looking like a man who had lost everything which he had. His wife was crying and asking him if it was true, but all he could do was nod. I left Tom's house with the police. My hands shook and my heart pounded. I was still angry, but it felt like I had released some of the poison that had been building up inside me. After all of that drama, I focused all of my attention on the two things that were most important: my children and my job. The gardens have never looked better, and I swear those plants can tell when you're caring for them with a clear mind, and the children, they're doing great. We've had our fair share of difficult conversations and tearful nights, but we're getting through it together. As for Laura, she's been on a bit of a downward slide. Last, I heard she was trying to put her life back together, but it wasn't easy. She's reached out and tried to make amends, but I can't bring myself to listen. Maybe this makes me cold. However, breaking trust in this manner has a positive impact. A few months later, I'm sitting here and I feel like I can finally breathe again. I've learned a lot about myself, karma, and how life works to keep things in balance. Cutting Laura out was like removing a piece of my own history, but it was necessary. It was either that or continue living a lie, and that is not how I roll. Here's my 2 cents. If you're in a similar situation, be strong, be decisive. Remember to look out for yourself and your own, because at the end of the day, you're the one who must live with your decisions. So in my opinion, justice has been served. I've developed a new appreciation for quiet moments after a long day. I enjoy a cold beer while listening to my children laugh in the backyard. The road has been difficult, but I'm still standing, and this is something to be proud of. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I spent my life trying to make my family's life better, only to realize that all I provided was material things and money. I'm not sure if I failed as a husband and father. At the very least, I've come to understand that love is much more than that. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I'm not sure what bothered me the most, the fact that I failed as a husband or father. I'm not sure if I was depressed or just furious, to say the least. It was a little confusing. I spent my entire life trying to make my family's life better, and all I ended up doing was providing them with things and money. It simply doesn't work. It quickly became clear that my sole responsibility was to fill the well I loved my wife and my children. Please keep in mind that this is all written in the past tense. I own my own business. Eric Carter and I grew up together. We'd been best friends since elementary school. Eric and I founded the company shortly after finishing vocational school, and it grew faster than we could have expected. So technically I should say that we run our own business. A few years later, both of us married our high school sweethearts. Life was good for the first 15 years or so. Everything was wonderful. The company was performing well. Eric and I both made decent salaries, and we had over 30 full-time employees. Eric and his wife Linda have 3 sons, Rebecca and I have twins, a boy and a girl. We both own mode-sized mansions and McMansions. We enjoyed dining out, relaxing vacations and expensive cars. Eric and I were very business-oriented. Business came first. We recognized early on the importance of keeping our clients satisfied. Even if our employees were not 1/3 of our top performers were ex-convicts. We hired them directly from the prison vocational school 8 years ago. Only 2 of the ex-con proved to be a problem, and the other ex-con quickly resolved it. They were doing well, and we're not going to let a few troublemakers ruin their lives. We contributed to several community programs and even sponsored a softball team. Unfortunately, my family situation was also unfair. My wife became socially active for a number of progressive causes. I wasn't thrilled with it, but she let me do my thing and I let her do hers. Politics were never a part of our family. We suddenly began discussing current events and political issues. I tried hard to avoid such conversations, but it was futile. The more I cut off or ignored her, the more determined she became. It was like watching CNN and Fox News simultaneously. I attempted to avoid her, but it was difficult, as my wife and I grew apart. For many years I had the same relationship with my children. I tried to engage my son, Daniel, in a variety of activities. I didn't care whether it was sports, hiking or hunting and fishing. All he wanted to do was play video games and, as I later discovered, I occasionally used marijuana. All of my efforts were futile, and my wife eventually advised me to just leave him alone and mind my own business. I would have resisted more, but my son smirked whenever she said it. My daughter Emily was a clone of her mother. She used to be Daddy's little angel, but now she barely recognizes me as her father. I couldn't count the number of piercings she had, despite being on birth control. She contracted gonorrhea twice. She enjoyed accompanying her mother to various political and social gatherings, but she would never consider going out for ice cream or pizza with her father. I also gave up trying to communicate with her. One of the most significant setbacks came when I refused to donate company funds to one of her initiatives. They wanted to give addicts clean needles to avoid infections from shared or dirty ones. Rebecca did not speak with me for a week. It was hard to believe things could get any worse. The company's holiday party was approaching. Eric and I insisted Rebecca and M&A take care of it. M&A was happy to oblige, but she had to drag Rebecca kicking and screaming to assist her. Within the past few months, Rebecca had been going out more and more frequently. She also went on overnight excursions to take part in various progressive activities. I wasn't sure whether they were protests, rallies or seminars. It did not matter. Daniel had switched from weed to pills. I wasn't sure what kind, but it didn't matter either. Emily now had her own website and vlogs. M&A did an excellent job at the Christmas party. She attempted to share the credit with Rebecca, but Eric and I knew better. We had beer, wine, but no hard liquor. We had 100 employee participation. I believe the annual bonuses had something to do with it. Rebecca and the kids were present, of course, but they did not appear to enjoy it as much as everyone else. There were no social gatherings, but there was an abundance of food. "John, I need to speak with you for a minute." Eric tried not to draw attention as we moved aside. "What is the matter?" I tried to speak casually to calm him down. Carter needs to talk to you, but he's worried." "What do you mean?" "He doesn't want to ruin the party or upset you, but he feels there is something you should know." Hogg was one of our ex-cons. He had been with us for 6 years and we did not want to lose him. "Okay, bring him here. It's not going to be a problem, right?" Eric winced slightly. Jorge and his wife, Elena, appeared anxious. I smiled and tried to appear relaxed, hoping to put them at ease. Eric quietly departed. "Mr. Terrell, we do not want to cause any problems, but when my wife saw your wife today, she felt compelled to say something. I tried to talk her out of it, but she was adamant." I looked at his wife and nodded, indicating that she could proceed. She looked at George, nudged him with her elbow and motioned for him to speak. "Elena works at the Hampton Inn. She has been cleaning the 5th floor for the past 2 years. For the past year, your wife and a certain Mr. Walker have used room 511 once or twice per week. They usually stay for 2 to 3 hours in the same room." I was speechless. I had a million questions, but I didn't think now was the time or place to ask them. Elena appeared relieved that everything was out in the open, but George was extremely concerned. Not knowing how I would react, I simply took his hand in. Both of mine looked him in the eyes and said thank you. I smiled at Elena and motioned for them both to return to the party. George relaxed as I was leaving. I walked past Harry intending to give George a raise next month. Richard Walker was in charge of the city's parking operations. I didn't know him well, but I knew he'd been a public servant for nearly 20 years. He hoped to run for mayor someday. He married Evelyn Walker, the owner of one of the county's top real estate firms. She was a beautiful woman who enjoyed placing her advertisements on the sides of city buses. I wondered if she offered a special rate for that evening. My wife chastised me for leaving the party early. The kids weren't happy either. I simply smiled and returned to my reading. Mickey Spain can still read well, after 70 years. On Monday morning I waited comfortably for Walker's arrival at the Walker real estate office, where a secretary had prepared hot coffee and I had brought the big kill. She walked in around 10, stopped and took a moment to look at me. "I was wondering when you'd show up, Mr. Terrell. It took you long enough." I followed her into her office carrying my coffee with me. "I suppose if you own the company, you can set your own hours. Why didn't I think of that?" "John. May I call you John?" I nodded in agreement. "I am not going to rehash all of this drama, John. I just want to know what you intend to do. I have a lot of questions and I don't want you to mess anything up." This wasn't what I expected. I expected to deliver a grand revelation, boy. Was I mistaken? "Miss Walker. It appears that I'm quite behind in this matter. I hadn't even realized it myself. My friend just told me I don't know what to do next and I don't have anyone to confide in or discuss this with. To be honest, I assumed you were in the dark, exactly like me, John. I have known about this for over 6 months. I probably should have contacted you sooner, but I had a lot on my plate and didn't want you to ruin everything by doing something rash. By the way, call me Evelyn. What exactly do you mean by something rash?" "Oh, like playing Rambo with Kyle in public, maybe exposing them in an awkward way. It's difficult to predict what macho men will do when something like this occurs. I believe it will be far more effective if you approach it calmly. I've never considered myself macho. Well, what are your plans? How can I help you?" I leaned back in my chair, taking a deep breath. "I believe we'll need more time over the next 2 weeks. Evelyn Walker and I became good friends over the last few months. Evelyn had systematically set her husband up. The IRS was extremely interested in his taxes. Evelyn had carefully separated her personal and business taxes from his. The state prosecutor was looking into how he diverted state funds meant for road construction and transportation to other unspecified projects. The city was looking into his use of municipal funds to pay for motel and restaurant expenses. What made this particularly interesting was her ability to persuade them all to cooperate in their investigations, so they all came together around the same time. However, none of these efforts improved my situation in any way. Nonetheless, she struck an intriguing deal to sell her real estate business. I might be able to accomplish something similar. My main issue was with my home family. I no longer had close relationships with my wife or children. I didn't want to leave the business, but it was necessary. Evelyn had a solution. About a month later, I announced that we were moving to a new home. Rebecca's ears perked up, but all I could hear from the kids were groans. They liked our house. Emily became interested when I mentioned the pool, and Daniel thought the 3-car garage would be cool. The trip to see the new home went well. It was twice the size of our current one and more than twice as expensive. Each child had their own bathroom. Alishan commented that we didn't have enough furniture to properly furnish the new place, but she seemed relieved when I told her she could buy everything new. She enjoyed the professional kitchen. To top it off, I informed them that we would all have new cars. For the first time in many years. I was an excellent father and husband. Evelyn did an excellent job finding me a new home. It took her only 2 days to complete all of the paperwork. When I told Rebecca that Walker Real Estate was handling the transaction for us, she got a little upset. Seth did not seem to accept it. Evelyn had already found a cash buyer for our old house. I found it interesting that my wife and her lover's wife were signing the documents at the same table. There were no phony niceties. We simply sat down and got to work on the paperwork. The first document to sign was for the sale of the old house. Rebecca and I signed everything Evelyn presented, and we then had it notarized. We earned $45,000 from the sale and transferred it to an electronic account. Rebecca felt fine and didn't pay much attention. She has just signed the new house. Documents came next. Rebecca smiled as Evelyn mentioned the price $90,000. She smiled again when I explained that I was putting the new house in her name for tax purposes. She thought it was an excellent idea. However, she failed to notice that it was not a purchase contract but rather an option to purchase. If she'd read the fine print, she would have realized that the option was for 120 days. If the purchase was not completed by then, the price would revert to $1 million and the $4,000 option fee would be forfeited. I didn't want to lose money, but in the end it was worthwhile. After everything was signed and notarized, Evelyn gave her the keys to her new home and congratulated her. It appeared genuine and I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Rebecca was fuming the entire way home. She had not expected me to actually register the house in her name. She also wasn't expecting to get a $1,000 gift card from our local upscale furniture store. It is sometimes necessary to spend money in order to earn money. The following day was car day. Daniel chose a Mustang. As I expected. Emily surprised everyone by choosing a lime green Kia Soul. Rebecca selected a white Lexus. I explained to both children the importance of establishing a credit line. They appeared to understand, making it easier to register both cars in their names and, of course, fully fund them. They didn't realize that someone would have to pay for the cars. I did the same for Rebecca's new Lexus. I insured all of the new cars for 90 days. The total out-of-pocket expenses for all 3 vehicles were just under $600. The majority of that went towards tags and titles, another worthwhile investment on my part. A week later we moved into our new home. The more Evelyn and I worked together, the closer we got. We met every day. Sometimes I helped her with a project and sometimes she helped me. It appeared that we were becoming very comfortable with each other. Eric was in charge of our welding business, while Evelyn had enough staff to run the real estate office. All of our efforts were aimed at ending our marriages. Evelyn intended to wait until Kyle was charged by one of the groups investigating him. She wasn't sure who would get to him first. She appeared to believe it didn't matter. My situation was slightly different. At some point I decided that I did not want a divorce. I had too much to lose, but I knew I needed to take action. I just wanted it to be over as soon as possible. Evelyn came to the rescue yet again. John, have you ever traveled to Aruba only as a port of call during a cruise? But I have never stayed there. Did you like it? I didn't spend enough time there to make a decision. Why are you asking? I have the opportunity to purchase a condominium in West Iran. You stopped for $1 million. Would you be interested in something like this? That could be a little tricky for me. I probably don't need anything so complicated. I assumed we could split the cost. I'm confident you could handle it. I am sure I could, but you are strong enough to handle it on your own. Why did you even consider including me in something like this? Consider this a partnership, in other words an investment. I consider myself a savvy businesswoman. I enjoy using other people's money. Besides, I enjoy your company. It piqued my interest. $500,000 will buy me in. I'll prepare the paperwork. You realize there will be paperwork, right? Absolutely. I was surprised that I agreed to live with a woman I had never had sex with. Now I was even more excited about the entire project. Eric and M&A were well aware of my issues with Rebecca and the children. They were willing to help in any way they could, without being intrusive. Eric, I have decided to sell my half of the business to you and M&A. That is very nice, John, but we cannot afford to buy out your share. I would love to, but as you know, it is impossible. Eric, how does 1,000 sound to explain? You don't need my assistance running the business. We're both aware that it's almost running itself at this point. I'm leaving soon and everything will fall on your shoulders. You will be the sole owner making all decisions. All you have to do is call me occasionally for advice. I see, said the blind man, and I assume there will be a consultation associated with this phone call. Eric replied, smiling. Consider it a lifetime annuity. Don't stress too much about it. Just make things easier on yourself. The company lawyer completed all of the necessary paperwork. Eric and M&A were concerned that I was overreacting, but I reassured them that everything was under control. It's great to have a friend you can trust. It appears amusing, but I never bothered to investigate Rebecca's affair with Kyle. I never felt compelled to obtain compromising photographs, emails, or phone messages. I would not have needed them. I hadn't planned on getting divorced. I planned to do what 21 of deadbeat dads do: just leave. 2 weeks later, Richard Walker was arrested. I don't even know who received the awards. He wasn't a big-time criminal or embezzler. He was just a petty civil servant who took advantage of others and messed with my wife. Evelyn and I had already parted ways before all the dirt was revealed. She sold her company 32 rental properties and 3 apartment buildings. She was embarking on a new life. I was her designated male toy. That is how she referred to me, and I did not find it offensive. We were able to solidify our relationship after arriving in Aruba, but we never went through the courtship stage. Everything seemed pre-arranged. I did not miss my children. Does this make me a bad father? Given the circumstances, I do not think so. I did not miss my wife. Does this make me a bad husband? I do not think so. Evelyn became an avid golfer. She tried to pique my interest, but there was no spark. She maintained a consistent group of women. She played 3 days per week. We met with him and about a dozen other former players several times per week to socialize. I quickly adapted to this situation. It was a new carefree lifestyle that was thoroughly enjoyable. I decided to take up painting to pass the time. I'd always wanted to do it. Every morning I'd head down to the docks and set up my easel. I wasn't particularly good at it. I would return to the apartment later, and the first thing I would do was scrape all of the paint off the canvas to start over the following day. 3 months had passed, but I still had nothing to show for it. Evelyn found it rather amusing. I avoided making contact with anyone, but I felt compelled to call Eric John. It is about time. I was beginning to lose faith in you. Have you settled in? I've settled in and feel better than ever. It was the best decision I've ever made. For the next 10 minutes, Eric and I discussed my new life in Aruba. I had no trouble convincing Eric to bring M&A here for a week or so. Everything was going well. Eric apologized for not sending consultation checks, but I'd forgotten to provide him with an address and bank account number. I didn't need the money anyway. Eric, I'm sorry to bring this up, but could you tell me about my wife and family situation? I don't know everything, but I will tell you what I know. It appears that things are not going well without you. First, Daniel was arrested. They discovered him with 3 kilograms of fennel in his car trunk. The car of course was seized, and because he was over 18 he was imprisoned. Rebecca couldn't help him out. That's all I know about it. That's unfortunate to hear. I know I am his father, but I honestly do not care what happens to him. I tried but failed. Emily's situation is not much better. Shortly after moving into her new home, she doubled her website traffic. According to what I've heard, she gained a lot of followers. Then one day she told her mother she was going to California to meet a producer guy. 2 weeks later they discovered her Kia abandoned in Memphis. Rebecca has not heard anything about her, since I assume you got most of this information from Rebecca. Yes, she regularly visits the office hoping to catch you. I can tell she doesn't believe me when I say you've left. She was furious last week when she received notice that she had to finalize the option on the house or vacate by the end of the month. Very clever, Eva, John. She was completely bewildered. Right now, I'm not sure what her intentions are. I believe some utilities have been cut off. She couldn't afford to pay her electric bill. Have you helped her? Don't be mad, John. I gave her $1,000 and instructed her to use it as a deposit on an apartment. I am confident she will spend it on something else, will you not? I felt bad for her. I chuckled a little. Okay, Eric, I understand. Simply deduct it from my next payment. By the way, can't her lover help her right now? Eric laughed. He's in worse condition than she is. All I know is what we see on television. There's nothing known about him right now, but juicy details emerge from time to time. I believe he is going away for a while. Oh, before I forget. Rebecca's car was repossessed because all of her credit cards were invalid. She cannot even take a taxi. I'm not sure how she gets around. We talked a bit more about business. Preliminary plans were made for an upcoming vacation to Aruba. It was a good conversation. I enrolled in an online painting course with a guy from the UK. 2 months later, one of the guys at the dock asked me to paint his sailboat. I'm not worried about cutting off my ear. Life goes on. Here is the next story. Before Jenna's behavior deteriorated, our marriage was much better. We met in college, fell in love and got married shortly after graduation. Those early years were filled with hope and dreams of starting a happy family and pursuing successful careers. However, life's pressures eventually weigh us down. Jenna's low-paying job at the university bookstore, combined with the stress of my used car dealership, took its toll. Despite the difficulties, we attempted to keep the spark alive and cherish the positive moments. Over time, the flaws in our relationship became more visible. Jenna's mood swings and irritability impacted our family life. Our daughter Carrie noticed the tension and retreated into her own world. I tried to strike a balance between work and home, but it felt like I was losing control. Jenna, once affectionate and supportive, has become a constant source of criticism and dissatisfaction. This environment contributed to our downfall. I am leaving. I said firmly, go and never return. My wife responded coldly. Normally I would have hurled an insult as I left, but today I held back. Our 14-year marriage had many fights, but I always came back. This time was different. A few days later Jenna realized I was serious. Jenna's language had become more hostile over the last 7 months. At first I didn't notice. Her biting remarks were harsh. To avoid potential conflicts, I began avoiding her. I'd stay by the car longer or return home after Jenna and our 13-year-old daughter had finished dinner. I used to fend for myself with leftovers occasionally available, but lately they ended up in the trash before I got home. My full name is David Kurt Kaminsky, but I prefer not to be confused with my father, who is also named David. My family called me Kurt. I am not a junior, because my father's full name is David John Kaminsky. He didn't name me Junior or DJ, but Kurt because DK did not fit. I'm of Polish descent and I've heard countless jokes about it. In our small town of 1,000. I'm the only person I know with Polish ancestry and I've been the target of many jokes. Returning to the main issue, I recently discovered that my soon-to-be ex-wife was not who I assumed she was. About 4 weeks ago I learned the truth. Jenna's increasingly abusive behavior had led me to spend more time away from her. After several nights without dinner at home, I decided to eat at a local restaurant on Monday night. As I sat in the booth, I overheard something that piqued my interest. I heard someone mention Paul, and then one man said, "So you've been having fun with Paul's wife for quite some time now, even before they were married." I entertained her on their wedding day, and he had no idea. I didn't recognize the first voice, but the second was George Curry, my best friend. I was stunned. George proceeded. "Yes, we get together to have sex at least twice per month. Kurt is so busy in the parking lot that he has no idea." When the waitress approached to take my order, I quietly said, "Excuse me, I have to go," and left without them noticing. I could not believe it. My wife, along with my best friend, George, served as both my best man and mechanic. He is an independent contractor who exclusively works for my used car dealership. Despite the jokes about being a used car salesman, my company is successful because customers trust me. George has always been a skilled mechanic, but he joked that he would not respect himself if he worked for a Pole. Despite this, he only worked for me, which would be his undoing. I drove around wondering if what I heard was true. Instead of hiring a private investigator, I decided to check Jenna's phone and email when she fell asleep that night. I saw nothing suspicious in her email. Her phone password, which included our daughter's birth date, revealed a few ambiguous messages, but none from George. His contact information was available, which was not surprising, given that he was my best friend. Still, Jenna's recent behavior raised my suspicions. I tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, staring at the clock until after 2:43 a.m. The next day, George arrived at the dealership and told a joke in Polish. As he usually did, I usually chuckle and move on, but this time I snapped George. "Do you know anything about Poland? I bet you couldn't even pinpoint it on a map. You joke that all Poles are dumb, but I'm sure they could point out the United States and our state. Let us get to work." George appeared stunned, realizing he couldn't point to Poland on a map. He was never book smart, but rather good-looking and street smart, especially when it came to motors in high school. I helped him graduate by completing his homework. Now I was reconsidering my options, as well as my friends and wife. I went to my office, closed the door, and thought about how I could get proof of what was going on. Confronting them would not work. They deny this. I called a private investigator in Santa Fe, explained my concerns, and he gave me a few options. You could install a tracker on your wife's phone to determine its location or install cameras throughout the house. However, unless they are extremely good and expensive cameras, they will most likely be found. Even good cameras may be noticed if your wife is vigilant. I recommend tracking her phone and hoping to find them in a motel or something. I thanked him for his advice and offered to send a check. You do not owe me anything. All of this information is available online. I appreciate your assistance and will send a check. If you are ever in Silver City, stop by the Kaminsky dealership. I don't usually go to that part of the state, but if I do, I'll look you up. He said making people feel valued was one of the keys to my success in car sales. People need to feel important and that what they do is meaningful. I checked the tracking software and decided I could handle it. Then I saw the camera and realized he was correct. He saved me money, time and the embarrassment of purchasing visible cameras. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I downloaded a tracking app for her phone and synced it with mine. It ran in the background without her knowledge. I slept better that night. The next day at work I checked the app on occasion. She worked part-time at the university bookstore for 15-20 hours per week. She referred to the money she earned as mad money and spent it on whatever she wanted. Usually when I checked the salon, she was at the grocery store or at home. George was in and out for most of the day, but when Jenna got home, he was at work, so at least for that day, nothing happened. That evening I resolved to be nicer to my wife and daughter. I asked if they wanted to go out to eat, and my wife appeared to respond more positively. Carrie, a 13-year-old daughter, was reluctant, but eventually joined us. Dinner was pleasant. I mentioned George and Jenna quickly changed the subject, which raised my suspicions. I needed to know if George was correct. I did not check her phone that night. I couldn't see her calls or messages, so she either deleted them or didn't text at all. As I got into bed, I said thank you for agreeing to dinner tonight. Thank you, Kurt. It was a pleasant surprise. She replied. Perhaps you'll be lucky today. It has been a while, we had not been getting along lately. Jenna completed her nightly routine and snuggled up against me. I had mixed emotions about having sex with her. If she was cheating, did I want that? I decided to let her take the initiative. We eventually had sex, but it was extremely bland at the very least. I enjoyed the rest of the week checking her phone's location and discovering nothing unusual. Saturday night after she had fallen asleep, I checked her phone for messaging me or calls, but found none. I almost believed George was lying to impress someone with his sexual exploits. This wasn't the first time he'd done it. I had known him since high school. I went back to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep at 2 in the morning. I was still awake and staring at the ceiling. I got up and went downstairs for a drink, hoping that it would help me sleep, holding a glass of Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola in one hand and her phone in the other. I decided to check her phone again. I entered the password and our daughter's birth date, and it took me to the home page. I suddenly remembered how difficult Ka's pregnancy had been. My wife's body appeared to resist the baby. She had been on bed rest for the last 3 weeks to carry her to term. Carrie was born exactly 9 months after our wedding day. We were extremely happy, but she was a difficult baby, crying all the time and refusing to be breastfed. My wife informed me during Ka's second year that we would not have another child, which saddened me, but I understood because Carrie was exhausting. Wedding night babies are those who are conceived on their wedding night babies. If George was correct, Jenna could have been pregnant before our wedding night. Jenna was on the pill, but we didn't wait until marriage before having sex. The doctor stated that wedding stress may have rendered the pill ineffective. If it didn't work, it was ineffective before now. I had to be aware that there was a 50 chance. I was not the father. The phrase early bird gets the worm came to mind, but in George's case it appeared literal. I went to the bathroom, got caught in swabs and went into Ka's room. She was now a sleeper, but it had taken years for her to establish a regular sleep schedule. She snored with her mouth open, making it simple to swab the inside of her cheek without disturbing her. I placed the swab in a plastic bag and repeated the process on myself. Even if Carrie was my biological daughter, I questioned Jenna's fidelity. If she wasn't there, everything would change. Sunday was chore day and we each had our own tasks. I spent time socializing with Jenna and Carrie to avoid drawing attention to my feelings. I wanted to know the truth, but I had my doubts. Jenna inquired, "Is something bothering you, Kurt?" I quickly replied that I plan to buy a large number of cars at the next auction, so money will be tight until I make some sales. Don't overwork us. She said she always referred to the business as ours, but I had incorporated it to reduce liability. We live in a litigious society, so I wanted to protect my personal life. I considered paying off my credit cards and canceling all but one in order to improve our credit and protect my finances. If things went wrong, whatever you think is best, she said casually. This idea came to me at the worst possible time, but if my suspicions were correct, it could help to mitigate the consequences. On Monday morning, I took my samples to Western New Mexico University and spoke with the head of the science department. They agreed to help and I offered a 10% discount on car purchases to anyone who used the samples. He appreciated the offer and mentioned that he was considering trading in his Camry for a newer vehicle. I might stop by to see your selection. If you don't see anything you like, let me know and I'll help you find something. I said. Thank you, I will. He replied. I drove away from the university with a worried smile. The consequences could end my marriage. When I mentioned buying a new car to Jenna, I hid my concern. I decided it wasn't such a bad idea and invited Paul, my accountant and loan officer, into my office. Weck. Make it work, he said. Paul the first also want to pay off my mortgage. Can we arrange for a lump sum payment? He replied, I'll review the financials and get back to you. This afternoon, as Paul left my office, I considered calling my lawyer for a referral to a family attorney, but I decided to wait for the DNA results first because there was no evidence of an affair yet. In the afternoon, Paul showed me the spreadsheet and we talked about the next steps for both my plans. The next 2 days felt like the longest I'd ever waited for DNA test results. Late Wednesday night the department called and came over with the results and to inspect a vehicle. When he arrived, I directed him to my office. His expression told me the outcome before he spoke. He confirmed that the two samples were unrelated, which I expected. The news still shocked me. He handed me an envelope containing the results. So what kind of car were you thinking about? I asked. He replied, I just turned 50 and I want a sports car like a Mazda Miata. I don't have one, but I'll be at the auction tomorrow and we'll look for one in good condition. I will call you this afternoon. I reassured him as he departed. I informed Anna, my secretary and office manager, that I would be leaving early but would be available by phone. She really needed me, so I was confident she could handle things. I drove around town looking at everything differently. I called my lawyer, who directed me to a family lawyer. I made a reservation for the next evening at a restaurant. I questioned whether I had wasted the previous 15 years. I still considered Carrie to be my child, but she was not. Biologically. I knew I couldn't ignore what I'd learned. George, my best friend, and Gina would each pay. I wondered if Jenna realized Carl wasn't mine. She had kept the details of her wedding day affair with George from me. Now I believe she saw him at least twice a month. Anger had built up and I needed to be alone. I called Gina and told her I wouldn't be home that night. Hello, Kurt. She answered, hey, I'm staying in Albuquerque tonight to prepare for the auction at 8:00. Lee, I said this without emotion. Okay, have a safe trip. She replied, I rarely go to Albuquerque for auctions, so this was unusual. I was wondering if Gina would take advantage of my absence. She'd have to explain Car's absence to my parents, which would be difficult throughout the evening. I'd check her phone tracker to see if she had gone anywhere else. I drove to Albuquerque with the intention of purchasing at least 20 cars, including a Mazda Miata, and arranging for transportation back to my lot. I needed to find someone reliable for mechanical inspections because George wouldn't be getting any more work from me. He'd see dollar signs if you were aware of the car purchases. I'd planned to keep them a secret until the last minute. I spoke with local dealers at the auction to find a reliable inspector. I arrived in Albuquerque at around 9:00 a.m. I got a room at the Best Western Hotel. Even though I owned the company, I couldn't justify the cost of a luxurious hotel. The room and bed were comfortable and met my basic needs. I checked Jenny's cell phone and found it still at home that night. I couldn't sleep because my mind was replaying everything. Why had she done this? How could she justify having sex with him on our wedding day than twice a month? For years, I began to reconsider our marriage, recognizing that it had never been perfect. I deluded myself into believing we only loved each other. The first few years after our marriage were difficult. We did not expect a child right away and intend to wait 3 or 4 years before starting a family. We had agreed to have 3 children, but Ka's difficult pregnancy changed everything when I discovered that my best friend was responsible. All of our struggles seemed pointless. 14 years of effort were wasted, despite the good times. This news overshadowed everything, leaving me wondering if Jenny's affair with George had continued throughout our marriage. If she hadn't been with him, her pregnancy might not have been as difficult and she might have desired more children. George ruined my life by sleeping with my wife on our wedding day, and he still sees her twice a month, probably laughing at my ignorance. He'd have to pay to relax. I watched a comedy show on television and by 11:00 p.m. I was ready to sleep. The auction went well. I found some great cars at reasonable prices and met dealers from around Albuquerque. I didn't see any Miatas at the auction, so I requested that other dealers add one red and one black. They agreed to make a deal once I had determined which color my customer preferred. Sure, they said, just tell us what cars you have on the lot and we'll work it out. I realized I needed to attend auctions more frequently. Networking with other professionals in my field motivated me to grow my business and took my mind off of my problems. After lunch I met with my attorney and the news was bad. I would lose half of everything and be required to pay child support and alimony, even though the child was not mine. That's when I decided against divorcing. Instead, I'd leave her with George's baby, pay the mortgage and keep the house in my name, preventing her from selling it by continuing to pay taxes and utilities. She would be unable to take the house. I also had to protect my business. It was a corporation, but I knew I needed to speak with my business lawyer to protect it. When I arrived home exhausted, I told Gina that I was tired. I'm going to take a shower and then go to bed. Do you want some dinner? She asked. No, I ate a late lunch. I responded. At least she thought to ask. The shower was rejuvenating, removing my stress. I felt like I was on the verge of solving my problems, so I fell asleep quickly after a week of stress. Having a plan. Let my mind relax. I awoke early feeling refreshed and arrived at work before Gina and Carrie. I had tasks and plans to complete. As employees arrived, I became immersed in spreadsheets, financial reports and sales projections. I informed Paul about our plans to purchase 23 cars and our upcoming deal with an Albuquerque dealer. I told Anna not to assign Jorge any additional work and to keep it confidential. She looked puzzled but said, "You're the boss." Thank you, Anna. You are irreplaceable. At 9:00 I contacted my business attorney for advice. Your company is incorporated, but she may still force you to sell it for half its worth. Have you considered selling it before? He asked. No, is it necessary? It would keep the business out of her hands. He said, this business is my life. I replied, I can't get rid of it. Okay, I will think about it and conduct some research. I'll call you at the end of this week. The news was devastating. I had poured my heart and soul into growing my business. That was my baby. Unlike Carrie, I thought anger had risen again. However, as a good businessman, I needed to compartmentalize and focus. I called Doug, the department head, and he confirmed George's claims. Doug, I've got leads on 2 murders, 1 red and 1 black. Interested if the price is reasonable, he responded. Which color do you prefer? I can bring to you to inspect and discuss pricing. Even if we disagree, I can easily sell it. Which would you recommend? He asked. Red is eye-catching, but fades quickly. Black appears elegant, but it heats up in our climate. Will you store it when it's not in use? Yes, I can, he said. Then go with red. It will not be in the sunlight much red. That sounds great. When can I see? It is Monday or Tuesday. Okay, sure, Call me when you are ready. I made arrangements with the dealer to exchange the red Miata for a BMW. I have been sitting on my lot for 3 months. George arrived shortly after with several cars in need of repair as an independent contractor. He could come and go as he pleased as long as the work was completed on time. He overheard salesmen talking about the 23 cars that were coming in and asked when the auction cars would arrive. I need to schedule them. They'll be delivered late this week or early next. I said, trying to remain calm around the trader. Okay, I'll contact Anna and get on the schedule. He said. I smiled as he walked away. That weekend I kept my distance from Gina while doing yard work and errands. I did not bother checking her phone tracker. I had nothing but contempt for her. Knowing I was raising someone else's child was unforgivable. On Monday, I went to the car dealership again. I made a call to the Albuquerque dealer to arrange for the Miata's pickup. He said, great, we'll have a late lunch when you arrive. It was a nice day for a trip, so I informed Anna that I would be gone all day. Hold down the fort. I instructed her wek du boss. She responded she truly was irreplaceable. I thought I need to give her a raise. The ride and lunch were enjoyable and the host made me feel welcome. Driving the Miata back with the top down was thrilling. I chose to order a black one for myself. I needed to live a little when I arrived home in my red sports car. Gina and Carrie came out to watch it. Honey, why do you need this car? We need something with a back seat for Carrie. She stated condescendingly, I picked it up in Albuquerque for a client. I thought you might like to take it for a ride. G scoffed when I replied, no, honey, I don't like small cars. Carrie, do you want to ride? I asked. No, Dad, I've already been teased about my last name. I don't want to be seen with a Polish used car salesman. She exclaimed, stunning me. Where did this disrespect stem from? Gina acted as if Carrie had done nothing wrong. Both women in my household now treat me disrespectfully. Teenagers are not expected to be best friends with their parents, but her hurtful words made me feel as if my family life was a sham. So I'm going for another ride. I'll return later, I said, driving away angrily. My marriage was deteriorating. When I got home at 9:30, I went right to bed. Gina came upstairs and, with hallway light in her eyes, asked, are your feelings hurt because we weren't enthusiastic about the sports car? Are you not going to spend time with your family? You are not only Polish, you are also a child. George must have been responsible for her attitude. She spent time with him, and his disdain for my heritage was passed down to her, and Carrie was not my daughter. I needed to accept it. I may have to support her, but she is not mine. It sounds like you two would prefer not to have a pook around, so back off, I snapped. I was furious and her demeanor only fueled my rage. She would regret treating me in this manner. Needless to say, the Kaminsky home has remained quiet and cold ever since the next day. I called Doug and he came over to look at the Miata. He was ecstatic. We discussed the numbers and he was surprised to receive a great price, $3,000 less than Kelly Blue Book, as he was about to leave having completed the paperwork. He stated, my best friend is in charge of purchasing for the university and we change 16 cars every 2 years. I know it's not much, but could you talk to him? I'm always eager to do business and you know I'll strike a deal with them. I said I'd have Jim call you later in the week. Thank you, I responded. That's how I grew my business, by treating people well and valuing their recommendations. On Wednesday I received a call from my lawyer. Hello Kurt. I believe I have a solution for your potential problem. Would you mind stopping by this afternoon to talk about it? Of course, I cannot wait to get started. The atmosphere around my house is becoming unbearable. At the meeting that day, I listened to the plan and enjoyed it. Will take approximately 2 weeks to implement, but if it works, it will be worthwhile. During those 2 weeks, I quietly moved my personal belongings and tools from the house to an apartment in a neighboring town. During those 2 weeks, George was also eagerly awaiting the arrival of those 24 cars so that he could do some work and bill me as requested. I just put it off. This past weekend I did yard work and cleaned out the closet and dressers while Jenna and Carrie were away. Jenna did laundry during the week so that she could do whatever she wanted on weekends. It worked because she didn't notice my closet was emptying. So I went back to Monday night and told Jenna I was leaving. She was rude to me again and disrespectful to the pole and the used car salesman. I reinforced this by calling her a vulva. She despised that word. Then she exploded, and that is when I informed her that I was leaving. I used to stay at a motel for a night or two, depending on how irritated I was. On Tuesday morning following the explosion, I arrived early in the parking lot and directed my employees to the conference room. I closed the door behind them. I had weekly meetings, so this wasn't unusual. I began the meeting. Good morning. As you all know, the cars I purchased a few weeks ago arrived yesterday afternoon. They've all been inspected and prepared, so they are ready to sell right now. We no longer use George for any work. If he asks, simply tell him. We've decided to go in a different direction and leave it at that. You've all been amazing. You're like family to me, so I find it difficult to accept what comes next. I paused, wiping a tear from my eye. I sold the business. They all looked at me surprised. However, your job will remain unchanged. Well, except for Anna, you'll take over some of my responsibilities. Of course, you will receive a corresponding raise in salary. Everyone, despite their surprise, began to congratulate Anna. Everyone respected her and knew she deserved it. Anna, please meet with me after the meeting. We will go over some points. I'll still be involved, but only in a consulting capacity, and I'll probably sell on occasion. I do not want to take away any of your sales. They were all relieved that I would still be around, at least occasionally. The meeting had ended, and as we walked out, George was standing there. Why wasn't I included in the meeting? He asked. He had been present at the majority of the previous meetings. Because this is a staff meeting and you are not a staff member. He paused for a moment before saying, I see, the cars have finally arrived. I will begin repairing them right away. No, they have already been thoroughly inspected and ready for sale. Nothing should be done to them. I declared sternly. He looked at me stunned. But I inspect all of your vehicles, Kurt. What's happening, George? I sold the company and the new owner wants to go in a different direction. I explained, not wanting to escalate the situation. I realized that sometimes it was better to say fewer words. I can't believe. You sold your business. He exclaimed. What should I do now? It was clear he was only thinking of himself. He was effectively out of work. So as I mentioned, you can pick up your check for the last 2 weeks' work. It was not much. Anna had only utilized his services a few times. He'd relaxed before delivering 23 cars, assuming he'd be busy once they arrived. How mistaken he was. I did not feel sorry for him. I only wanted to tell him it was because he was a traitorous idiot meeting Anna. I asked her to keep our conversation private. Of course, Kurt, you know I would never say anything against your wishes. She reassured me. Okay, here is the deal. I've formed companies in Nevada. This parking lot is bought by one company. The other purchases another company. I am the sole stockholder in both. At some point I will divorce Gina and ensure she does not inherit this business. Why? She asked. I moved out of my home. Gina doesn't know it yet, but I'm not returning. She is having an affair with George. Carrie isn't actually my daughter. I believe she belonged to George. I'm not sure Gina knows, let alone George. They will find out soon enough. I will not seek a divorce, but I will continue to pay the bills and taxes on our home. That way she can't claim. I abandoned her and took everything I own if she filed for divorce. Due to irreconcilable differences, I do not want her to be able to take over the business. That is why I have arranged for the company to be acquired twice. Let them figure out what's going on. The proceeds from the sale will be depleted by the time she gets around to finalizing the divorce. Besides, I'll make almost nothing from consulting and a few sales commissions. Anna, you are very capable of handling day-to-day affairs. I will be available to answer any questions you may have, but let me just say that I trust you and your judgment. When I told her about the new owner, she smiled again, but when she heard about Jenna and George, she appeared to be ready to shoot someone. She was a woman whom I greatly admired and respected. I continued. I have one more task for you before I leave you. I need you to order new signage and letterhead. We are changing the name of our business. This will reinforce George and Jenna's belief that the business was sold to someone else. The new name will be Graceless Auto. I spellheld the name to ensure she got it correctly. She looked at me bewildered. Someday I will tell you why I chose that name. Suffice it to say, it tells the entire story. I explained that she still looked perplexed, but trusted me enough to follow my instructions with those words. I left saying a few goodbyes to everyone. I got in my Audi and drove toward Albuquerque. After about 2 hours my phone rang. Jenna's name appeared on the caller ID. I did not expect her to call until this evening. This had occurred several times before I'd get away for a day or two. She'd call, we'd talk, and I'd get back. Things would shift for a while. Then we'd go back to our regular routine. After a while, we'd fight again and the cycle would continue. I chose to respond, expecting her usual nonsense. Hi, I spoke through the speakerphone. Kurt, what is going on? She inquired uncertainly. Nothing. I replied, just going to Albuquerque. Why are you going there? She asked for the car. I responded flatly, indicating that what I had heard was not true. She asked. So George called her figures. Call your mistress and find out what's going on with her husband. I don't know. I replied. What have you heard? George called and informed me that you had sold the business. Why is he calling you? I asked, taking her off guard. She corrected herself. He is your best friend. He wondered if I knew what was going on. Best friend. What a joke. I was a joke for him, a stupid Pole, helpless and oblivious to what was going on behind his back with his trashy wife. I suppose my family was embarrassed that I was a used car salesman. So yes, I sold my business. You don't have to carry that stigma anymore, shouldn't? We have discussed this first. She asked, probably worried about how we'd manage. This is my company. I had it before we married and I can sell it whenever I want. I just hope that the new owner treats my former employees well. So did you get a reasonable price for it? She asked, concerned about her standard of living. It did not bother me. I knew I needed a change. I'll start looking for a new job after taking a few weeks off. I promised. How about the mortgage? She asked. Oh, use the proceeds to pay off the house. You don't have to worry about it. All we need to do now is pay our utilities and taxes. I responded. What about food, gasoline, insurance? She inquired, nearly hysterical. Oh, I suppose I am a stupid Pole. I didn't even think about them. Do you think you could work longer hours at your job? I said it with sarcasm in my voice. She was getting agitated. When are you coming home? She asked. It was the moment of truth. I am not. I spoke without hesitation. I told you last night that I was leaving. You told me not to return. So I'm not returning. Do not worry, I'll find a way to pay for all of the utilities so that the lights don't turn off. You can't do it, Kurt, you need to come back. She cried out, desperation in her voice. No, I honestly don't. I replied calmly. Kurt, do not do this. She pleaded. I already have. I replied firmly. How about your daughter? She asked, attempting to pull at my heartstrings. Do you mean Carrie, the girl who was embarrassed by her last name and the fact that her father sold used cars? I told Kurt that she's just acting like a 13-year-old girl. You cannot take it personally. She reasoned, so it doesn't matter anymore. I am not coming back, so none of you will feel embarrassed by me. I ended the conversation with those words. I hung up and turned off the telephone. Let her think about it. I knew she was trying to call me back and would be annoyed that I didn't answer. I relaxed after the call and tried to enjoy the leisurely drive to Albuquerque. I assumed her next call would be to her lover, asking for more information and telling him what I had said. When I arrived at my destination, I turned my phone back on and saw 5 messages. I listened to them all, 3 from Jenna, 1 from George and 1 from Anna. I called Anna right away. Hello, Anna, sorry, I turned off my phone. I've been receiving some unwanted calls. I said yes, I know your wife and George called me to ask where you were. I informed them that you no longer own the place, so you won't be stopping by anymore. I hope everything is fine. Anna responded perfect. I told them that if they gave you a lot of trouble, they should call the police about phone harassment. I like it. She said, Kurt, you may feel as if you no longer have family or friends, but believe me, you do. We are and will always be your family. Thank you, Anna. You knew what to say. I hope your husband understands how fortunate he is. I said, believe me. He knows. She replied. He tells me all the time, never lose that, never take each other for granted. I suggested I'm not going to. She replied. I hung up, unsure whether to call my cheating wife or the backstabbing idiot. No, I would let them handle it. I got out of the Audi and entered the dealership's office. The owner was waiting for me. I have the Audi that I told you about. Would you like to see if we can do a trade-in? I asked. Let us see. He said he was impressed with the car's condition, both inside and out as well as underneath the hood. He looked at me and said I could sell it in a week. Are you certain you want to do a trade-in? I believe I will get a better deal in the future. You can reciprocate. I am not here to make money. I replied, I am here to get a sports car. Half an hour later I was back on the road, top down and enjoying the ride. Now I needed to decide where to go. North sounded good, so I headed to Santa Fe. I spent the next 2 weeks traveling through northern New Mexico, Arizona, southern Utah and Colorado. I wanted to be near Anna in case she needed me. I called her several times, and when I realized she had everything under control, I decided to head west. Sure enough, I kept receiving calls. They were initially annoyed, then apologetic and finally downright kawaii. I listened but did not care. When I got the call that my credit card had been cancelled, I laughed until George called and told me I was a terrible person for abandoning Jenna and Carrie so easily. I laughed even harder. My lawyer called me. Jenna had threatened to file a child abandonment petition unless I contacted her. I called him back. Hey, it's Kurt, so you've been receiving threatening calls from my wife? I said yes, but I wouldn't worry about it. If you're still paying for the house, she will have a difficult time proving it. He responded, I can do something better for you. I said I have a tape of me telling her I'm leaving and she asked me not to return. That is awesome. Send me a copy, he requested. If she causes me any trouble, I'll forward it to her lawyer. Allow her lawyer to put pressure on her. Thank you. I'll call you in a week to see how things are going. I promised. I've traveled throughout the Southwest. The Miata wasn't the most comfortable vehicle, but it was enjoyable. Many people looked at me, including bored, aroused middle-aged women, but I wasn't aiming for that. After all, I was still married. I traveled to Reno, Lake Tahoe, the coast, Napa Valley and Highway 1, which looped along the coastline. I stopped in Yos, San Diego, Death Valley, Vegas and finally Phoenix. I took my time. I stopped at parking lots, spoke with the owners and discussed various topics. Some were envious that a man in his early 30s could simply take off and travel. After traveling for approximately 3 months and 8,000 miles, I've decided to return to Silver City. I visited Rodney Auto and was greeted by my entire team. There were some new faces. They all welcomed me back. I walked into Anna's office, which used to be mine. She looked up when she noticed me. Her smile broadened. She got up, walked around her desk and gave me a big hug. We talked for a while and then I asked if I could invite everyone to Wrangler's for food and drinks. Could you please close the store at 5:00? It was 3:00 at the time and I had some errands to run. Of course I'll push for it. The whole team will be present. I said goodbye and said I'd see them in 2 hours. They were in a great mood. I went to see my attorney, who had informed me earlier that Jenna had attempted to disinherit me in order to gain control of all of my assets, but he was able to foil her plans. We discussed what to do next. At 5:00, I met the team at Wrangler Restaurant. We had a wonderful dinner and enjoyed talking with everyone. After about an hour and a half, they began their journey home. Finally, there was just me and Anna. She looked at me and said, "Kurt, you may believe you are helpless and vulnerable, but you are mistaken. You simply trust. Did those you loved?" I looked at her. "So you figured it out?" "Yes, it took me a while, but you said the new name tells the entire story." It kept me thinking until I finally figured it out. You can be Polish, but the jokes do not reflect the real you. They are an insult to you and your heritage. Thank you, Anna. You are the main reason I came back. I needed to see how you were doing with my responsibilities. I'm pleased to say that you didn't simply fill my shoes. You created your own pair. I had a wonderful mentor," she said gratefully. We hugged and she returned home to her husband. He truly was a lucky man. I returned to the apartment. I hadn't been in for 3 months. It was musty and required a thorough airing. I opened the windows and let the cool evening air enter the rooms. I grabbed a beer and sat on the deck overlooking the pool. Several people were swimming and a family was playing. Jenna and I had so many hopes and dreams when we married. Now everything was gone. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was approximately 8:30. I felt it was time for a showdown. I got up, got into my Miata and drove to my house. Technically it was still mine. I purchased it before Jenna and I got married and the deed only had my name on it. I pulled into the driveway. I was disappointed that the yard was not well kept. In fact, it appeared that the landscaping had not been touched. The lights were on, so I assumed Jenna was home. I approached the door and knocked. A minute later, Carrie opened the door. Her eyes widened as she asked Daddy, "Hey, Carrie, is your mother home?" She stuttered and screamed. "Mommy," Jenna yelled from the kitchen. Her voice strained and shrill. "What the hell is this?" She kept looking at me and responded loudly. Daddy. Jenna came around the corner, saw me and screamed. "Where the hell have you been?" I decided to respond to her shout in a calm, even tone, traveling. At that point, George emerged from the bedroom wearing only boxers. "Oh, as I mentioned, the entire family has arrived. Mom, Dad and baby, what the hell are you talking about?" Jenna was spat upon. "I suppose George moved to take my place because it was his by right." Jenna appeared puzzled. Carrie responded. "He lost his apartment after you fired him and Mom needed a man to help with bills and other chores. Since you left," you could hear the rage in her voice. "Well, young lady, it appears you have been misinformed." She disliked it when I corrected her. George was never my employee. At his insistence, I couldn't fire him. All of the bills, including the car insurance, have been paid. What about groceries and gasoline?" Jenna responded angrily. "Did you have a job? Have you lost it? I know it used to be just your mad money, but it was enough to cover groceries and gas while I was gone. So you think you'll come back and live with us right away? She asked. No, I will wait until you and your lover find your own place. It was clear they were sleeping together in my house and Carrie seemed fine with it. Jenna stated, I'm not moving out of my house. Correction, this is my house. It was mine before we got married and only my name appears on the deed. I responded, well, you left. Now it is mine. The law does not work that way, because I pay my utilities and taxes. I'm still the legal owner. Even though I was gone for a short time, I still own it. Do not worry, I'll give you lovebirds until the end of next month to find somewhere to live. Just remember to bring your daughter with you. What do you mean? Your daughter. She's our daughter. True words cannot be said. I replied with a smirk. Jenna appeared puzzled. I then turned to Carrie. I know you dislike being called Polish, so I have some good news for you. George, I am not your real father. The silence was in after a brief pause. Jenna asked what? Yes, Jennifer, it appears that your little indiscretion on our wedding day resulted in a baby simply not mine. But Carrie, you have good news. You can now take your real daddy's surname and become Carrie. I'm curious if Mom insisted on the name Carrie in memory of her lover. I looked at Jenna, who looked at George. He was as white as a ghost. What, George? You don't want to be a dad? That's too bad. Take responsibility. Look on the bright side. It is only another 4 years then. College. Jenna and George almost spoke in unison. I do not believe it. I threw them the DNA report. See for yourself. They grabbed it, looked at it and both passed out. Carrie, inform the lovebirds that your mother will be served with divorce papers and an eviction notice next week. I turned and walked away. I wondered if the affair had continued throughout the marriage during my absence. In fact, I questioned whether she had been faithful to me at all. We met when she came in to purchase a vehicle. George was working on the car and we both thought she'd make a great date. Did she pick me or not? I was truly joyless, clueless, helpless and vulnerable. George was laughing behind my back the entire time, making Polish jokes in my face. I returned to the apartment and had a few beers. In the morning I went to my lawyer and asked him to start the paperwork. I knew I'd have to sell the house and split the proceeds, but as a barely employed man I wouldn't be required to pay alimony or child support, especially since another man had already taken my place. At least that is what I hoped. I adored Jenna and George too. The betrayal was unbelievable. I'd be unable to trust anyone, male or female, for a long time. Maybe I should see a therapist. When the divorce process dragged on, I returned to work at the car dealership. However, as a salesman, I made it clear to all of the employees that I was no longer the boss and that I only needed one sale per week to cover the rent and groceries. In fact, I insisted there was only one. The court ordered child support. I wanted to have no money by the end of the month aside from my own meager living expenses. Jenna hired an attorney. I'm not sure how she could afford it. Perhaps he was doing it pro bono. He's going to be surprised. They checked my bank accounts and discovered that I had spent the funds from the sale as well as the transaction itself, but found nothing wrong. They did not dig deep enough. My co-workers informed me that while I was away, George spoke with Anna almost every day for the first 2 weeks, expressing a desire to work. She didn't mind telling him no every time. Eventually he gave in. Now he wished he had never obtained his AS certification, because the only job he could find was at Valvoline, Quick Oil Change, where he was earning $13 per hour. I hoped Jenna had switched to full-time work, or else they'd struggle to make ends meet. I contacted the realtor and informed Jenna that I was selling the house and splitting all of our possessions 50 THS. She had already received an eviction notice, so she needed to move out before the house was sold and closed one night. There was a knock at my door. Of course it was Jenna. I opened the door, looked at Jenna and asked what she wanted. Can we speak? Jenna asked. I don't think this is a good idea. We're suing each other. I replied, come on, Kurt, it's just me here, no lawyers. Can we sit down and have a polite conversation? Yeah, I suppose so, but let us go to Denny's. I said, thinking to myself, I want witnesses. I did not trust her enough to spend time alone with her. We were sitting in a booth at Denny's, and after a few minutes of pleasantries, I asked why Jenna. She looked at me, hesitated, and said, I suppose the simple answer is that I liked you both and couldn't decide. So you dated both of us at the same time? I asked. She lowered her gaze to the table and replied, yes, but George asked me not to tell you anything, because he knew it would jeopardize your personal and professional relationships with him. Why did you accept my marriage proposal? I questioned. Because I loved you. She said, what about George? I asked. I also loved him, but I knew he'd never be a husband. When you asked me, he and I talked about it and ended our relationship. I wanted to focus on us and the wedding preparations. She explained, so on our wedding day, when you allowed him to have sex, you said, I'm marrying him, but you're still my man. I said. She started to cry. It was not like that, she protested. So Jenna, what was it? I pressed. She hesitated before saying, I don't want to lose him and he doesn't want to lose me. You now have each other and your baby. You did an excellent job coming up with a name for her. I didn't even remember it until I had time to reflect on it. During my 3 months on the road, I said, I didn't realize Carrie wasn't yours. I really didn't, she said, looking at me. Then she added, Kurt, I wanted to talk to you tonight to let you know that I still love you. It's nice to hear you say that, Jenna, but I don't believe you understand what love is. I loved you more than anything or anyone else, but you clearly cannot say the same. I once loved you, but I can honestly say that I no longer do. I loved you with all of my heart, but now all I have is contempt for you. When I said that, she looked up at me and realized our relationship had ended. There would never be an us again. I needed to ask her another question. Have you ever stopped? She hesitated, then seemed to decide it didn't matter, and told the truth. We never truly stopped. We had lulls, but we got together about twice a month. I was hoping for a different response, but in any case I was relieved. She told me the truth. One more question. What happened about a year ago that prompted you to treat me so badly? Your entire attitude started to change. The outward disregard became apparent. Her face turned red and she became a little angry. George tried to talk me into having a menage a trois, but not with you. I could probably do it with you, but we couldn't figure out how. He kept insisting on it, which made me resent you for something I knew you would never do. I know it sounds strange, but I believed I could make my 2 men love me together, and resented you for not being the type of man who would allow it. So have you ever done this? I asked. No, I thought about it, but then you left and my entire world came crashing down. Now you can do it, knowing that I don't mind what you do. I don't care anymore. We both knew the time for talking had come to an end, so I paid the bill and we headed to our cars. 4 months later we appeared before a judge who declared us divorced. George was also there. As we were leaving the courthouse, Jenna suggested an old-fashioned drink. Sure, I replied by this point. I no longer dislike the two of them. Then I realized that this would be the last time I had to be with them. They will now be able to spend time together alone. Let the pigs live in their own filth. They deserved each other. Jenna will have to adjust to a lower standard of living. Okay, so perhaps the hostility was not completely gone. We drove to Wrangler's Inn and walked in from the parking lot. I thought, this sounds like the beginning of a joke. This one began like this: a crooked vulva, a conniving creep and a Polish guy enter a bar. The bartender yells as we walk through the door. Hello, we do not serve people like you here. The vulva and the creep share a look. The creep then says you can't refuse service just because he is Polish. The bartender says the Pole can stay but the health department won't. Let us keep the vulvas and crepes on display in a catering establishment. It was Gus. I offered him a great deal on a classic car that had been traded in, and he's treated me like royalty ever since. He adores his 1972 Gran Torino and treats it like a child, cleaning and polishing from the front chrome to the tail lights. I may be Polish, but I am a respectable man. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. That morning, when the alarm clock failed to wake my wife and me, I could never have imagined it was the start of the worst day of my life. An unplanned business trip, an unexpected email, revealed a secret that could shatter our marriage. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. The day began on a hectic note when the alarm clock failed to wake my wife and me. It appears that there was a power outage during the night, and we had to rush to get to work on time. She had to rush. I didn't have to get to work until 9:00 a.m., and it was only a 15-minute drive for me. My wife likes to check her email in the morning before leaving for work, but she was in such a hurry that she forgot to turn off her computer. So as I was about to turn it off, I noticed an email she had received a few days ago. The subject line read, "Aloha to a great time." Needless to say, I opened it and was immediately crushed to learn that my wife was planning to fly off to awry with another guy while I was on a 2E business trip. This was a kick in the gut and a blow to my chances of getting promoted. Now let me give you some background. My wife, Elena, and I met through mutual friends over 12 years ago, who thought we'd be a good fit. We discovered that we shared an interest in fitness and a healthy lifestyle. She was a yoga instructor and personal trainer, while I worked in marketing for a mid-sized company with plans to grow. I enjoy spending time outside, so you can find me hiking, mountain biking, running, or participating in other outdoor activities whenever possible. We had many other interests and looked good together. Elena stands 5'6" in tall with long flowing brown hair, brown eyes and, of course, a killer physique. I'm 6'3" in tall with blonde hair, blue eyes and an athletic build. Was it at first sight? No, but we became good friends later. The romance started slowly. It took a few years, but we got married and I thought we had been happy for a long time. I was sure I was, but after reading this email, I realized our marriage was in serious trouble. It appears that Derek and she had been planning this romantic getaway for quite some time. She was aware of my upcoming business trip, which represented a significant opportunity for me within the company. I was planning to go away for 2 weeks with a few associates to try to land several large accounts. If I could make this happen, it would result in a promotion and a significant pay increase. However, as I stared at this email, that was the last thing on my mind. I started reading through her other emails to learn more about this. Derek, it appears she had saved all of our emails from him in a folder labeled trips. How convenient for me. Elena isn't particularly computer savvy, but I use computers on a daily basis, so I was familiar with them. It became clear that she had been seeing this guy for the previous 6 months, but why? I could not think of any obvious indications that she was unhappy. Our sex life was wonderful and we enjoyed each other's company. What drove her into the arms of another man? My head was spinning and I had to get to work, but before I left, I copied all of the saved emails to a thumb drive so that I could read them later and learn more about Derek, possibly even why she was doing it. Finally, I turned off her computer and dashed off to work. My thoughts were consumed with her in this terrifying situation. As I recovered from the shock of this discovery, my anger grew and I desired vengeance on an epic scale. Now I'm not a violent man and I do not believe in vengeance, but this was different. Her infidelity was something I couldn't forgive. I began to wonder where and when this all began, but soon realized I didn't need to know. I wanted to learn more about Derek and what I could do to ruin his life. I didn't want him killed or seriously injured. Even though those thoughts crossed my mind, now I wanted them both to be publicly humiliated. What and how, however, remained to be determined. I had 6 weeks to figure things out, so when I got to work, I closed the door to my office and brainstormed. What I needed was more information not only about Derek but also about their trip. Then an idea emerged for how I could ruin their trip before they even left the ground, exposing their affair in such a way that she would be unable to deny it was a risky plan, but it would eventually cost her. As the day went on, I did some actual work, while also thinking about my plan when it was time to go home. I spent over an hour in my office planning out what I needed and how to get it. I also compiled a list of the risks associated with my plans. If this backfires or is discovered, I could face jail time, but I felt the risk was worthwhile. To gather more information about Derek. I needed access to Kathy's email and computer, so I went online to see if I could download software to get her computer and email passwords, but then I stopped. If this was going to work, I couldn't leave either a paper or electronic trail. You see, if there was to be an investigation, I didn't want anyone to know I was involved. With that in mind, I had to figure out how to obtain what I needed in a way that could not be traced back to me over the next few days. I bought a few throwaway cell phones from various stores located 30 m or more outside of town, all with cash. Along with that, I purchased a small laptop that I could use in places with free Wi-Fi, ensuring that my activities were not linked to work or home. I also purchased a few wireless video cameras and some bugs to place throughout the house in the hopes that, if she invited this guy into her bed for some extramarital fun, they would discuss their upcoming trip and provide me with the much-needed information. As time passed, I tried to be as normal as possible around my wife, so she wouldn't suspect me of being involved in her affair. That was hard, but over the next few weeks it became natural for me to look at her and smile lovingly while picturing her with another guy. I believe I missed my calling. I should have been an actor at the time. I called some old friends on one of the phones I purchased, so no connection could be established between me and the person I was calling. My first call was to a college friend with whom I hadn't spoken in over 14 years. Blake used to be a party animal and the go-to guy if you needed something to brighten in the evening. Blake, this is Alex. How are you, man? Blake didn't remember at first, but after a few reminders about those college parties, it all came back. Hello, Alex. Yeah, now I remember, boy, those were the days, my friend. What have you been up to? I gave him a quick rundown of my life after college. He in turn told me that things had not gone as planned, but he was doing well. So what do I owe for the pleasure of your call? He asked. It wasn't just to reflect on the good old days. I responded that I needed some assistance and was hoping you could provide it. I was thinking we could meet for lunch and discuss it. What say you? He paused for a moment. Are you sure? Anything for a former college buddy? We agreed to meet in a location far from my workplace but close to his in a few days. I was hoping he could help me, as time was running out and I didn't know anyone else I could ask. I also placed the cameras and bugs in the bedroom and living room, assuming those were the most likely places for them to communicate and interact. After the first week they were in place. When I checked, it showed nothing. I assumed she was going to his place because returning here for their sex fest would be too risky. However, the following week was a different story. She appears to have brought Derek back to her home late one morning, where they had sex in every conceivable position for just over 2 hours. It made me sick to watch, but I had to see if they talked about their trip or revealed any other useful information, but there was none. The following week I checked the cameras again and discovered that they had returned, but not for sex. They just talked about their upcoming trip, which gave me the information I needed, their flight number and departure time. As I listened, I could hear my wife's excitement as they talked about their plans. I was furious as ever. I considered killing both of them, but I dismissed the idea. I wanted them both to live long and miserable lives. This vengeance would last a lifetime and follow them to their deaths. I had a dream that when my soon-to-be ex-wife was lying on her deathbed, old and grey, I would walk in, smile, lean over and tell her how I had ruined her Hawaiian vacation. I would stand up, smile down at her as she looked at me in surprise and then turn around to leave. I was more determined than ever to make this happen, but there was one more thing I needed to do, and it would involve taking another risk. I finally learned more about Derek. He and my wife work at the same health club. He is a personal trainer. It appears he has a bad habit of betting on other men's wives. That's about to come to an ugly end. He lives near the club in a small condominium complex, so I decided to conduct a little surveillance. I took a day off from work, telling my boss that I needed to take care of some personal matters before our business trip. I'd bought a digital camera with a powerful zoom and spent a few hours watching his place. It wasn't anything special, just a small two-bedroom complex, and it appeared that his neighbors were gone during the day for work. There were no security cameras, which was ideal for what I planned for him. It had to be done covertly. During the meeting with Blake, I was nervous about what I had to ask him. This was the biggest risk in my entire plan, but if I could get what I needed, it would be well worth it. When I saw Blake enter the restaurant, I motioned for him to join me at the table. It was far back and the place was relatively quiet, with only a dozen or so customers enjoying a late lunch. He came up and greeted me long time. No see, bro. Blake had not fared well over time. He looked awful, like he could have been an extra in the show The Walking Dead. I wanted to do this quickly. If he couldn't help me, I'd have to look elsewhere for what I needed to buy. We began to discuss college and some of the epic party Blake is through. The man was a party animal back then, but it had eventually caught up with him. He appeared at least 15 years older than his actual age. I needed to move things along, so I asked him directly. Blake. The reason I asked you here was to see if you knew anyone who could help me get some party favors for a small private party I'm hosting. I gave him a list. Can you help me? I would gladly pay for your time. Blake read the list first shocked, but then a smile spread across his face. Sure man, not a problem. It sounds like it will be a great party. Dude, do you think you could bring an old college buddy along? I smiled with relief. Sure, not a problem. Just give me what I asked for and I'll tell you where and when the party will be. Okay, cool, but I'll need some cash up front to get these items for you. I was prepared and handed him an envelope containing several thousand. Will this do? Man, you were planning a big party, weren't you? This is more than sufficient. When do you need this stuff? I told him to come to me next week with the items and that if there was a problem or a delay, please call me. I then gave him the number for my new cell phone and we left the restaurant shortly after. It was now 2 weeks before my trip, and my wife and her lover planned to fly out the day after I left, so timing was critical. I had met with Blake and he was able to get me everything I had requested. All I had to do now was hide these items until the appropriate time came. 3 days before my trip, I went home early to check my wife's suitcase. It was packed and ready to leave for a trip cheating which so I carefully went through it and added a few small surprises as a farewell gift. I made certain to hide them so that if she unpacked and then repacked, she would never find them. She wasn't the one I wanted to find them with. Then came another risky venture, breaking into Derek's home. I knew his work schedule, so it wasn't a problem. What was the problem? I had never done anything like this before. I was able to buy a lockpick set and a book about how to pick a lock, things you can buy online. I'd practiced with several locks at home and at work. I had gotten pretty good at it, so I was confident this part of the plan would work. It was early afternoon, so I informed my boss that I needed to take a long lunch. I soon found myself outside Derek's condo, my lockpick set in hand. I was surprised by how quickly I was able to pick the lock and enter his home. Speed was essential. I wanted to finish what I came here to do as quickly as possible and leave no trace. I wore latex gloves and went straight to his bedroom, where I discovered his packed bag ready for a trip. As I had done with my wife's suitcase. I went through his and added a few travel gifts that would undoubtedly make this a memorable trip. After finishing, I went to the kitchen and found a can of coffee. I took a mixing bowl from one of his cupboards and emptied the coffee while looking into it. Then I put a few packets in the bottom of the can and filled it back up with coffee, returning it to where I found it, making sure everything was in order. I left Derek's place and went home. I only had one more thing to do. It was a few days before my trip, so I contacted a friend who I knew had a cousin who worked at the airport for the TSA. I also had all of the information for the flight my wife and Derek were scheduled to take. It was now just a matter of getting the information to the right people while keeping the source a secret. So I contacted my friend but had to be somewhat cryptic about how I discovered this information. "Jack, I need to ask you a favor, but you must keep this information about who gave it to you private." I gave him information about the flight and Derek's name, but not my wife's. Jack said he would inform his cousin and take it from there. I also removed all of the cameras and bugs and disposed of them in such a way that they could not be found. I also had a few surprises in Kathy's car just to add to the wall. Now it was the day before my trip and I decided to have some fun at my wife's expense. As I returned home from work, I entered the house and sat down, acting upset. My wife looked at me. "What is wrong?" "Something occurred at work." "Oh, okay, something happened. We were supposed to meet with clients, but they cancelled. So I won't be going on that trip and the company won't have the opportunity to grow." I said this in mock anger. I could see the shock and fear on her face. It was then that I realized she was planning a way to get me to go on that trip, so she and Derek could have some fun in Hawaii. Can't they just send you in and try to work things out with those clients? I mean, you and your team have put a lot of time and effort into this project. It seems a shame to waste all of your hard work. This irritated me to no end. How can you discuss shame? You have no shame in being human. Derek is going to pay. I looked at her and laughed. "I'm just pulling your leg, honey, the trip is still on. Do not worry." Her expression was one of great relief. Then she smiled. "You had me going there for a second. So are you all packed?" "Yeah, I just need to add a few items to my carry-on and I'll be ready to go. I hope you will not miss me too much while I am gone. Do you have any plans? Perhaps a girls' night out?" "No, nothing. I'll sit here waiting for my loving husband to return God." I almost laughed at that, but I was too angry. The following day my wife drove me to the airport and dropped me off. I gave her a long, passionate kiss as my hand rubbed the sweet, tight balm. It would be my last kiss with her, so I wanted it to be memorable. I met up with the rest of the group and boarded the plane. It was uneventful, and after we landed and checked into the hotel, I called home from the hotel room phone. There was no response, so I left a message. "Honey, I did an extremely stupid thing. I left my phone in the cab and won't be able to call you until I get it back or replaced. So call me if you need to. Please leave a message at the front desk and I will call you later in the evening." I did not forget my phone. I just wanted a legitimate reason for not returning her calls the next day. I made sure my phone was turned off and that no one could contact me while I was in meetings with clients all day. When I returned to the room, I checked but had received no messages. So I turned on my phone and saw no messages from my wife or anyone else. Maybe they got through security at the airport. The meetings the next day were even better than the previous ones, and we arrived back at the hotel early. I had several messages waiting for me on the phone in my hotel room. One came from my wife, another was from her father, and the third was from a DEA agent, which made me smile. I then checked my cell phone and found several messages waiting for me. I replayed the messages from the hotel phone. The first was from my wife, who was crying. "Baby, it's me. I'm in serious trouble and I really need you, please come home now, please." After that, I only heard crying. The next message came from soon-to-be ex-father-in-law. "Alex, your wife has been trying to contact you. She was arrested and needs you to come home right away. Please call me as soon as you can." The last message came from a DEA agent. "Sir, this is Agent DeFranco, and I'd like to speak with you about your wife's arrest on drug charges." He went on to explain how to reach him in other details. I was extremely happy. I couldn't stop smiling, so I had to keep a serious face for my co-workers. So far everything had gone perfectly, but I still needed to act surprised and shocked so that no one would suspect I was involved. So I contacted Ed, my boss, the next morning and told him I was having a serious problem at home, but I didn't go into detail. He said that since the meetings were going so well, I could leave to deal with this emergency. However, he wanted me back as soon as possible to ensure that we completed the transactions with these clients. I caught the first plane back home, and as soon as I landed, I pulled out my last cell phone and called my father-in-law. What the hell is going on? I received your message, but I do not believe it. Kathy was arrested on a drug charge. She does not do drugs. Where did this occur? At a health club. I knew precisely where it took place. No, she was traveling to Hawaii with a friend. When she was stopped by security, who discovered some illegal drugs on her and her friend. Her father spoke in a low tone as if embarrassed. Wait a minute, please wait. She told me she would be home, but she had no plans. Who is this friend? Who was she going to lie with? I bet one of her girlfriends talked her into going and got her into all of this trouble. Her father paused for a moment. I know it was with somebody else. The important thing to remember here, Alex, is that she is in trouble and requires our assistance. I cut him off. What are you telling me, father? Who is she traveling with? I yelled into the telephone. I was having way too much fun with this. There was silence. Then he cleared his throat. She was traveling with man Derek, someone. He has also been arrested, but again I cut him off. So you're telling me, my wife, that your daughter flew off to AY with another man while I was out busting my bum to make a living and she was arrested for drug possession? Is this what you are telling me? Yes, I'm afraid this is what I'm telling you. I took a prolonged pause. Okay, I need to speak with a lawyer, then this DEA agent, and then I'll talk to her. We'll take it from there. But she needs to explain why she was about to go to Hawaii with another man and take drugs with her. I hung up on him before he could reply. When I got home, I discovered that there were over 20 messages waiting, so I started playing them back. The first, as expected, was about losing my cell phone. Kathy sent the next few messages, hoping I'd check them while I was on business. Several were from her father and the rest were from her lawyer, who asked me to contact them as soon as possible. I called the lawyer and, since he wasn't in the office at the time, I scheduled an appointment for the next morning. Next, I called DEA agent DeFranco and scheduled a meeting at his downtown office. Later in the afternoon, I quickly cleaned up and left, all the while wondering if I had covered my track, so none of this could be traced back to me. I soon found myself in what appeared to be an interrogation room. Agent DeFranco entered carrying a folder. I'm glad you could stop by and see me. I had some questions about your wife that I was hoping you could answer. He spoke while reading something from the folder. For as long as I've known her, my wife has not been into drugs. She's never taken anything illegal. Hell. She doesn't even drink much. This must be a major misunderstanding. Almost take. She is a yoga instructor. For God's sake, why would she be using drugs? I was performing a small act, but Agent DeFranco never looked up. People do ridiculous things for a variety of reasons. Now, did you know that your wife was going to Hawaii with Derek? She said he was just a friend, but Derek said they were going on a romantic getaway. So Derek, do you know this? Were you aware your wife was having an affair? Do you know anything about the drugs? Now he was staring at me intently. I took a deep breath to relax myself. I didn't know anything until I spoke with my father-in-law this morning, and I still can't believe it. She must have been coerced into doing so. She is too good a person to get involved in something like this. I didn't want to overplay it. I'm sure this guy could SP someone lying in a heartbeat, so I had to be extremely cautious. He exhaled. I suppose you didn't know. I'm sorry to break it to you, but your wife was cheating on you with a drug dealer, no less. We have already searched his home and discovered additional drugs, and we will soon search yours as well. Now you can cooperate and let us into your home. Alternatively, it would not take long to obtain a search warrant. In either case, we'll be there soon to conduct the search. I knew her lawyer would have told me not to, but it was self-preservation and it would look good if I didn't try to hide anything. So I agreed and soon found myself back at the house with dozens of DEA and FBI agents, as well as a couple of their dogs searching for my home. They took a few items. She kept some pill containers in her medicine cabinet. The next day I told Kathy's lawyer about my meeting with the Frisco and the search. He was not satisfied. If you have any further contact with any law enforcement official, I would like to be present before you answer any questions. Do you understand? I nodded. I was pissed. Now let me explain something to you. I want to know everything that led to my wife's arrest so far. I only know that she was about to board a flight to Hawaii with this guy. Derek, if you or she needs my assistance, please explain how this came to be. Did I make myself clear? You know I can't talk about your wife's case with you at that point. Next, I walked out. I visited the jail where she was being held and requested to see her. I met her in a room with several other inmates who were meeting with family or lawyers at round metal tables surrounded by bolted-down stools. I saw her being led in an orange prison jumpsuit with no makeup and her hair pulled back into a tight but messy ponytail. She appeared to have not slept in several days. "Oh, baby, I am so glad you are here," she cried. I was about to hug her when a guard came over and told us we couldn't make physical contact. This caused her to cry even more. "It's okay, baby, we'll get this mess sorted out. All I need now is to hear your side of the story. How did you find yourself about to fly to Hawaii with this guy?" I said it without any emotion. She started crying even more. "Alex, I'm deeply sorry. I'm so sorry. Is it true? You had an affair with Derek, this drug dealer. How could you? Were you pleased with me? Don't you love me? I don't understand this. I mean both you and him. Then there are drugs. What were your thoughts?" I waited, but I knew she had no response. Please believe me when I say that I have always loved you. This was a one-time thing. It meant nothing to me. Could you please find it within your heart to forgive me?" She pleaded with me out. I looked at her for a long time before saying I may have had it in my heart to forgive you, but you shattered it into a million pieces. As a result, I am unable to forgive you when I leave. I'll be speaking with a divorce lawyer and the locks on the house will have been changed. I will have all of your clothes and other belongings delivered to your parents' home, because I want you out of my life completely. I don't want anything more to do with you. Oh, and tell your lawyer that he should not use me as a character witness because I have nothing positive to say about you. Goodbye, Kathy, I hope everything works out for you." She was crying her eyes out and begged me not to leave because she needed me. I never looked back. Instead, I went straight home and began packing her belongings. I called a locksmith and had all of the locks changed the next day. Then I called the security company and scheduled an appointment for them to come by next week and install their top-off-the-line system within a few days. I had most of her belongings packed and ready to be delivered to her parents' house. Kathy had also called and asked to talk, but I had ignored her calls. In my opinion, she could go to hell. Finally, I was able to return to work and we were able to sign the major clients we had been pursuing. I soon received my promotion and the pay raise that came with it. Elena and I divorced easily because it was a 505-50 split with no alimony and Kathy paying her own legal fees from her drug arrest. She kept trying to contact me, but I wanted to put some distance between us. She never went to trial because the evidence was overwhelming and her lawyer said she couldn't win. It was in her best interest to accept a plea deal and receive a shorter sentence. She was not pleased to say the least. Derek, on the other hand, fought tooth and nail to establish his innocence. Elena was only sentenced to 5 years, while the stupid bastard received 15. Kathy's sentencing day had arrived and she had requested one final visit with me before beginning her sentence. I agreed and we met at her lawyer's office an hour before her appearance in court. She looked at me and I could tell she had been crying. "Alex, I just wanted you to know that Derek did not mean anything to me. It was you that I loved and will always love. I'm so sorry I hurt you in this way. It was never intended to be this way. I hope you can forgive me someday. She was on the verge of crying again. Kathy, I'd like to know one thing. Why were you bored? Have I disappointed you in bed? Was it the thrill of committing a crime and avoiding punishment? What? Why did you do this and destroy our marriage? I said. Sadly, she looked at me. I'm not really sure why. I suppose it was the excitement of doing something wrong, but I have always loved you. Obviously didn't love me enough, or you wouldn't have done this in the first place. Elena, I hope that this is the last time I have to deal with you, but I don't want to see or hear from you again. I also want you to spend your time in prison reflecting on how much you've lost because you craved some excitement in your life. I'm guessing you'll have some fun behind bars once those ladies see your tight little bum. She began crying again, this time out of fear. Over the next few years, the company grew and I worked my way up to VP level. We expanded the business and now have an office in New York. I was chosen to lead it. This entailed selling my house, relocating to Manhattan, and securing an apartment quickly. Kathy sent me a few letters, which I returned and opened. That was a part of my life. I wanted to leave behind and move on. My life in New York has been good for the past 7 years. I was still single and dated a different woman every few months. I didn't want to get married and risk being betrayed again. Once was enough. I was sitting in my office with a call from the lobby and my administrative assistant, Amy, entered. There's a woman downstairs who wants to speak to you. She introduces herself as Kathy. I pause for a moment waiting for her to arrive, but there are 2 security guards standing by also. I'd like you to do something for me. I wrote something down and gave it to Amy. Elena arrived in my office just a few minutes later. She appeared at least 10 years older and had gained some weight, albeit not in a good way. Her once beautiful long brown hair had turned gray and frizzy. I could see bags under her eyes, which was sad looking. Your clothing was stylish, but conservative and dated. I looked at her and felt nothing. Not love, not hatred, not even pity. I was just emotionless. So Elena, what do you want? I asked Alexa. I was hoping to talk with you. I felt compelled to correct the record regarding what happened to me. You see, I had no idea about the drugs and I'm still not sure how they got into my bags. Derek must have sneaked them in while I wasn't looking. I am not a drug user and never have been. Please believe me. She pleaded. Kathy. You ruined our marriage with a fling and made the entire thing a lie. Why should I believe you today? Why is it so important that you felt the need to find me and tell me another lie? You do not understand. I love you. I still love you. I want you back. I wish we could be together again. She proceeded. Just then the phone at my desk rang, so I put it on speaker. Yes, Amy, what is it? Stacy called to confirm that you should get 4 tickets to the opening, because her parents will be in town and would like to meet you. Let her know that I'll be purchasing 4 tickets, and learn where her parents are staying. I want to send her mother a dozen roses. I hung up the phone and returned my attention to Kathy. You said Kathy was on the verge of tears. Who is Stacy? Just a woman I've been dating for a while. You are not here to discuss my romantic life. You told me you still loved me. I'm flattered, but please know that I no longer love you. The day your father informed me that you had been arrested and were about to fly away. Do away with Derek as soon as your infidelity is discovered. I was finished with you. Now please leave and I don't want to see you again. Do you understand what I'm saying? I looked at her intently, but I had nothing to do with those drugs they found I was set up. Derek must have. I slammed my hand on my desk. Kathy, enough with your eyes. You were messing around with me. You lied to me then and you lying to me right now. Simply stop it. I do not believe you and never will I believe. It's time you left and please do not come back. I've told security that if you show up here again, you should be arrested. Do I express myself clearly? She cried silently but nodded. I led her to the door and instructed the 2 security guards to accompany her out of the building. Amy entered after she left. What was that about? Oh, that was just me saying goodbye to a great story as well. Everyone's life is unique due to their individual personality, habits and beliefs. Every day a person decides for himself how to organize his life. When he makes this or that decision, much can depend on his choice or nothing at all, but every choice, no matter how insignificant, influences how their destiny unfolds. My story begins in the distant past, when it was time for me to face life not alone. I was a young man and had a lot of fun. I dated girls, went to parties and fell in love with a girl named Isabel. We dated for a few months, but life took a turn that forced us to part ways. She was more focused on her studies than her personal life and soon relocated to another state. I waited for her, wrote to her and called her at first, but after a while she replied that she was completely devoted to her future profession and didn't know when she would be able to contact me again. I remember getting very drunk at the bar where I was. I met a girl 4 years younger than me. Lisa immediately appealed to me. She resembled Isabel in some ways. The first memory that marked the beginning of our relationship was when she made me broth with aspirin the next morning to keep me from getting a bad hangover. 25 years have passed since then. Naturally, Lisa and I married and we have a lovely daughter. I can't say our family life was ideal, but I couldn't complain about how we spent her time. However, Lisa has frequently freaked me out over the years. Our daughter Anna married and moved to live with her husband, while Lisa and I remained alone. However, this did not make our lives any less interesting. We occasionally visited friends who had come to us for a barbecue or simply to chat over dinner on weekends. Kurt and Ruby were some of our closest friends. We have known them for a long time and they were also witnesses. At our wedding, we used to meet with them frequently and now they invited us to join them for a small celebration at their country house, where they planned to spend the evening before leaving on a short trip. There were several guests, but not all of them were familiar to us. However, it did not prevent us from fully immersing ourselves in the pleasant atmosphere and thoroughly enjoying the party. Lisa also quickly met a few of her old acquaintances with whom she had previously studied, but they had since dispersed and hadn't seen each other for quite some time. She left me alone and went to meet them. Kurt approached me and kept me company after noticing that I was standing with a glass in my hand watching what was going on for a few minutes. Today was a pretty good evening, don't you think, he asked me. Ruby made an effort. She organized everything herself. Yeah, not bad, when I noticed some unfamiliar faces here. Who are they? I have not seen them before. Oh, Ruby. Friends, from years ago. She chose to invite them herself. Apparently she wanted to brag to her former classmates about how well she settled. Not everyone would choose to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary on a cruise. That is true. I confirmed. Come on, let me introduce you to the others. They are great guys. Kurt suggested, and I followed him, because I had nothing else to do at the time. I'll admit that deep down, I envied him because I wasn't as fortunate with my job and earned an average salary, but we still had enough for survival and basic needs. However, I also wanted to plan a nice vacation for Lisa and me for our anniversary, which was approaching in a few months. So lately I've been working extra shifts and gradually saving up for that evening. I enjoyed some drinks and snacks. Kurt did not let me be bored. However, after a few hours of having fun, I realized I hadn't seen my wife in a while. I wasn't specifically keeping an eye on her, but I wanted to sit down with her and talk about some things. However, it appeared that Lisa had vanished into thin air. First, possibly to use the ladies' room, I decided to wait, but after some time I died. I realized she wasn't present, so I began wandering around the rooms in the yard outside, hoping to see her chatting with some women about various topics. However, my search yielded no results. I even felt a twinge of jealousy, recalling how, in her youth, she used to flirt with other guys, which used to irritate me greatly. but she assured me it was just her nature and she had never cheated on me over the years. I thought that was all in the past, and at her age I doubt she would dare. What a crazy idea. Kurt noticed that I appeared puzzled and upset, despite my efforts to hide it. He approached me as I returned to the room with the buff table. "Hey, buddy, what's up with you?" he inquired, smiling. "No," I responded. "Nothing special. I just wanted to see. My wife cannot find her, probably chatting with your girlfriend somewhere. Very likely mine enjoys chatting for hours. I'm not even sure what you can talk about for so long. We're going to light a bonfire and sit around with marshmallows, just like when we were younger. Are you in?" Kurt offered. I hesitated for a moment. It wasn't a bad idea, but I wasn't in the mood, so I declined. Politely, Kurt wished me luck and left on his own. I just wanted to sit and rest for a while. My health wasn't what it once was. The years had taken their toll, but when I got to the cozy chair, I realized that the amount of alcohol I'd already consumed had left me feeling pretty hungover, so I went to the restroom to wash my face. After splashing my face with cold water from the tap, I noticed my reflection in the mirror. Staring back at me was a man of considerable age who had gained some weight and was wrinkled, but I've always wanted to feel young. I never paid such close attention to myself before. I washed up, dressed and was ready, but this time I felt fixated on my reflection, as if I wanted to convey something to myself, and I became lost in thought. I looked in the mirror and noticed that someone was standing behind me, not beside me. In the far corner, the silhouette of a woman stared at me intently. I turned sharply, but there was no one else in the room. Why would a woman be in the men's restroom? I turned back to face the mirror. There was only one person present at the time. I was never superstitious and didn't believe in the supernatural, thinking it was all a trick of the alcohol. I washed my face again and went to the exit. I intended to return to the comfortable chair and sit for a while, but as I exited the restroom and entered the corridor, I noticed that the lighting had dimmed slightly. I continued thinking it was probably to save energy. However, something strange piqued my interest again. At the end of the hallway, I saw the same silhouette of a woman, but she was now standing silently, pointing to one of the doors and extending her hand forward. I'm not sure why, but I walked in the direction she pointed, and when I got to the door, the stranger vanished, as if into thin air. However, I was already there and decided to see what she wanted to show me. I slowly opened the door and was shocked when I peered inside. My body became completely immobilized. I saw two people making love on a large bed. The woman was on top. She has her back to me. I'm not sure if she heard me or just sensed it, but she slowly turned, and seeing her face made me even more horrified and disappointed. Lisa saw me. She didn't stop, but instead rocked back and forth on some guy while giving me a sinister smile. I felt a sharp pain in my heart, so intense that everything blurred in my vision for a moment, but it passed in an instant and I was sitting in the chair I had chosen for my rest. I briefly succumbed to the realization that it was all a silly dream. I decided to call it quits on alcohol for the night. However, something inside me remained uneasy, urging me to go check out the room I had seen in my dream. It didn't take long before I was standing at the door. I definitely heard someone inside, but I was a little scared. For about a minute I stood by the door hearing moans and laughter, a woman's laughter coming from within. I knew if I didn't go in and check, I'd have regrets for the rest of my life. So I pushed open the door. There was no large bed there, just a small room with a small couch and a few nightstands, and I didn't see anyone. But then who is laughing? I thought for a moment. All voices stopped and I started listening soon. I heard a rustle in the far corner. I took a step into the room. There was a wide armchair in the corner and I saw Lisa with a shirtless man with black wavy hair cascading down his shoulders, behaving quite freely with him. She no longer wore the top sweater and she leaned against the man's arm who had spread her across the back of the chair. When she noticed me, she immediately regained her composure and assumed a more respectable posture. Lisa realized she was in an awkward situation and flushed slightly. I don't understand. I said in a serious, rough tone. Rick, what are you doing? We were just chatting. Lisa started chatting. This is Blake. We studied together. We were talking about the old days. I look from head to toe at this guy who is still sitting in the same relaxed pose, looking at me as if I've interrupted something important. So that's why you're sitting here looking at yourself. I continued to address my wife. Where are your clothes? What were you both doing here? Blaken stood up, adjusted his black leather pants by tugging on the belt, and took a step towards me. He was a head taller than I had thought. Now look down at me, didn't he tell you, reminiscing about the past. What are you already feeling, feeble old man? He made a slight lean toward me. I began to understand what he meant when he said they were not just chatting. Everything suggested that they had already been intimate or were about to be. Without much thought, I shoved him and he landed sharply on the chair. Lisa became terrified and hurriedly got up. Rick, have you gone crazy? What has gotten into you? She shouted. I didn't have time to respond, because Blaken was up and ready to attack me again. He was younger than I was, as was Lisa, which gave him a physical advantage, but I wasn't going to back down, because his actions confirmed that there was something between him and Lisa. Even before he struck first, I held him hard under the knee, and as he grimaced in pain, I slammed my fist into his jaw, knocking him back into the chair. His back pressed against it. Rick, what are you doing? Lisa continued to howl. You tell me, what have you been doing here? A friend, you said. I believed you. Why have you already been intimate with him? No, before she could respond. Blaken regained control and lunged at me. We wrestled for a while. Lisa screamed and demanded that we stop. Kurt appeared in the room, seeing us fighting like schoolboys, and rushed to break it up, but we had already backed off from each other, so Kurt didn't have to put in much effort. Blaken looked at everyone angrily before picking up his shirt from the floor and heading for the exit, catching me with his shoulder. What exactly happened here? What haven't you shared? Kurt asked. Nothing. We are leaving. I responded sharply, grabbing my wife's arm and dragging her along. I didn't care how the guests looked at us as I drove away with her, pulling her by the arm. She began yelling at me, accusing me of behaving foolishly and embarrassing her in front of friends. I was about to turn the ignition key when her babbling became too much for me, so I reached out and slapped her as expected. That helped, and she fell silent for a few moments before I uttered the command to start the engine. She remained silent all the way home, not even trying to justify herself, and I didn't ask. She only started fighting with me after we got home. We argued for a long time, shouting at one another. She even threw the dishes. I kept pressing her, hoping to get the truth out of her. For some reason it was important to me. Then eventually she gave in. Perhaps she was tired of justifying herself, or it was simply a nervous outburst. However, she admitted to having a brief intimate encounter with Blaken. She told me that when they were younger, they met and even fell in love with each other before meeting me, but we had broken up over a minor issue, and now that they'd met again, it was as if something had pushed them together and they'd given in to their newfound feelings. I apologize, Rick, but it is your own fault. She said we were both tired of arguing and sat in separate chairs staring at each other. You've turned into a regular old grump in recent years. I'm a woman and I need love and affection, and that is why you chose not to discuss it with me. You simply jump into bed with someone else. I got up and went to the door. Where are you going? It's nighttime. Lisa asked, what the hell do you care? I responded rudely and walked out of the house. I needed to be alone. Lisa's behavior had deeply hurt me. She and I were not perfect, but I never imagined this would happen. My thoughts were so clouded at the time that I didn't know where I was headed just the way. Sitting behind the wheel, I started the engine and pressed the gas pedal hard. The car screeched and sped down. The dark road lamps and trees flickered past me, providing a faint illumination, but all I could see was Lisa embracing and kissing the jerk in the dimly lit room. I felt disgusted and sick, and I wanted to vomit. A moment later I realized that this feeling was not solely the result of dark thoughts stopping by the roadside. I stumbled out of the car and dropping to my knees, emptied everything remaining in my stomach onto the asphalt. Feeling relieved, I got back in the car. Damn that, I cursed and drove on. After wandering the city for a while, I stopped at a still open bar. I wanted to drink again, hoping that the alcohol would help me forget about what had happened in my life. However, after a few rounds, I realized it was making matters worse. The music and dim lighting did relax me a little and I started to feel drowsy. At one point I considered getting behind the wheel, speeding up and letting fate decide, given that I had lost the person to whom I had given so many years of love and tenderness. I remembered my daughter, who was still in my life and always supported me when she was around. No, for Anna's sake, I considered committing a reckless act. Then I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. I turned to see a police officer beside me, but he was no longer in uniform. He smiled and sat down next to me. My friend who worked in the police force ended up in the same bar with me. "What exactly are you doing here at this late hour?" Chuck asked. I sighed heavily, unsure whether to tell him the truth about my sorrow or to lie and say I had decided to go for a walk in the middle of the night. "Hello, Chuck," I replied. "Just passing by, something has happened. Judging by your mood, I don't want to share." He asked. "Yeah, something occurred." I exhaled again. "I had an argument with my wife." He ordered himself a drink. He whispered something to the bartender before returning his attention to me. "I understand that I don't always get along with mine. It is life. I hope everything will be fine for you here. Take the coffee, drink it," he said, as the cup arrived on the counter. "You look really bad. I don't want you to pass out on the road somewhere." I picked up the cup's tiny handle with my fingers and brought it to my lips. After taking a small bitter sip, I returned the cup. Chuck began chatting about trivial matters, attempting to distract me from my sad thoughts. He then offered me a ride. He was surprised that I had come here in my car and chastised me for driving in such a condition, and I refused, saying I would take a taxi. Furthermore, I was not particularly interested in hearing his sermons and advice on family relationships which he began giving me during our conversation. I was about to say goodbye, but Chuck persisted, perhaps because he was accustomed to controlling and maintaining order over time, or perhaps he was genuinely concerned about me and said he wouldn't stop until he saw me get into a taxi. As we headed for the exit, while he was murmuring something to me, I noticed a woman walking deeper into the area. I felt like I knew her and decided to follow her to dispel my doubts. I grabbed the woman's elbow. As she was about to enter the women's restroom, she turned around to ask what I wanted. "Sorry, it looks like I made a mistake." I apologized and released her arm. For a moment, I thought I saw Marion, the woman I once loved, but then I wondered why she was here in such a place. I read in newspapers and on the internet that she had become an outstanding professor over the years, fully immersed in the world of science. However, I hadn't found any information about her in over a year, despite not actively following her life. But now I find myself pondering for some reason. I wanted to find her, see her again and talk to her as if we were old friends. Chuck put me in a taxi and took me to the address. I arrived home while Lisa was already sleeping. Without turning on the overhead light, I went into the living room and sat on the couch. All of the events of the previous evening, the alcohol and the unsettling thoughts gradually separated me from reality, and I closed my eyes and drifted off without realizing it. Lisa woke me up this morning. I heard her footsteps. She noticed me sleeping on the couch last night and covered me with a blanket. She decided to make coffee for me and bring it into the room, place it on a nearby table. I rubbed my eyes and looked at her. She was acting so casually that it appeared as if nothing had happened last night. However, I remembered everything and couldn't understand why she was behaving that way. "Listen, Rick." She sat down next to me and placed her hands underneath. "I understand that something unpleasant occurred yesterday. I don't know what got into me. It was probably an error, just what I felt my indignation rise again. I sat up abruptly, and you are talking about it so calmly. You had an affair right beneath my nose, and now you're simply saying it was a mistake. Anger began to cloud my thoughts again, but I had no idea how to deal with this woman. However, she gave me a hint when she continued. You see, I tried to apologize to you, but you growled again, not giving me the opportunity to make amends. Make amends? What can be fixed right now? You have already done it. How are you going to fix it now, Rick? I talked with Blaken this morning. She paused briefly. He invited me to move in with him. I wasn't sure what to say before, but now I do. I see. You will not forgive me, and that is why I have decided to agree. After all, he still loves me. I could not believe my ears. We've spent so many years together. She frequently told me she loved me, and now it has been revealed that everything was a lie and she never expressed genuine feelings for me. But why now? What was she waiting for after all these years? Lisa placed her hand on my knee as if to cheer me up in an unpleasant situation, but it appeared repulsive to me, and with each of her words my anger grew. I couldn't take it anymore and hit her across the face, this time so hard that she groaned in pain. I stood up and paced the room, trying to keep my emotions under control so as not to strangle this wretch. Lisa, recovering from the blow, turned her head back to me, stood up and said, "You know what, you are simply unbearable. We should not have gotten married in the first place." She said this and exited the room before she even sat down to talk to me. She was on her way out, suitcase in hand. Clearly, her decision had already been made and she was simply attempting to appear decent. I was left alone. Lisa had been away from home for several days during this time. She never returned, never called or visited me. She came to visit us on weekends and I had to tell her the unpleasant truth about her mother. This news was also shocking to her. On that particular day, she even stayed overnight to support me. However, life went on. I came to accept Lisa's decision. However, thoughts of Isabel began to haunt me more and more frequently, and I resolved to find her. The only thing I regretted now was my decision to do it so late. I should have dropped everything and followed her many years ago. I had no idea how her life would have turned out, but I was confident that this woman would never betray me for anything. I began searching the internet for anything that might indicate where she was now. Miriam held a conference in Boston a year ago, which prompted me to start planning my trip. Just then my daughter came by to check on me because I had been having heart problems and she was concerned about me, but I assured her that I was fine and was only visiting a friend. I did not inform her that I was traveling to another state in search of an elusive love, knowing Anna would try to discourage me to the point of staying with me and keeping an eye on me. As I left the city, I glanced out the passenger side window and noticed the two people I now despise driving in the next lane. Blaken and Lisa were on their way somewhere and appeared to be in good spirits. I slowed down to stay behind them, not wanting to be noticed, but for some reason I was curious where they were going. Despite having my own goals, I followed them. After a while, I realized they were heading towards a dense forest. I had no idea what was guiding me at the time, but I kept following them, and as I drove, that image kept coming back to me of where she was there. You have it. If I could, I would have killed both of them right there. Anger, resentment and disappointment drove me to these thoughts and desires, but I knew how it would end if I took this step. However, a little later, I noticed that they were entering a small meadow. I slowed down even more, hiding the car behind dense bushes, and began watching what they intended to do. Except for us. There was no one else present. Only birds chirped occasionally, and I could hear some of what they were saying, so I deduced that they had decided to camp for the night. What happens next? I couldn't simply watch it, so I returned to the car because I could have snapped out of it and thrown myself at both of them. Although I understood that her marriage to Lisa was over, I still harbor resentment for her actions. I was also angry with Blaken, who acted as if I had taken something from him, and now he's decided to take it back. Something overtook me that day. I clearly understood my thoughts and actions, but it felt as if I was losing control of my body, and anger spread through me like black smoke leading to darkness. I approached their camp again. I noticed that they had already finished a bottle of wine and were quite drunk, debauching by the fire. Something pricked my heart again, and I was afraid that my inner organ would fail me at the most inconvenient time, and I'd lie here lifeless in the bushes until someone accidentally discovered my body, and I'd miss my chance to settle the score with the scoundrels. But the pain quickly subsided. I watched Lisa and Blakon enter the tent for some time. They were fumbling around and then silence fell, so I decided not to wait any longer. As I approached their tent, I began to listen. Blakon was already snoring like a wild boar. The tent's entrance was slightly open, and I looked inside with caution. Lisa was lying down, throwing her leg and arm over. Blakon is also fast asleep. I was even surprised that his snoring did not disturb her sleep, as she used to constantly bother and wake me up when I snored, but it didn't bother me too much. Now a cunning thought occurred to me, and I decided to do as my good advised me. At that moment the fire was still burning weakly and getting closer. I took one of the sticks, which was burning on one end, and returned to the tent. Previously, I noticed that when the lovers were setting it up, they firmly nailed it into the ground so that it wouldn't blow away in the wind. Although there was no wind, it came in handy. As I approached the entrance there, I poured the remaining alcohol from the bottle, which was also lying near the fire, and threw my makeshift torch inside without hesitation. I quickly stepped back and hid behind the nearest tree, and then I hid and watched what happened next. The fire did not wait for me and quickly engulfed the tent with its hot tongs. I waited for these two to awaken and be horrified by what was going on. Yes, I intended to scare them so thoroughly that they would remember it for the rest of their lives. I hoped it would help me feel better. However, time passed with no sign of movement from their tent, and then I realized they were probably so drunk that they couldn't feel the heat around them. Perhaps they inhaled smoke and were unable to wake up as a result. I even regretted my actions at times, despite my desire to punish them. In reality, I just killed two sleeping people. Suddenly there was a scream. They both screamed. However, the fire had already engulfed the tent, leaving no way out. I wanted to rush to their aid, but how do we extinguish it now? Yes, there was a small fire extinguisher in the car, but it was several dozen meters away, and no matter how fast I drove I wouldn't have made it, and all I could do was watch as they screamed and pushed the tent walls, and when the fire had already ripped holes in the tent, I saw the burning people throwing themselves to the ground attempting to extinguish their blazing bodies, but I realized I had acted cruelly towards them. However, I did feel relieved after all. This woman had been my companion for many years, and I tried to show her only my positive emotions. I gave her all the love I couldn't give Mary, and she treated me so poorly, and here I was again out in the clearing, staring at the charred bodies. Everything I touched got burned by the fire, and now it all appeared to be an unfortunate accident, especially since Blakon was a smoker and the cops could easily assume they fell asleep without putting out a cigar. I left everything as it was and drove away from that location, speeding down the road far from the clearing. I could feel sleep overpowering me, so I pulled over to the side and took a nap. This time I dreamed of Isabel, dressed entirely in white, almost shiny. I found myself with her in a white room, and she stood in front of me smiling and holding my hand. Strangely, in all these years, she has never appeared in my dreams, and here she was. When I awoke, I realized it was already dawn. I tried to push the previous night's events out of my mind, knowing they were over, and now I'm heading in the direction I had planned. After some time, I made it to Boston. I had to put in a lot of effort to find Isabel. It was as if someone from above had helped me find her. I discovered her in the hospital when I entered the room where she was unconscious. The doctor informed me that she had been in a coma for a year, following an accident. I approached and took her hand. "Miriam, please forgive me, I should not have given up, simply wake up," I whispered to her. I looked at her pale face, and for a brief moment it appeared that she had opened her eyes and smiled at me, but she was still unconscious. I stayed with her until the evening, but then the doctor told me it was time to leave, and as I approached the door, I heard a faint voice. "Rick." I thought I was just imagining it, so I didn't turn around right away, but when she repeated my name again, I rushed to her in tears. I don't remember ever crying like that, but I was overjoyed when she called my name again. After all these years, she finally recognized me. The doctor who witnessed this simply shrugged. Later, the doctors examined Isabel and claimed that a miracle had occurred because they had given up hope that she would ever recover. I stayed with her and moved in. Isabel accepted me, admitting that she still loved me after all these years. But when she found out I was married, she simply did not want to ruin my marriage. My daughter and grandchildren inherited the house where I once lived. I couldn't stay longer because everything reminded me of betrayal. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I never thought I would see her again at a friend's wedding, the most beautiful woman in the world who once betrayed me and broke my heart. She asks for my forgiveness, but I am torn. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. It isn't difficult for you, but it's enjoyable for me, and we're getting started. She approached the table with a nervous smile. She was still as stunning as ever, with shoulder-length, auburn hair, blue eyes and a slight build. Yes, she was the world's most beautiful woman. She's best described as graceful, but she should not be here. I was promised she wouldn't be present. I believe they lied to me, as they had been doing for several months. I should have known in advance. I must be incredibly naive. Hello, Alex, can we speak? She desperately tried not to cry. What do you need, Christ? I want you to return. I am aware that I made a mistake. I just need to talk with you. I do not want to talk. In your opinion? Talking occurs when I sit and listen while I am unable to speak for myself. I'm done talking, especially with you. I got up and approached the party's host. Ignore the woman who used to be my wife. Tom and Sarah finally decided to get married, and it was their wedding celebration. They were the last of our small group to marry. Lisa and I were the first, and our marriage ended 6 months ago. I caught her cheating. I believe I only needed to sign checks and pay her bills. Sarah saw me first and grabbed Jan's arm. They were talking with Daniel and Emily, the other couple in our group. All 4 of them promised me that they would stop talking to her and that she would not be here. Only a few more lies. They lied when they claimed they knew nothing about her cheating. They were covering for her so she could have an alibi. They lied to me about her not being here even after everything had happened. The other 3 of them looked up to see me approaching. It should have ended right now. You just had to invite her, right? Following her actions and the manner in which she treated me. Are you still friendly with her? I was angry. Look, Alex, we know you're upset, but it's time to put an end to this nonsense and move back in together. We all know you still love her. Sarah. Step forward this time. Yes, Alex, she learned her lesson and will not do it again. Tom needed to support his new bride. Alex. It's time to swallow your pride, gather your strength and return to it. I believe there was anger in those words. Emily and Christ have been best friends throughout high school. Do you all think so? Everyone nodded enthusiastically. Okay, they all looked slightly disappointed. As I turned on my heel and walked up to the stage where the band was playing soft rock music, I approached the soloist and took the microphone from him. The band stopped playing and everyone turned to face the stage before focusing on me. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex, and I'd like to tell you all about my friends, Tom and Sarah. It's not just about them, but also Daniel and Emily. I turned and smiled at them. I called them friends. But would true friends lie to you? If your wife was cheating on you, would they cover for her? If she left the party for half an hour, would they have remained idle? Would your wife have let you rake out the coals during the divorce? When your wife accuses you of being a cruel and treacherous husband in court, good friends defend you. They express sympathy when you have to give your unfaithful wife 80 of your total assets and pay 600 in alimony. Would they have done this? Would they exploit your wife behind your back? Emily and Sarah had confused expressions on their faces. Haha, you didn't know my ex-wife. I pointed out that Christy was making love with my supposed best friends, Daniel and Tom. They used my wife together. I believe my invitation to that party was lost. Of course, their wives were still unaware of it. Don't worry, I've got photos. However, Emily and Sarah should refrain from passing judgment on them. In fact, Emily informed me of Lisa's cheating. Emily gave me a sharp look one evening after drinking too much, and she revealed that my dear and faithful wife was walking behind my back. Imagine my shock, but then she realized she had let it slip and attempted to persuade me otherwise. I could argue that she worked hard to mitigate the consequences, but I didn't buy it. This led me to find a private investigator who specialized in cheating, and I got hours of video and photos. It all turned out to be a waste of money, given that I am now a wife abusing. At least that was what my ex-wife told the judge during our hearing, but I still saved the photos. I took out my phone and began showing pictures. Emily, in addition to being highly respected and devoted, has been making love to John for the past 3 months. I paused for a moment to let everyone know this. John and Daniel appeared angry, while Emily appeared demoralized. Sarah looked like she was about to get sick. I suppose there is only Sarah left. Oh sweet, Sarah has been using a guy named Ryan for at least a year. Sarah, who attempted to approach me as a distraction when Lisa went to use the restroom with another guy. Of course I turned her down because I loved my wife. She probably did it for fun. Who would want to use a fat guy, right? Wait, I'm no longer a fat guy. It's amazing how much gut-wrenching your 4 best friends do, and your wife works wonders for your diet. We're not finished yet. No, now my ex-wife wants me back. Ex-wife persuades cruel, treacherous fat husband to return. Why? Oh why? I assumed she was pleased that I had left her. She has most of my money. She has my house and car. Why the hell would she want me back? Let us ask her so. Darling, could you tell me why you need me to come back? I handed her the microphone and simply stared at her. This time she was in front of everyone, and in the middle she was shaking. She was very scared. She looked like she was about to give up. She took a deep breath before closing her eyes. When they opened, she felt a new sense of determination. The fear was still there, but it was under control. Alex, I love you. I made the biggest mistake of my life by cheating on you. I hurt you. I hurt and betrayed you in the worst way possible. To make matters worse, I charged you for what I did. I can't even express how sorry I am. I have no idea how to make it up to you. I'm not sure how I can regain your trust, but I'll spend the rest of my life trying, even if you do not want me anymore. I'll keep trying. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Anything. I lowered the microphone and paused for a second. You're going to swallow it all this time, just like your previous lovers. She smiled and grabbed my arm, pulling me away. She was slightly embarrassed when I did not move. No, I mean right now in front of everyone. Do you want my forgiveness? Would you like to be with me? Are you saying you love me? Then begin showing it in front of all of these people. Lisa glanced around nervously. I surprised her with my request. What is wrong, dear? It's bigger than I remembered. It's as if you've grown by 8 centimeters. Not quite as much, but it does occur when you lose a lot of weight. Wow, I'm not sure I can take everything in. You have no idea how much I enjoy that. You mentioned that, now suck it, dear. John approached behind me and placed his hand on my shoulder. Alex, don't make her do this. Today is my wedding night. Do not touch me anymore. You piece of his hand immediately slipped off my shoulder. If you touch me again, I will show your parents a photograph of you and Daniel performing double penetration on my wife. He looked at me with surprise. Yes, I also took a video. However, it appears to be too late. Sarah already knows about it. Sarah and Emily both looked angry. Do not worry about it, baby. Imagine how angry I was when I discovered she had met all of her lovers so early. She appeared disappointed. I am sorry, baby, no woman has touched me in over a year. Really, not a friend, nor anyone else. Nobody. Oh my God, what did I do? Tears were running down her cheeks. I couldn't be certain, but I believe they were tears of regret. She was working hard, harder and faster. Everyone applauded our little performance. She stood up and I kissed her. Most guys prefer not to kiss girls after they have swallowed their load. I am not most guys. Now I see it, how foolish I was. What happens next? She smiled. I whispered something into her ear and she nodded enthusiastically. She liked my idea of getting back at the two who were still staring at us. She approached the two ladies and I followed. Emily. Sarah, are you still my friend? Yes, friend brothers are more valuable than cheaters. Everyone began laughing. Will you help me reclaim my husband? We'll do everything we can to help anything. They both smiled and glanced at me. Alex dreams of using 3 girls at the same time. He wants this to happen to all 3 of us. Will you do this for us? Yes, we'll do it. When Sarah became even more concerned, I believe she decided it was appropriate to repay. He wants us right now. Tom rushed forward and pushed me. He was angry. I don't think he realized what he was getting into. You cannot use my wife on our wedding night. I cannot. When you used my wife, it appears that you had no regard for my marriage. Look, Alex, I apologize, but this is our wedding night. I will not let that happen. He attempted to embarrass me with a look, but I refused to give up. It'll happen and this will continue until I'm satisfied. If you try to stop me, I'm going to kick your ass and then I'll sue you, the cause of the family split. I will grab your ass. I believe his rage got the best of him because he took a swing at me. Easily avoided his clumsy attempt. He was unlucky. I punched him in the diaphragm. He lost his breath and balance as he lay on the ground, gasping for air. I knelt down and whispered into his ear. I will use your wife as much as I want. She will move in with me until I'm finished with her. You'll be patient. If you even speak to her, I will crush you. Everything you own will be mine. I don't think she'd want to be left with a piece of like you without money. Do not worry, I will treat her better than you did. My wife, you little bastard. I stood and looked at Daniel. Will there be a problem for you? Daniel shakes his head. Okay, you'll have the same deal as him. Your wife will move in with me until I am finished with her. If you attempt to contact her, you will become impoverished. I replied calmly, then turned to JN. Besides, if you try anything, I will send this photo of you two to everyone. You know I'll retouch my wife's face, but you two will appear in the foreground and center. I am sure your mother will be very disappointed with their son's activities. My gaze shifted to the 3 girls behind me. They were astounded by how easily I thwarted Jan's attempts to stop me. I forgot to mention that I lost weight after joining a boxing gym. I've been training for 7 months. Do you agree with the conditions I've set for them? Sarah looked at her husband with disdain. When should I move tonight? I need to get rid of the frustration that has built up over the years. How about you, Emily? She walked up to Daniel. You did not even fight for me. I know you'll probably get your ass kicked, but you could at least try. I have lost all respect for you. She turned to face me. I will do it. The only problem is that I won't have a husband for a long while. You can stay with us for as long as you want. Lisa appeared ecstatic that her 2 best friends were moving in with us. Okay, let's go. Oh yes, Sarah, take your dress with you. I've got another fantasy to use my friend's wife in her wedding gown. Sarah smiled as we walked through the crowd towards the car. What is the plan? Lisa asked to push the heavy memories out of her mind and move on. Sarah's joke brought out laughter from all three of them. No, I intended for today. What is the plan? Take clothes for a couple of days, then devote the next few days to fulfilling Alex's dream. Emily said I think he suffered enough. Can't we get clothes later? I really want to use Sarah for her wedding gown and I said clothes first. Then we'll return to our old house. You still live there, correct? Yes. However, it has been extremely lonely since you left. I'm glad you're returning with me. I never expected to return. I am not sure I want to do this, but I promised you a chance and I still plan to do it. I fell silent. The pain was coming back. She was once again seeping into my heart. I had to pause for a second. I had lost track of what I was doing because so much had happened in the last few minutes. Thankfully, Lisa understood what I was thinking then. Let us not go there. We will go somewhere else. Let's visit your father's cabin by the lake. It is quite large and private. We can do pretty much anything there. Why don't we split up and meet outside your home, Alex? Then we can head to the hut. It's a good idea, but I won't let you leave my side. Then I'll come with you. Girls, take my car. We will meet at Alex's in an hour. Then we will drive Alex's car to the cabin. She handed Emily the keys and we parted ways. Lisa took the passenger seat and watched me get into the driver's seat. I started the car and drove away from the parking lot. I must have had a worried look on my face. Alex, I understand you are taking a lot of risks with this. I cannot tell you how happy you make me. I understand that nothing is certain yet and that all of this may be meaningless, but I'm grateful that you're giving me this opportunity. We arrived home in record time. We entered and she had packed 2 suitcases with clothes, even grabbed some nightgowns. We got back in the car about 10 minutes later and Lisa decided to get ahead of the other girls before I had a chance to think she was already on my lap and facing me. I will not let them take you first. I was a fool once, but I won't be again. Damn it. This is amazing. I can't believe this. She couldn't complete the sentence. When our eyes met, she burst into tears. I could see remorse on her face. Her eyes were filled with complete regret. She was lost in sadness and seeing her pain was incredible. It caught me by surprise. What was more surprising was that my pain began to subside. I embraced her and drew her into a passionate kiss. I just wanted to alleviate her suffering. I felt hot tears sting my cheeks. Now I've made my decision. This misery that we were both in was going to end tonight, and I was going to reclaim what was mine. I descended into its warm depths. She looked into my eyes and I could tell she was nervous. She sucked in a sharp breath and shuddered on my lap. Her nails dug into my skin again. I'm sure I'll get scratches after that. What the hell was that? A strong knock on the driver's door window jolted us back into reality. We both started and noticed 2 smiling faces. Emily and Sarah smiled cheek at us. I rolled down the windows. It was the hottest thing I had ever seen. I think we should stay here tonight and go to the cabin tomorrow. Emily spoke with such a lustful expression. I had a sinking feeling after hearing what we had just said. I wasn't sure if taking them with me was the best thing to do. I had what I wanted and I did not want to ruin it. Give us a minute, please. This is the key to my apartment. I threw the keys outside the window. Do not stay too long. Sarah said when they got to my house. I turned to Christ and gazed into her eyes. She was beaming from ear to ear, but I had my reservations about this. Lisa, after what we just discussed, I am confident that I love you deeply. I do not want to hurt you, and if you don't want them, we won't take them. I understand how it feels, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Well, perhaps only to the worst enemy, but I do not want to put you through this. Christ stopped me and kissed me. She pulled back and smiled at me. "You're really cute. Even after everything I've done to you, you still strive to be a good husband. I adore you for that, but you deserved it. You are entitled to have 3 beautiful women like us give you pleasure. We were ready when you decided to use us for your pleasure. I don't mind if I have to share you for the rest of my life. As long as I have you, in fact, I shouldn't be here. I should have been in that old house sitting alone with my misfortune. However, this is not the case. I'm here with you because your heart is so big and full of kindness and love that you chose to have me here previously. I would drain your love and take away your kindness. Now I'm going to shower you with love and kindness. I want to share this with you and give you as much pleasure as I can. So let's go inside and make love with 2 more stunning women." We kissed and I opened the door. Christ attempted to get up and leave, but I held her close to me. She looked at me sheepishly. I just smiled. As I got out of the car, I slammed the door with my foot and hit the lock button. The first step caused me to move slightly inside her. She chuckled happily as I approached the front door. Every step caused me to slip out and then back in. Lisa was moaning and breathing heavily. She hugged me tightly and her lips touched my shoulder. We got to my apartment steps and she bit me on the first one. It was too much for her to bear and I could feel her pour out on me again. I thought I had killed her, but I could still hear her breathing rapidly. I briefly thought I had lost you almost maid. It was supernatural. I never imagined it could be like this. It is all a pleasure and I can't help but suspect it's a dream. I'd wake up tomorrow and be alone again. That is not going to happen. I will be with you and I believe Emily and Sarah will join us. Yes, we certainly will. Sarah commented, peeking out. Now, come into this house or we'll drag you inside. Sarah was wearing her wedding gown. I had to admit she looked stunning in it. Her long brown hair and slender figure could be admired. It was small in the chest region. It's probably the same size as the second, almost like Lisa, only taller. She has brown eyes, but who doesn't like girls with brown eyes? I carried Christ up the stairs. She screamed softly with each step. It was incredibly sweet. I never realized she made such noises. I entered the apartment and was immediately directed to the sofa. I gently laid Christ down on the sofa and then I was told to sit beside her. Your overall taste is very pleasant. Sarah said you should try it from the opposite side. This concept excited me. I believe my reaction was noticed. It appears that someone likes this idea. I'm wearing my dress as you asked. I believe it's time for you to give me what you gave her. I'm not certain I wanted to do that. I looked at Lisa. She smiled and nodded. I stood up and picked Sarah up off the floor. I seated her on the couch and gathered the dress around her waist. Lisa had a wide knowing smile on her face and Emily appeared to have seen a ghost. Sarah sat down with a satisfied smile, trying to catch her breath. Where in the hell did you learn that? Sorry, ladies, it is a trade secret. She smiled again and nodded. You are full of surprises tonight. It was the craziest thing I'd ever done. Emily gave a gasp. I didn't realize you were so strong. I've been working on it, I explained with a smile. Sarah came up to us impatiently and Emily instructed her to lie across the couch. I looked at Christ and she appeared to have been left out of work. I motioned her to join me. She obediently approached me with a smile. She wasted no time and happily jumped up on the edge of the sofa, climbed onto the armrest and leaned back. We all collapsed on the couch. Christ sat on my lap, hugging me. We kissed slowly while resting. It was late and I was exhausted, so I decided to go to bed with what little strength I had left. I picked Christ up and carried her into my bedroom. Sarah and Emily followed me. We all lay down and cuddled up with one another. Lisa lay on top of me on my stomach. It was so light that I had no issues. I heard 3 people snoring lightly, and then I flew to the land of dreams. I was awakened by sunlight streaming through the window, which led to my sad realization. I was alone, naked and covered in a blanket. I could still feel Christ's body on me, and the fact that she wasn't present left me feeling empty. Was this a one-night stand? Is she finished with me now? So what about the other two? Are they also gone forever? When I heard voices coming from the kitchen, all of my fears were dispelled. My apartment was small and unique. The front door led into the living room, and on the other side was the kitchen. The hall, which included 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, was located in the center, separating 2 larger rooms. I sat up, got out of bed and put on my sweatpants and t-shirt. I overheard what they were saying and was intrigued. I could not see the hallway from the kitchen, so I went to the corner to listen. The sweet aroma of coffee wafted into my nostrils and almost made me leave, but Sarah's question made me reconsider how crazy it was. Last night I had the best night of my life, so are you really going to divorce him? That is a good question, Chrissy. Hell yes, that jerk cheated on me first. That is why I started cheating. Now that I've been with a man who knows how to please a woman, I refuse to settle for anything less, and don't, Emily. I hope you won't try to steal Alex from me, dear Christ. They will not be able to in a million years. What kind of a friend would she be if she did this? Definitely not me. That's correct, Emily. Speaking of sleeping with our guys, how did you end up with both JN and Daniel at the same time? This is the story that I want to hear. It happened just before Alex caught me having an affair. I thought I had a great time and everything went perfectly. Then I noticed something. Lisa paused. What is it? Both girls asked enthusiastically. I was not thrilled. I was only delighted with Alex. He wasn't very good in bed at the time and he was overweight, but he could lift my spirits. He knew exactly what to say. When I was sad, he always made me feel like a queen. Then I noticed that he had changed. He was depressed and he stopped joking. There were so many thoughts running through my mind about what was wrong. Then I realized what went wrong. I was the reason for everything. I left him out. I scolded him all the time. I repeatedly humiliated him. I was a complete fool to him. No wonder he felt terrible. I made him like this. It's just me. When I realized what I was doing, I felt sick. I hated myself. How could I do this to the sweetest, nicest and most loving man on the planet? Of course he had flaws, but what I did to him was unforgivable, so I owed to end it all and become the most amazing and faithful wife in history. I was going to do everything I could to keep it. Then one day JN showed up at my workplace. He had pictures of me with different men. I nearly threw up then. He threatened to show them to Alex unless I met him at his house. I was afraid of losing Alex, so I agreed. I had no idea what would happen to him and Daniel until I found him there. They used me, bastards. They called me names and harmed me in every way. They hurt me so badly that Alex has been the only man I've allowed to touch me since then. I despise them both. When Alex hit Tom in the ribs for the final time that evening, I took great pleasure in watching him suffer. I promised myself that if I found them again, they'd get a double dose of this pain. They were his friends. Lisa, we didn't realize they did it. I'm very sorry. Sarah has a large heart. It's okay. Alex is back. Hopefully now forever he will protect me. Furthermore, the way he made love to me last night alleviated my fear of his touch. He was amazing last night. I'm not sure how he learned all of these tricks, but I wouldn't mind another round with him. Emily appeared happy. Hey, you promised. I know I just said he's always welcome in my bed. I wish I knew where he learned all this. He played with my body like a violin. I grinned as I turned the corner. I read the book. When I spoke, all three jumped. A very unique book written by a woman. She has hundreds of techniques for making a woman do this. What a moment of bliss. They all laughed when I wrinkled my face to say the final few words. "Where did you find this book?" Emily asked. She handed it to me herself. I told her about my plan and she offered to help. She said what I intended to do was inspiring. I believe it helped more than I could have hoped. I stated what is the plan. Lisa asked, my plan is to get you back. I was going to do everything possible to get you back. That's why I started boxing to get in shape. I read this book 4 times to sure that I had understood everything correctly. If you wanted me back, why did you divorce me? I wasn't smiling anymore. I knew this question would arise. I walked over to Christ, ignoring the empty chair beside her. I carefully picked her up and sat down, placing her in my lap. I hugged her tightly when I asked the detective to follow you over the last 2 weeks. He recorded videos and photos of you with John and Daniel. She tensed, but I hugged her even tighter. I was so angry that I ignored the obvious pain on your face. I thought I had lost you, but now I don't have a chance to please you, so I contacted my lawyer and began acting. When Tom invited me to the wedding, I told him I did not want you there. If I see him again, I will end our relationship. Last night you showed up, anger flared up in me again. I did exactly what they did. I took advantage of you at your most vulnerable. I was looking for my own pleasure before yours. It's much worse for me than anything you could possibly do. I will never forgive myself for having to protect you. I should have performed better and I sincerely apologize. She turned to me, seated on her lap and kissed me. I had no idea they had taken advantage of her and I was angry that I had missed it. I was going to repay them for what they had done to her. Of course she was walking behind me, but no one deserves to be raped. That is what they did. They forced her to submit to their will. I was guilty of the same thing. How foolish I was. She drew back and straddled me on her lap. I also have something to apologize about. I was the one who put myself in that situation. I was the one looking to please someone else. I should have approached you and talked. You were my husband and I couldn't understand it. All I had to do was speak with you and trust you. I was a fool too, and if you can forgive me, I have no reason not to forgive you. She kissed me again more passionately. Please tell me that this means you'll be mine forever. I meant what you said. I'll never stop trying to get you back. She broke out in a smile. It is too late, young lady. She frowned at my statement. You have already won me over. You will now be unable to get rid of me, no matter how hard you try. Chrissy held on to me for the majority of the morning. I think she was afraid I would abandon her. Perhaps she was afraid I would leave and use one of her friends. It probably won't happen again. We were all sitting in the living room discussing what the future holds for Tom and Daniel. I am going to divorce him. I only began cheating because he did it first. I want a husband who is as faithful as you, Alex. I want a man who loves me the way you do. Christy. Emily began crying. I could see the pain in her eyes. I wasn't always like this. About 6 months ago, I was not a good husband. No, Alex, Christy started, but I interrupted her with a kiss and a smile. Listen to me, baby, I have been going to counseling for a long time. When I found out you were in, I became quite depressed. Pain, anger, disappointment and the desire to see you every day, knowing what I knew almost sent me over the edge. Christ's body was tense and I could feel it. She squeezed my hand so hard that I thought she'd break my fingers. My natural reaction was to pick her up and place her in my lap. She dissolved into me and clung to me. I wanted her to know that I was not contemplating suicide. It's okay, baby. I wanted the doctor and he helped me figure everything out. He also introduced me to Dr. Joyce. She made me realize what I'd done wrong, but I changed it. Christ exclaimed in horror, yes, you did it, but I also played a role in it. How I have forgotten what marriage is. All 3 of them looked at me as if I was crazy about marriage. You are not only devoted to someone, but also to their happiness and desires. Dr. Joyce helped me understand something. They hung on each word. A happy wife will not cheat. Dr. Joyce questioned how we make love and how I try to satisfy you. 2 weeks later she revealed what hurt the most. Alex, you're a lazy lover. You give up quickly, but you didn't put much effort into it in the first place. This is why she cheated on you. If you want her to come back, you must make an effort, but I assumed you were happy. Sarah looked at Christ with disbelief. Yes, I was, but then I became disappointed. Disappointment led to resentment. Then I became angry. That was when I decided to make a change. To tell the truth, I was not thrilled. The only problem was that cheating did not benefit anyone in any case, it only made matters worse after the first few times. I too felt guilty. This only worsened my problem. That's when I decided to stop, and then John and Daniel blackmailed me into sleeping with them. It was my turn to flinch. Lisa drew closer to me. I saw you with him. I was so angry that I couldn't think or. Clearly, I divorced instead of trying to get you back. Last night when you showed up, I was furious. Then, out of anger, I took advantage of you. I awoke this morning to hear you tell a story about how they raped you. I clenched my fist. I had to beat the hell out of them. I spoke through gritted teeth. Yes, maybe I should have, but we wouldn't have had such a good time last night. You'd be in jail and Lisa wouldn't be any closer to getting you released. Sarah was correct. To hell with them. I will not waste any more time thinking about these two. I want to spend my life with the love of my life. Lisa kissed me. Despite everything that had happened, I still genuinely loved her. Christ, I love you. I am not perfect, but I will do everything in my power to make you happy. However, I'll need assistance. You'll need to remind me from time to time. You'll have to be honest and tell me what you want. Don't wait until it's so frustrating that you can't take it anymore. Just let me know and I will do my best to fix it. Right now all I want is you and some pizza. I am hungry. Yes, she was correct. I wasn't going to waste another second worrying about those jerks. I was about to begin a new life and my woman was by my side. It is time to take care of our own happiness. Lisa and I remarried shortly after. I still have insecurities and doubts, but she tells me every day that she only loves me. I do my best to make her happy and love her as she deserves. We are pleased and intend to expand our family. We sold the old house because Christ didn't like it. When we married, I told her to let me know if she was unhappy with anything in the house first. Lisa likes the bigger house we bought. In fact, Emily and Sarah left their 2 unfaithful husbands. Sometimes we see Daniel, but he knows better than to approach us. Lisa acts as if he is not there. She wasn't kidding when she said she wouldn't waste a second with them. Tom was dubbed a cuckold in the city. I suppose if you let a guy run away with your fiancée on their wedding night, it will harm your reputation. He had to leave to avoid being ridiculed. Even his own parents who attended the wedding lost respect for him. I introduced Emily and Sarah to a few good guys from the gym where I still train. I gave them both a copy of Dr. Joyce's book and asked them to read it carefully. I've never seen 2 women smile so big in my life. Lisa began working out with me at the gym. We like spending time together. She's actually quite good at boxing, probably because of my red hair. I had to go through hell to get my life back, but it was worthwhile. Oh yes, we never reached the cabin. It was one hell of a weekend. Here is the next story. Sophie and I became empty nesters at the age of 45 after our son, Jonathan, left for Oxford University. We were proud of our son and his scholarship, but now we needed to rebuild our relationship and begin a new life with our children. I expected our relationship to improve and we'd resume our regular, enjoyable activities. However, for the first 2 months, Sophie was depressed about her son's departure from home. She also realized she was about to turn 46 and had new wrinkles and gained weight. I found these changes appealing, but she felt as if her youth and excitement were fading. After some research, I discovered that this was fairly common. I gave her positive feedback, compliments and the opportunity to adjust to our new family situation. It took several months, but she arrived home from work on Friday night, happy and excited like my wife from 20 years ago, full of smiles. She was like a new woman and we spent the weekend reconnecting after years of taking care of responsibilities. Before I even took off my clothes, Sophie was on her knees and eager to please. Sophie was not a fan of oral pleasure, so this was a new experience, but that night she sucked me into her mouth and enjoyed it gently. To my surprise, she swallowed a mouthful of my liquid, which she had never done before. Then she pulled me down onto the bed and took off her dress, revealing her modestly dressed lower half. This mysterious woman piqued my interest. I became increasingly excited and aroused. As I approached, I found myself face down between her legs, assisting her in reaching a tremendous climax. Her scream was unexpectedly intense, but it served as a powerful release. All of this was new and thrilling. I did not have to wait very long. As soon as her scream stopped, I gently entered her welcoming embrace and we shared an intimate moment for the next 5 minutes. Our connection resulted in another great climax for both of us, as we collapsed into each other's arms. We spent the majority of the weekend in bed, exploring new depths in our relationship and experiencing intimacy like we'd never had before. The next morning, I awoke with Sophie snuggled up next to me and I couldn't stop smiling. "Good morning, beautiful," I said, appreciating the incredible night we had together. "Whatever happened last night? I really wanted to continue." "I love you too," Sophie said, gently stroking my arm after a hearty breakfast. We both felt like our relationship had gotten back on track and we were ready to embark on the next chapter of our lives together. What I didn't realize at the time was that it wasn't me but a man from her workplace who fueled her passion to new heights. Over the last 6 weeks, this man expressed an interest in Sophie. His kind words and playful banter rekindled some of her youthful energy and confidence. This had a positive impact on our bedroom relationship, but it also caused unintended complications over the next few months. 9 months later, our lives were going well. We were financially secure and had jobs we enjoyed. Jonathan was getting along well at school and our relationship had been great for the past 3 months, with us feeling closer than ever. I still didn't know what sparked her increased emotional connection, but I relished every moment, daily acts of affection and wonderful moments of intimacy every night, and I enjoyed spending time with her. It was pure happiness and I was glad she felt the same way and that I was meeting all of her needs. I felt like a supportive partner able to be there for her at this new, deeper level of emotional connection. Every Friday night we would go on a special outing after work. We would watch a movie and eat dinner before heading to a unique location to relax and connect. This enabled us to maintain a life outside of our home. We both enjoyed our Friday nights and tried to make the most of them. In comparison to our friends, we began spending more quality time together. I always want to keep the bond strong. On this particular Friday night, my partner suggested going to a new spot for a drink after dinner. She playfully squeezed my arm and smiled mischievously, implying that it would be an unforgettable experience. She wanted to visit the Hideaway, which was a short drive away. She had heard about it from her colleagues. It was a thrilling club with live jazz music filling the atmosphere. We had some drinks at the bar and Sophie was as affectionate as ever. I admired her energy and looked forward to spending time with her in a private setting. She definitely had me excited, and that's when I felt her hand caressing my leg through my pants. Sophie smiled and gave me a tender kiss on the lips as she continued to stroke me, bringing me close to a peak. Before stopping, she continued to tease me by nibbling on my earlobe and whispering playful words into my ear. I wanted to deepen our connection at the bar, but the band stopped playing, so we had to end our public displays of affection. While I was sipping my third mocktail, the band took a break and a man I didn't recognize approached us. He enthusiastically inquired, "Sophie, is that you look great tonight?" I exchanged a surprised glance with my wife, who appeared uneasy. She then introduced us. "Hello, Eric. It's wonderful to see you, Eric. This is my husband, James," she said, as they exchanged friendly hugs. Even in my slightly tipsy state, my instincts hinted at something amiss, causing me to feel uneasy. I noticed a series of coincidences: a positive atmosphere at home, a new bar, a wife who was extra affectionate, and a chance encounter with a man at the bar she recommended we visit. I had no solid evidence or grounds to suspect anything inappropriate, but I was becoming more cautious. Eric appeared to be in his early 40s, attractive, and had a voice similar to Barry White. It was easy to imagine how his voice affected listeners. He was friendly and engaged in conversation, which allowed me to relax after another drink. As I relaxed, I began to consider that his arrival could have been a coincidence. The jazz band resumed playing after a 20-minute break. Everything seemed fine until Eric asked if he could take my wife out to dance. She stood up and said, "Of course he does not mind, do you, honey?" Before leading him to the dance floor, I was left behind and unable to respond. I was upset when I realized this was a setup after 3 slow dances. I nearly left her and drove home, but I decided to stay and see how the situation developed. As I observed, minor details began to irritate me, such as Eric standing too close to my wife. It bothered me how she rested her head on his shoulder, arms wrapped around his neck. It bothered me how he whispered into her ear. My intuition kicked in and I realized there was something wrong. They returned and pretended nothing was unusual, and Eric started a new conversation, as if slow dancing with my wife was a common occurrence. Eric was extremely complimentary of my wife and how much she had helped him at work. When he asked about my hobbies and interests, Sophie answered for me as if it were pre-planned. James enjoys watching football and is an avid Manchester United fan. He never misses a game on television. Hey, James, have you heard about the playoff game tomorrow? You and Jake are always present for each match, right? Absolutely, we wouldn't miss it for anything. We're going to the pub to cheer on our team against Liverpool. James, I've got some exciting news for you. One of my suppliers gave me 2 tickets to the game, but since I am not a football fan, I decided to give them away. He took out an envelope and showed the tickets, which were for Tier 1 center field. These were incredible seats, almost impossible to obtain, but there they were. I recognized the situation for what it was. It was like the serpent in the Garden of Eden offering Eve the apple and instructing her to take a bite. I responded jokingly, "Wow, those are fantastic seats. You should definitely attend and enjoy the game." "This does not quite suit me, friend. I'm saying I won't be using them, so please take them and enjoy the game." "I mean, having your Marine spouse there would be an honor." Yes, it was. My credibility grew, but I accepted the tickets, and if he called me old pal or old fellow again, I was going to say it. Well, I had to remain calm. I calmly said, "Thank you, Eric. That is very kind of you. I am confident, Sophie, and I will have a good time at the game." I knew what to expect when my lovely wife spoke up. "Oh dear, I am not a fan of those events. You should go with Jake. I mean, you two would have more fun there than I would. Do not worry about me. I have a lot to do." "So you've decided to go with Jake tomorrow?" At this point, I was unsure of the scope of their relationship. I wasn't sure if she was already with him or if she was thinking about starting our relationship, but it was clear that she wanted him, and I found myself on the sidelines. She appears to have misinterpreted my determination and cunning as I chose to observe this situation unfold. I had no concrete evidence except my instincts, what I saw on the dance floor and the apparent arrangement at the bar tonight. So I'd let this play out and see where it goes. As I made plans, I knew there was no way I was going to share my wife, no matter how many playoff tickets or money were offered. If she wanted to involve someone else, she could do so, but I would not be a part of the game and her fate would be decided. I recognized Eric for who he really was. Eric was a refined individual with a charming voice. Yes, he seemed charming, intelligent, prosperous and alluring, and what many women in their 40s may be drawn to. However, the woman he was pursuing was married and not on the market. Eric was one of those people who enjoyed the thrill of seducing married women and turning their husbands into unwilling participants. It gave him a sense of power, boosted his ego and enabled him to engage in relationships without making any commitments. I recognized him for what he was: a morally corrupt individual. Sophie was upbeat after a fun night out with Eric and some drinks. She didn't realize I'd been silent since we left the bar at home. Sophie was full of energy and excitement, but I was still upset and pretended to have a headache, blaming it on the drinks we'd consumed earlier. I pretended to sleep while Sophie lay down beside me. She used her fingers to explore and satisfy her desires. After the thrilling evening we had shared, Jake and I went to the playoff game, but I wasn't totally unaware. Before leaving the house, I placed 2 voice-activated recorders which I had purchased that morning and activated the Find Me app on her phone while she was showering. I expected them to meet up or discuss the previous night's events at the bar, because they knew I would be gone. To my surprise, she did not leave while I was at the game, and there were no intriguing recordings on the devices I had hidden. I remained on high alert for any upcoming events. When I got home from the game, Sophie was nicely dressed and had prepared a delicious dinner for me. Following a warm hug and a loving kiss, she led me into the kitchen. "How was the game, dear? Have we won?" "Yes, Manchester won by 3-1. Sweetheart, you must be overjoyed to have been able to attend the game from such great seats." "That was very thoughtful of Eric." "Yes, very considerate, and the seats were excellent." Sophie appeared pleased and smiled throughout the evening. From that day forward, I couldn't help but overhear conversations about Eric at work or during their lunches, his accomplishments, his lakeside cottage, his travels, and how kind he was. My patience was wearing thin. Then one night she came home glowing and full of energy, throwing her arms around me and showering me with love. That was a warm welcome. "What's happening? You won't believe this, but do you remember the opera El Trovato?" "Yes, you've been talking about it for years." "Why?" "Well, there is a performance at the Royal Opera House this Friday." "Sophie, you know I'm not a fan of opera. Do you actually want to go?" "Yes, I do, but you do not have to go." That is the really good news. You see, I had lunch with Eric today and he told me he had just received fantastic tickets to the opera. Another supplier gave them to him, similar to the ones he gave you for the football playoff game. When he heard that I had always wanted to see this opera, he offered them to me, but was disappointed when I told him how much he disliked the opera and refused to go. Then he had an excellent idea and offered to take me to the opera of my dreams, followed by a nice dinner. Wasn't that sweet of him, my dear? Extremely generous. What a nice person. I said, trying to be polite before continuing, but of course you rejected him. Well, no, why should I do that? I understand you don't want to go, but it's not a big deal. Surely you don't mind if I accompany Eric? It is a huge deal. The big deal is that you do not go on a social outing with another man, whether I am at home or away. That is not what a partner does. I'm surprised you'd even consider accepting an invitation. I replied fully, aware that everything was pre-planned. Oh my, I didn't consider it a social outing. I'm sorry you got it all wrong. You are familiar with Eric and he is one of our friends. I mean, he gave you those wonderful playoff tickets and you had a great time. He paid for all of our drinks and has become a good friend at work for me. I am sure you understand. I smiled to myself as I decided to give her enough rope to hang herself and see where it led. Yes, he did all of that and he seems like a nice guy, but I'm not comfortable with my wife going out with another man. I would rather you didn't go or do anything risky, but you're an adult and you can make your own decision. However, please consider my feelings. She appeared to understand my annoyance and stated, I won't upset you again. I understand your concern. I apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable. I reassured her. My feelings are fine. It's only my concern for my wife. She approached and gave me a gentle kiss on the forehead. Don't worry, I love you and this isn't going to be a date. Let's not talk about it anymore. We moved on from the issue, but I couldn't forget about it. When she asked for some intimate time that evening, I mentioned having a headache because I was so upset and hurt from our conversation. I wasn't sure if she had been physically involved with him, but she was developing a relationship with him. Whether she realized it or not. I knew that if I didn't address it, there would be serious consequences if she stayed with him. Our relationship was over. The Eric situation was becoming a much bigger issue, and I expressed my feelings about constantly hearing about him, which made me a little jealous. I asked her not to meet him for lunch. She refused and countered my request. James, I declined the opera tickets you requested, but I believe you are being unreasonable and I will not let this affect our friendship. If that includes the occasional lunch, you'll have to be more understanding. Of course I was frustrated, but I needed to find a way to deal with this without causing further conflict in our marriage. Soon after, in addition to lunches, we began drinking after work. When I accused her of having an affair, she insisted there was nothing romantic going on and that she just enjoyed his company. So you are not attracted to Eric? I asked, trying not to accuse her. Do not lie to me, Sophie. Honey, every woman at the office finds him attractive, but I am committed to you and have not done anything. She responded. You wish you could, don't you? I asked cautiously, which girl wouldn't? I mean, he's so charming and his voice is captivating. But don't worry, I don't need to worry. How would you react if I went to lunch and after-hours drinks with a girl? I'd like to spend time with something. Tells me you won't be as understanding. The conversation did not go well and tensions between us rose for several days. She was upset at the thought of me being with another woman and made it clear that it was not an option. She threatened to take extreme measures if I ever cheated. I assumed she was overreacting and concerned about our future as a married couple. Then one night she arrived home 3 hours late without calling, which made me worried. She walked in as if nothing was wrong, kissed me and pretended everything was fine. To her surprise, I pushed her back and gave her a stern expression. I made it clear how I felt about the situation. It's wonderful to see you back home. How was your evening? My wife had never heard me speak to her in such a way, and she quickly apologized, explaining that her phone had died and she had lost track of time. She promised me she would never do that again. Were you with Eric? Sophie hesitated and did not respond. I felt anger rising within me and made it abundantly clear that our marriage was in jeopardy. If this behavior continues, Sophie, please understand if I discover that you have been intimate with Eric or are involved in an inappropriate relationship. Our marriage is over. I will not tolerate deception or living with someone who has betrayed my trust. She was shaken but insisted. She had always been faithful, apologizing. She pledged to make amends for the first time. I believed Sophie recognized the gravity of my expectations. She stopped discussing his greatness with me. Nonetheless, she joined him for lunch and drinks without informing me. The only difference was that I was no longer hearing about their time together or his remarkable qualities. 2 weeks later at dinner, I cautiously asked if she had stopped eating lunch and chatting with Eric. She gently touched my arm and smiled as if I were a child, attempting to soothe my emotions in a compassionate manner. She admitted that she was still spending time with him, but she chose not to tell me to avoid causing me distress. To my surprise, she had no idea how upset I became after hearing her revelation. What she said next stunned me, because no ordinary person would put up with such a situation. Baby, you know I love you, and Eric is just a friend. The thing is, he wants to take me to his company's dinner function because his date cancelled. Today he needs a companion, and because we're such good friends, I told him I'd go with him and that you'd be fine with it. Shaking my head in disbelief, I replied, no, I am not okay with it, so no, you can't accompany him. Darn it, Sophie, you're still my wife, at least for the moment. James, please stop being a jealous old fool. He's our friend and he needs my assistance. I'm leaving and you'll just have to trust me. I promise you will be fine, old fool. That is not fair, Sophie. He has rubbed off on you and now you are calling me an old fool. Sophie, if you leave, I promise I will not be okay and things between us will not go well. I cannot physically stop you, but the answer is no, you can't go. Sophie understood and stopped bothering me about the situation. The next day after her confession, Eric called me at work. Apparently, Sophie gave him my phone number in the hopes that he would persuade me to reconsider. She was going to get an earful when I got home later that night. "James, old friend, how are you doing?" Eric inquired, hoping to start a conversation. "Eric, what a surprise. What can I do for you?" I asked. "We're waiting to see what the predator had in mind." I called to apologize for involving Sophie in my company's event. I realize now that it was a mistake and I apologize if it caused any issues at home. Yes, that was shocking. I told her how I felt. Yes, she informed me my mistake was not asking for your permission before putting Sophie in that position. It should have been a man-to-man conversation. I was astounded by his confidence and hypnotic delivery. It only made me angry. Allow me to make it up to you. If you want season tickets to Manchester, I can arrange that. Eric, do you want me to trade my wife for some football tickets? Are you attempting to transform my wife into a well for something inappropriate? Companionship with merchandise. Do you believe that little one ever looks? I believe you misread me. I do not share my wife with anyone, and if you call me old man or old chap again, I swear I will rip out your tongue the next time we meet. Now I'm capable of purchasing my own tickets. Let's just put all of this in the past. I insist that you leave Sophie alone and find another woman to keep you company. I said this with obvious anger in my voice, James. He seemed to ignore everything I said and just kept talking. Hello, James, my friend. I'm sorry if you feel that way, but I really like Sophie and wanted to ask if she could join me at my event. I requested your permission for her to be my date for that one night. Please don't be mad at Sophie, even if she wants to leave. This is my decision, so would you reconsider her as my date for that one night? Eric, pay close attention. No, please stop asking. She is not going with you. That concludes things. In fact, I'd like you to stop eating lunch with her and meeting her after work for drinks. It's affecting our relationship and I'm sure you understand how I feel. I'm sorry you feel that way, James, but we're just friends and I don't intend to let that change because of your insecurities. I'm disappointed that you won't do me this one favor, given everything I've done for you, including giving you those fantastic football tickets and offering season tickets. It's disheartening that you don't appreciate my kindness. I've already expressed my gratitude for the tickets and, as previously stated, I can purchase my own football tickets. Please leave me alone and stop meddling in my marriage. I said, hanging up the office phone that evening. I returned home to find Sophie noticeably quiet. It was clear that she was aware of our conversation, but unsure how to proceed. She couldn't take the silence any longer. I overheard your conversation with Eric today. Did you need to be so direct? You made him uneasy. The cool look I gave her after asking if I had to be so direct could have cooled our pond in the heat of summer. Wow, I'm only worried about his feelings, not my husband's. Why did you give him my business phone number? Do you want to be with him so bad? She looked down and said I was hoping you two would get to know each other better. You know, so we could hang out together. I am sorry how things turned out. I never wanted people to feel awkward. Are you out of your mind? I am not interested in getting involved with him. I've already told him to stop taking you out for lunch and drinks. Please remember that you are a married woman. It is critical to behave appropriately to avoid negative consequences. This comment infuriated her, so she retorted. Stop acting like a possessive teenager. We have been married for 20 years and nothing will change that. I hope you're correct. I'd be disappointed if I thought I'd spent the last 20 years with the wrong person. This comment appeared to catch her off guard and I hoped she'd reconsider her actions. The rest of the night was quiet, with no closeness. In fact, I began staying in our son's room, hurt by her words and actions. Sophie was upset by my decision and attempted to make amends. Over the following weeks, she claimed to have stopped seeing Eric for lunch and concentrated on becoming a more loving partner. I eventually returned to our bed, but I was hesitant to share intimate moments with a woman who clearly had feelings for another man. She became frustrated with my reluctance and attempted several times to rekindle our connection. I felt uneasy knowing she was still close to Eric. To save my marriage, I needed to exercise caution. Unfortunately, I discovered the date of Eric's event while looking through my wife's text messages on her phone. We didn't have passcodes and I'd never snooped before, so there was no reason for secrecy. Seeing her plans made me sad because I knew our relationship would change. However, this information helped me plan more effectively. To my surprise, her last few weeks as the caring spouse were an attempt to win me back and make me forget about Eric. What I discovered was that my deceitful wife intended to tell me she was going to an event with Eric the following Thursday night. Then I had an idea. I wanted to see if she would go with him or stay faithful, despite the fact that I had forbidden her from doing so. The following morning at breakfast, I informed my spouse that I had a meeting in London on the 22nd and would not be returning home until the evening. Given that Eric's event was also on the 22nd, I gave my partner two options: either be open about her intentions and share her plans, or choose deception and go to the event without disclosing her actions. Regardless of her decision, I made it clear that I would not stay in the marriage. If she openly discussed her plans and attended the party, a separation would begin and I would initiate the process. If she chose to attend the event without informing me, a marriage would end. Unfortunately, she kept quiet and did not reveal her intentions. She continued to deceive me by displaying affection and being the perfect spouse. Every evening, I enjoyed delicious dinners, a clean home and warm embraces when I returned from work, but there was no mention of Eric or the upcoming gathering on Thursday morning. I bid her farewell for the final time and left for work. With no plans to travel to London, I'd spend the night at the same hotel where the event was taking place. Over time I sought legal advice and began gathering the necessary documents for a divorce. We discussed a possible date to serve the papers. I proposed paying double the fee for the process server to be present at the hotel where the event was taking place and to hand over the papers once I agreed. If she behaved as I expected, our relationship would end Eric's dinner celebration. I sat in the lobby dressed in a subtle disguise of a face mask, tinted glasses and a cap at 8:00 p.m., as I was reading a newspaper with a perfect view of the front doors. Eric entered the hotel with my wife on his arm. She wore a tasteful black dress, dark stockings and high heel, leaving her shoulders slightly exposed as if she had forgotten her bra. They greeted others with a friendly, celebratory tone. They appear to be a loving couple. Although I had anticipated their arrival, I was not expecting to witness their close relationship so openly. I managed to keep my emotions under control and captured the scene on my phone. Later, I would show this footage to my son to explain why his mother and I were separating. As I noticed her with Eric, I dialed her number and saw Murray look at her phone, recognizing the caller before sending the call to voicemail. Witnessing her ignore my call and refocus on Eric made me feel as if someone had reached into my chest and extracted my heart. Years of devotion to Sophie appeared to vanish in an instant. My eyes welled up with tears, but I managed to hold them back, leaving several messages in a desperate attempt to save our deteriorating relationship. Hello, sweetheart. It's 8:00 p.m. I hope everything is fine, since your phone went to voicemail. I really miss you and care about you. I hoped she would hear the message, reconsider her actions and leave the gathering before things got out of hand. There was still the possibility of change if she left the party or reached out to express her feelings. The journey to understanding. She did not pay attention to the messages that night. I remained near the dining area, observing them from a distance. It was clear she was closer to him than she let on. They acted like a couple through about dinner. I stayed hidden until about 10 p.m. After several dances and some kissing, it was clear they were about to leave the dinner party. I already knew from the text that he had a room at the hotel and the 100 I gave the bellman secured me room 1246 Kim. The process server arrived promptly at 10 p.m. and we discussed my plans. I thanked her and handed her an extra 200 for her assistance. At 11:00 p.m., Kim and I took the elevator to the 12th floor and knocked on room 1246's door. We heard some rustling as I stepped back from the crowd. Who is it? A deep voice inquired from within the room. Kim held up her ID, which was visible through the peephole, and asked security to open the door. He did not appear to examine the ID she presented, but it was effective. As we heard the slide disengage from the door, it opened just enough to reveal Eric's face, and before he could speak, I stepped in front of Kim and forcefully kicked the door open, causing Eric to stumble backward and fall to the floor, naked and in disbelief. A female gasped from within the room as Eric landed in front of Sophie. Her gasp turned into a loud scream when she realized it was me standing there, exposed and in front of her naked body, with white fluid dripping from her legs. Eric lay on the floor, and it was clear that she had just been intimate with someone. I gently placed my foot near his shoulder, keeping my 150-pound frame nearby. I told him to be still. I gestured to Kim, who approached Sophie and handed her the divorce papers. Kim informed Sophie that she had been served and took a photo of her holding the envelope. Her expression was a combination of shock and confusion. I took off my wedding ring and tossed it towards the damp spot on the bed. Sophie realized the consequences of her actions after witnessing my pain, but her desire for me arrived too late. James, I apologize. I made a major mistake and I do not want to lose you. I realize this looks bad, but you know I love you and I do not want a divorce. Please let me come home with you so that I can explain everything and make things right again. Please do not do this. I simply shook my head in disbelief and looked at the woman in front of me for the first time. I realized she looked old and out of shape, seeing her standing there. Her emotions raw was difficult to process. After seeing all of this, any feelings I had for this woman vanished. After all these years, the love I felt was replaced by understanding and sadness. That became the last scene of our marriage. Standing over Eric, my foot still on his neck, I asked Kim to move away from me once she had left the room. I addressed my wife in a concerned and upset tone. Congratulations. You broke my heart and ended our 20-year relationship in the worst possible way. You lied to me, deceived me, and then allowed this person to have a moment with you. Because of that, you've ended our time together. Simply sign the divorce papers and don't come home until Saturday afternoon. I'll need a day to move my belongings out of the house. You can stay in our flat until it sells, which should not be too long. In the meantime, consider moving in with this person. I said, removing my boot from his chest and slamming it down on his exposed leg. I slammed my heel once more to ensure a proper connection. I did, and the sound of a man in excruciating pain filled the room as I exited with my wife for the last time. Epilogue: Eric suffered a painful injury and lost both testes when a heavy object fell on him. He considered taking legal action, but Sophie was warned that if she supported him, private details about her family would be revealed. She decided not to testify and remained silent about the incident. Eric felt let down by Sophie, the woman he had previously taken from the user. After 2 months of attempting to rebuild their relationship, Sophie reluctantly signed the divorce papers. When she realized that their marriage was irreparable, she told their son the truth. She accepted responsibility for the lost happy years they had spent together. They sold their house, divided their belongings, and moved on with their lives independently. Eric chose to distance himself from Sophie, who had recently become single. He advised her to move on and meet someone new. I am a 46-year-old divorce. Sophie encountered difficulties in finding a suitable partner, particularly given her recent weight gain. She had once thought she was attractive, but her previous experiences had made her feel less confident. After 6 months of dedication to fitness, I had lost my excess weight and was in excellent shape. I met Patricia, a charming, 37-year-old divorced woman with a lovely 9-year-old daughter named Melissa. Patricia possessed an impressive physique and valued a devoted, caring partner. She treated me with great respect and we formed a strong bond. Melissa and I developed a close bond and I enjoyed pampering her. Sophie, now 50 years old, appeared as a single woman at Jonathan's graduation. She felt isolated and dissatisfied with how her life had unfolded. Jonathan told her about my new family, which made her even more upset. Seeing me with my lovely wife and daughter caused sadness and jealousy. Sophie apologized to our son for her previous actions and poor treatment of me. She could not forgive herself for giving into temptation with someone she considered a jerk. Losing my love made her realize the importance of her previous life and the pain she caused. All of this heartache and loss was caused by her selfish desires. In an extraordinary turn of events, my life improved significantly within a year of the divorce being finalized. Patricia's ex-husband had cheated on her and she promised never to make that mistake again. In our marriage, we remained devoted and loyal to each other for the next 30 years and we were blessed with 3 grandchildren from Melissa and Jonathan's marriage. Unfortunately, we never heard from Eric again following his injury. Sophie, who never remarried, spent the next 2 decades as an isolated elderly woman, haunted by the guilt of betraying her husband and ruining her once happy life. Jonathan found happiness with a wonderful wife, expanded our family with another grandchild and formed strong bonds with my new family. I only met Sophie once at one of Jonathan's events and she died. No feeling is more bittersweet than your beloved person becoming a treasured memory. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I am a stepfather who deeply loves his stepdaughter, until I discover she is about to reunite with her biological father, the man who betrayed her and her mother twice. I was supposed to be the one walking her down the aisle, but suddenly, I became the forgotten past. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Eric, where have you been? Why didn't you attend my wedding rehearsal? Mom tried calling you 6 times. She's very angry with you really, and where is your mother? She just left with my father. Well, my biological father went to his motel. Eyes darted away from me as she said that, and I noticed it. I kept doing what I was doing before my stepdaughter arrived, taking my certificate of appreciation from the hallway wall. What are you doing? Eric, Mom cleaned all of these frames around 6 weeks ago. I barely paid attention to her as I carried the frame certificate to the kitchen. Emma followed me and watched as I wrapped it in bubble wrap before placing it in an already packed box. She turned around the skirt of her dress, swirling around her for a moment. This website took me back to one of the hundreds of dance recitals I attended as a child. She was now hurrying back to the living room rather than dancing for Daddy. I followed her immediately, carrying the packed box. Mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. She had just noticed that all of my wall decorations, as well as my souvenirs on the shelves had vanished, and if she checked all of my clothes and tools in the garage, I walked out the front door and was packing the box into the back seat of my car. When I felt Emma follow me and stand watching, she spoke quietly, her voice trembling from the shock of what she saw. She had never considered this event before. Are you leaving us? Yes, you finally noticed I've been moving out for 4 days, but neither your mother nor you noticed. This should tell you something, shouldn't it? I am sorry, Dad. I am sorry, Eric, I've been slightly preoccupied with the wedding. Will you come? No, I won't. I thought my absence from tonight's rehearsal would tell you that. But why, Dad? Oh, I am Dad again. Isn't it wonderful? You stopped calling me that 3 weeks ago. Remember? Emma flinched and wrapped her arms around herself, triggering my old instincts. You should go back inside. It's cold outside. I'll call Mom first. You can try, but I'm guessing her phone will be off. I returned home to the living room and sat on the couch. Emma was clearly talking on the phone, leaving a voicemail for Mom to call her right away, and then she plopped into one of the soft chairs. It appeared to swallow her small frame. I waited for her to gather her thoughts and begin the conversation based on the expression on her face. I suppose she didn't know where to begin. Finally, why don't you attend my wedding? You see, you've already got the clues. No, my stepdaughter's confused expression revealed that the extreme selfishness that many brides exhibit had completely blinded her. This saddens me. I had not expected her to be so self-centered. I mentally shook myself. I was eager to move on. I didn't have time for this, so I took control of the conversation. Emma, I have loved you since I met you as a chubby, 2-year-old with perpetually dirty fingers. I still love you and, depending on how things go, I may love you forever. I paused to consider the best way to proceed. Then I decided to use the format I used in the letter I kept in my pocket to inform Emma and her mother that I was leaving when I met your mother. She had recently been abandoned by your biological father. We've already told you this story several times. He was a drunk, and when your mother caught him with another woman for the second time, she threatened to leave him unless you changed. Instead, he got up and left both of you. He abandoned you. I paused to allow Emma to say something. She did not, just stared at me. Shortly after your mother lost her home because she couldn't afford the rent, we met, fell in love, married and moved into this house with my 2 sons, James and Daniel. I felt compelled to assist you because our previous residents had vanished anyway. I digress. I loved both your mother and you. I loved you. Like you were my own daughter, just as I loved my biological children. I never hesitated to accept responsibility for your upbringing. I thought I'd lost it all a month ago. Emma must have noticed the tremor in my voice during the final sentence. It transported her back from wherever she had been. You were not dead. You were the best father a daughter could have. Many of my friends envied me. They couldn't believe it. When I told them you were only my stepfather. She stopped, covering her mouth with her hand slightly shaken by what she had just said. Within about 2 seconds, she realized what had happened to me in the previous month. I continued my story. I like the guy you chose as your life partner, and he was the most proud person in the world. You asked me to walk you down the aisle. I paused again to see where this conversation would go in her head. I could clearly see when the majority of it hit her. She averted her gaze again. Yes, Emma, you did not withdraw your invitation for me to walk you down the aisle, but then your biological father came back into the picture and I was out. He's entirely yours in your and your mother's thoughts and conversations. I am yesterday's hero. Did you know she was so inattentive that she didn't realize I hadn't bought the suit for tomorrow, even though she had asked me to? I watched again as Emma debated which of the issues I raised to address first. I saw the horror on her face when she realized she had forgotten to ask me, the only father she had known until last month, to accompany her on her most important day. I expected to hear an apology for this, as well as her objections. I was wrong. Instead, she confirmed her superficiality by attempting to justify everything. Yes, Eric, you've met my biological father. Are you more important to me than my life? You have to understand that he only came back into my life last month when he found out I was getting married, and it was amazing with his flashiness and how he spoils me by buying me everything I look at twice. He is just so. What can I say? Both of us, Mom too. I guess I assumed he'd walk me down the aisle. I apologize, I forgot. I'd already asked you. It's been like a whirlwind since he returned, which took you off your feet, didn't it? Yes, this is exactly what he did, admit it. He just exudes charisma. I recently told my mother that she stopped when she realized what she was about to say, and to whom her face was always like a shallow pond, with the slightest breeze ruffling its surface. A new gust of wind followed shortly after. Now was no exception. Emotion after emotion flashed across her face, as I realized how completely she had ignored me for the past month. I watched her process this. I believe I witnessed the exact moment when she realized her mother had been just as bad for the previous month. All I had heard in my house was that JN did this or said that I tried to show them how angry I was about everything, but nothing was noticed. They were both under Jay's spell. Yes, I noticed his charisma too. I understood why he was such a successful salesman. Unlike my wife and stepdaughter, did not succumb to his influence. They were completely blind when I pointed out his broken promises 3 times. The final straw came 4 days ago when I found out I wouldn't be walking Sammy down the aisle. This revelation came only after I overheard them discussing who would be where in the church. My name was not even mentioned. Instead of showing up and hoping for a seat in the front pew, I began packing my belongings. I decided to gradually begin preparing Emma so that future revelations would not surprise her. Shocker, do you realize is still a lying cheat? You realize is the same scumbag who abandoned you and your mother 20 years ago. Right. He abandoned you both back then, and as soon as he has what he wants this time, I'm leaving you again. Oh, Dad, don't be so bitter, Eric. Yes, I apologize. I forgot to mention that my biological father would walk me down the aisle. It's my fault, not his. You can be angry at him and call him a variety of derogatory names. What proof do you have that he is still a womanizer? I considered my response once more. I was concerned about how my next question would be answered. I knew my 20-year marriage was over. Have I also lost my daughter? So in for a penny, in for a pound, as they used to say. Where is your mother? I didn't have to hold my breath. Very long eyes left mine for a long moment, then darted back and forth as she pondered how deep my question went. Had I purposefully linked my question about why I thought her biological father was still cheating to where her mother was? Without a doubt, Emma was aware that the execution had been left. Whether we end our 20-year relationship in a pile of lies or keep the memories of mutual respect that we can still hold on to, I need to tell you something. This morning I discovered protection in your mother's purse, what without a doubt for tonight. I had a vasectomy before meeting her, so they were obviously not for me, and I know you use birth control pills, so they were not for you. I'm glad the package was unopened, which means she hasn't slept with him yet, but buying the entire pack 24 hours before his arrival suggests intent, doesn't it? I can tell by your expression that this news does not surprise you, so I can only conclude that you are complicit in your mother's betrayal of me and our wedding vow by sleeping with that slippery little bastard. Do you think it's romantic that, like in a fairy tale, your parents are reconciling and you can play happy family starting married life with a Porsche in the driveway rather than a Nissan I purchased you? Emma opened her mouth. In response, I raised my hand to stop her and not bother, forget it. I said the answer does not matter. The fact that you knew but chose not to tell me ends our relationship right now. I stood up, approached her, helped her to her feet and hugged her. I suppressed all of my emotions that I hadn't expressed in months. I spoke my final words to her. I loved you so much that I left her life looking back through the door. I saw complete devastation on her beautiful face. As she watched me leave, tears rolled down her cheeks as she swallowed and gasped. She desperately tried to locate her phone. I assumed this was in the desperate hope that her mother had not turned away from her, that her mother had not yet physically committed adultery, and that her mother could use this as an excuse to persuade me to forgive her. Emma also hoped that she would not lose her other father, who had been desperately crying out for the past month that his wife had stopped loving him and had gone completely unnoticed. Meanwhile, she had fallen for the smooth-talking salesman and his charming story. I shrugged, unsure whether my wife had physically crossed the line. The protection I came across that morning was sufficient for me. Initially, I planned to move out temporarily to demonstrate my dissatisfaction with the events of the previous month. The morning's discovery revealed that I had underestimated the severity of the situation, which pushed me to agree. After several painful hours of deciding that moving out was necessary, I examined my conscience. It agreed with me. I jumped into the car and drove away. Epilogue. Some of the following is fact, while others are rumors. The story would be incomplete without both. On the day of rehearsal, I spent some time trying to figure out which motel the newly reappeared father was staying. In my motivation, I wanted to witness my wife's infidelity firsthand, in order to harden my heart and do what was necessary. My efforts were in vain. Instead, I opted for Plan B. After leaving Emma, I parked on the street near my house and turned off the lights. Sure enough, less than a minute later my former daughter drove by in tears. A herd of elephants may have followed her. Unnoticed, she drove straight to a motel and rushed into a specific room. I followed her closely with my trusty old SLR camera and zoom lens. SS mother opened the door after hearing her cries. I was mentally prepared. At least I thought I was, given the strange scene that greeted me. What bothered me wasn't Sophia's hastily wrapped motel robe and tousled hair or her ex-husband standing behind her in boxers. No, what struck me was the panicked expression on her face when Emma spoke. I'd shielded her from such emotions for 20 years. It is a habit. After Emma was led into the room and the door was closed, I threw the camera in the passenger seat, turned off my phone and drove away into the night. My knowledge of what happened immediately after comes from a variety of sources. The wedding did take place the following day, but at 6:00 p.m. instead of the scheduled 10:00 a.m. First they had to locate the bride's mother. She spent the night desperately looking for me before falling asleep exhausted. Then precious time was spent looking for the bride's biological father who had vanished. As I told Emma once he got his way he left. I was really curious about his motivation for all of this. My research revealed that he and his second wife never had children. Perhaps he wanted to walk his child down the aisle. Some people just enjoy collecting life experiences. I suppose he saw Sophia as still an attractive woman and wanted her. Perhaps it was just an ego trip. As a self-centered individual, he simply turned on the charm and pursued her until she gave it in. She left when things became serious, just as I had warned her he would. It could have been the most expensive sex of his life before he could return home. Several photos were delivered to his wife's mailbox. She left him in accordance with their prenuptial agreement. In the end, she ran her father's company without him. There were rumors that a week or so later she was found badly beaten in an alley. It was said that his father-in-law was always concerned about his only daughter and disliked scum by the time the wedding party realized he had left. The vicar had graciously rescheduled the ceremony for 6:00 p.m. I'll never know when Sophia realized that all of the seams on the dress she planned to wear to the event had been torn. It would have crumbled in her hands, just as our marriage had. Because of her actions, I ignored Sophia and Sai's communications. They flooded my voicemail with requests to call back, but the bridge had been truly burned. Sophia, as expected, left a lengthy message stating that she had just entered Marcus's motel room after dropping him off and they had only talked. The protection in her purse was meant to be a novelty. At the front desk, 2 photos emailed to me clearly demonstrated that this was a lie. In the first, she stood in the motel doorway, revealing her left breast under a hastily tied robe. The second was an enlarged version of the same photograph highlighting what appeared to be a half-dried seed covering her bangs. The simple story prompted me to request that she refrain from contacting me again in order to preserve our memories. She mostly respected this and now only occasionally sends me well wishes. According to family gossip, she has struggled to move on and is still not dating anyone. I made a small divorce settlement offer, which she gladly accepted. I stayed at my younger son's house for a while, keeping my car hidden in his garage. He and my older son also turned down calls from their stepmother. They noticed how much I was hurting. Sai's new fiancé tracked me down and I agreed to talk because I liked him. He persuaded me that Emma tried to talk her mother out of the planned rendezvous, but Marcus's spell was too strong. We still have occasional conversations. Apparently, the relationship between mother and daughter is still strained. I'll never know whether Emma blames Sophia for losing both of her fathers or if her new husband keeps his mother-in-law out of their home. I'll probably forgive her someday. My sons have forgiven her and SS husband begs me to. If the pain hadn't been so fresh, I might have been devastated by the story of Emma walking alone down the church aisle while her mother, already seated on a pew, watched exhausted from tears and still smudging her makeup. The groom couldn't remember whether there were 1 or 2 empty seats next to her in the front pew. In any case, my interest was strictly academic. Between the planned and actual weddings, he had a significant influence on Sai's actions and thoughts about her mother's mistake. Finally, he concluded that it would be beneficial if the bride who had witnessed the consequences of infidelity remembered them vividly and focused all of her energy on bringing all of the guests back for the rescheduled ceremony. However, rumors spread and it was clear that Sophia spent less than half an hour at the reception desk with accusing glances from both sides piercing her soul. I still wonder if she regretted losing me and ruining her daughter's speaci day. So what about me? I wallowed in misery for several months, completing the grieving process, but fearing that I would never trust a woman again. Is this ironic? I met the widowed mother of Daniel's wife when she arrived early to plan her daughter's wedding 12 months after my breakup. The connection was immediate and any trust issues were quickly resolved. I was one of those people who dismissed the concept of soulmates. Until I met mine, I checked myself for any unresolved FE feelings. There were practically none. Sophia started the process, which was completed. What the heck, Kapul Yaruz notices the woman. Within 4 weeks, I moved in with Belinda, knowing she was the woman I would spend my life with. Fortunately, her children welcomed me with open arms and I met Belinda today. Her daughter asked me to walk her down the aisle. Even that didn't stop the silly grin that almost always makes my face ache. Here is the next story. Lydia met up with her old classmate, Hilda, for lunch on a restaurant patio, which drew the attention of passing men. Lydia apologized for being out of touch, explaining that graduate school and her recent marriage had kept her very busy. She was nearly finished with her degree and mentioned that she was looking forward to taking a short break before beginning her job search. Hilda inquired about Lydia's married life, expressing some envy for her stable relationship with Adam. Lydia admitted that while Adam was fantastic, his focus on growing his business left little time or money for recreation. Hilda reassured her that his hard work would benefit their future and acknowledged the financial strain of attending graduate school. Lydia, feeling a lack of social excitement, admitted that she missed going out and having fun, as opposed to her classmates, who enjoyed parties and bars. Hilda, sensing something more, inquired if Lydia was interested in anyone else. Lydia revealed her attraction to Carl, a first student, who quaintly complimented her appearance and academic performance. She blushed as she admitted it. Hilda tilted her head. I doubt Adam would be pleased to hear that it's just a harmless flirtation. It means nothing. But you are correct. Adam is a bit old-fashioned about these things. That's why I won't tell him. She shifted in her chair. I can't help but remember how much fun I had before getting married. I miss dating different men and going out. You have to be careful, girlfriend. You have a wonderful husband and you do not want to risk losing him. Adam would never let you mess around, and if it did happen, I'm sure there would be plenty of women ready to console him afterwards. Yes, I understand. I honestly want to be with him and start a family. I just want to have some fun before things become too serious. She lowered her voice and leaned closer. Remember that guy I told you about? He invited me to go to Florida with him for spring break. If I could do it without Adam finding out, I would most likely say yes. She leaned back, laughing dismissively, but this is just a fantasy. It couldn't happen. Hilda sat back and looked at Lydia thoughtfully. After a brief pause, she nodded as if she had made her decision. Don't be too sure. I know one way you can get away with it. Lydia exclaimed, feeling a mix of disbelief and excitement. You are joking. How are you certain you want to risk your marriage for a week of fun? If I knew, Adam would never know why not. But you are just teasing me, Hilda. I couldn't pull off something like that there is, and it's actually quite simple. Hilda started counting with her fingers. First, make a new Gmail account with a fictitious name, like a good friend. Use this account to send Adam an anonymous email stating that his wife is having an affair. I tell him I am having an affair. That is insane. Why should I do that? Hilda carried on calmly. You could say Lydia is having an affair with someone Adam doesn't know and can't easily track down. What is the point of that? It would cause him to focus on the phony affair rather than your grad school guy. But Adam would become suspicious of me exactly. However, if he can't find any evidence of the person you're allegedly having an affair with, he'll have to confront you and ask what's going on, but I don't want him to become suspicious of me. No, you don't. When he confronts, you act upset about his lack of trust. You become so enraged that you call a timeout in marriage. Doesn't your mother live in Florida? The abrupt change caught Lydia off guard. Yes, why great. While you're angry, tell Adam you're going to Florida for spring break to stay with your mother and figure things out while he searches for the mystery man. You will be in Florida with Carl having a fling. But how do I explain this to my mother? Hilda rolled her eyes. You do not have to. Actually, you don't have to see her while you're there. But what happens if Adam calls her? Tell him not to speak. You need to take a complete break from him to work things out. He should not contact you or your mother while you're away. Warn him that if he tries, you might not return at all. Lydia stared at her friend, contemplating the plan. Her expression then brightened. You know, Hilda, that might actually work, but what happens when I return? That's easy. Adam will be desperately missing you by then, because he will be unable to locate the mystery man. He'll think someone has played a cruel joke on him. He will feel terrible and beg you to forgive him for not trusting. You'll forgive him and everything will be fine. You will have had your fun. You and Adam will be closer than ever. What about the mysterious man I'm supposed to be having an affair with? Should I make up a name? You could, but it would be preferable if it were a genuine person. Choose someone with whom you cannot possibly have an affair, like someone who is very old, lives far away or has died. That way. If Adam finds him, you are still safe. Hey, I think I know the perfect guy. There was this creepy professor in my first year of graduate school. I believe he left town because I never saw him again. How about that? Perfect. Lydia quickly reached across the table and squeezed her friend's hand. You are the best, Hilda. I'm really excited. I really believe this will work. She then hugged herself and shivered slightly. I cannot wait to tell Carl. Meanwhile, Adam was in the office and asked the foreman if we had heard back from the supplier about the parts we ordered. Frustrated, Adam returned to his office and sank into his swivel chair, rubbing his forehead. If those parts do not arrive soon, we will miss our deadline to deliver the prototypes. After the foreman left, Adam checked his email, hoping for good news, but instead discovered a message titled "About your wife." He hesitated before opening it. Lydia is having an affair with Professor Bellingham, and I regret to inform you of this. I thought you should know a good friend. Adam searched the university's website and local institutions for Professor Bellingham, but couldn't find anyone with that name. Frustrated, he turned to Google and found 5 names, none of which were local. He thought it was a scam, but doubt crept in. He had a thought. What if she is actually having an affair? He hadn't noticed any signs, but he'd been so preoccupied with work that he had overlooked her. I've been working nearly 70 hours per week to get the business off the ground. Doesn't she understand that I'm doing this for us? Her tuition has been rising and I've been investing any extra funds into the business. Still, I suppose I haven't paid enough attention to her feeling guilty. He began looking through his calendar to find the last time they went out together. He gave up after 3 months of searching and not finding anything. However, as his guilt increased, so did his anger. He reasoned that even if I hadn't given Lydia the attention she desired, she didn't have the right to cheat on me. We discussed the sacrifices we would have to make if we decided to start the business. She completely agreed to it back then, so she has no reason to complain now. His thoughts were interrupted when his foreman looked through the door. Hello, Adam. Good news. The parts we needed have just arrived. Thank goodness. Let's get them unpacked and delivered to the shop. Right away after the foreman dashed away, Adam took a deep breath, so that's one problem solved. He chuckled wryly. I suppose I can now spend more time worrying about my wife. Adam leaned back, considering the possibility of an affair. After his online search yielded no results. If Lydia was involved with someone from the university. Perhaps the name was incorrect or not listed on the website. He discovered the university's human resources number and inquired about Professor Bellingham. The secretary checked and confirmed that there was no Professor Bellingham in the business school or any other department. When Adam inquired about the professor's previous employment, the secretary informed him that university policy required her to only confirm current faculty. Adam, frustrated, called the business school's dean but received no response. The administrator of the assistant taught me nothing new. Adam's head was pounding. I need a strong drink, he said after hanging up, but then he got an idea and picked up the phone again. Hello, Hilda, I'm Adam. Could you meet me at Maxi for a drink after work? I have a problem and could really benefit from your advice. I'd prefer not to discuss it over the phone. You can great see you at 6:00. Before leaving, he checked his email once more. There are no new messages from a good friend. When Adam arrived at Maxi's place, he noticed Hilda sitting in a quiet corner. She held a glass of white wine and a mug of his favorite draft beer in front of her. He walked over and kissed her cheek. Thank you for the beer and, most importantly, for coming tonight. I really do need to talk. After he sat down, she took a sip of her wine and stared at him. Okay, Adam, what's going on? Is there a problem with your business? Not sure where to begin. He stared at his beer for a moment before speaking. Do you know a Professor Bellingham from the university? She shook her head. Confused Bellingham. I have never heard of him. Why? He sighed and gave her a printout of the email. I received it today. She skimmed through it, gasped and then read it again. She looked up at him sympathetically. Oh Adam, it's no surprise you didn't want to discuss this over the phone. What are your thoughts about it? I'm not sure what to think, Hilda. I cannot believe it is true, but I can't simply ignore it and hope it's nothing. I spent the entire afternoon trying to figure out who Professor Bellingham is, but I ran into dead ends at the university. I am at a loss for what to do next. I cannot afford to hire a private investigator and do not have the time to conduct my own investigation. That's why I needed to speak with. You've been an excellent friend to both Lydia and myself. What are your suggestions? She took another sip of her drink and squeezed his hand, reassuring him. What you really asking? If I believe Lydia is having an affair, I can't give you a definitive answer. On the one hand, I haven't seen or heard anything that suggests she's been unfaithful. On the other hand, I have not seen much of her lately. He appeared distressed and she continued. There are people who enjoy causing trouble and this could be one of those situations. Perhaps you have business competitors who want to distract you with marital issues. There could be additional explanations that I haven't considered. What is clear is that you cannot simply ignore this and hope it goes away. You are a firm believer in fidelity and any indication of a problem will bother you. If not addressed, doubt will harm your relationship with Lydia in the same way that an affair would. He looked at her with a troubled expression. I know you are correct, Hilda, but what should I do? In my opinion, you should show Lydia this email. She needs to know that someone is accusing her of being unfaithful, and she deserves the opportunity to explain. After all, if someone made such an accusation against you, wouldn't you want to know? He sat in silence for a moment before nodding your core. If I don't tell Lydia about this, it will affect how I behave around her. Finally, it will drive us apart. Just as if she were cheating on me, he got up and hugged. Hilda, thank you for helping me think this through. I'm not sure what I would do without you, Adam. You already know how much I care about both of you. If there is anything I can do to help, please let me know. He nodded gratefully and followed Hilda out the door, watching him go. Lydia was there to greet him when he arrived home. Where have you been, Adam? I called, but you did not answer. He did not answer her question. Instead, he took her hand and guided her to the couch. I need to show you something, Lydia. It's really upsetting me. She sat down next to him, appearing nervous. He handed her the printout. I received this in an email today. Can you tell me something about it? She quickly read it and, to his surprise, stood up and began shouting. Do you think I am cheating on you? I cannot believe this. You got a crappy accusation from an anonymous friend and now you're accusing me of cheating. No, honey, I'm not accusing you of anything. If you weren't accusing me, why did you show me this terrible lie? She took the printout, crumpled it and threw it at him. This feels like a knife to my heart. You believe a coward who refuses to sign his name is more trustworthy than you. Trust me. She grabbed her purse and stormed out the front door. I cannot even look at you right now. I'm going out and don't know when I'll return. She slammed the door as she exited. Moments later he heard her car's engine roar and tires screech as she drove away. Oh damn, I didn't expect that. I'm worse off now than before. He groaned. He sank back onto the couch, holding his head in his hands as he sat at. Adam's initial thoughts were defensive. Why did she respond so strongly? I did not accuse her. I've just shown her what someone else said, but he knew the answer before he had finished his thought. If Lydia had given him that note, he would have reacted the same way. But what was I supposed to do? Pretend that everything is fine. Hilda was correct. I couldn't simply ignore the email. It would have been unfair to both of us. Despite spending the rest of the evening mentally replaying the situation, he was still unsure what to do. He knew he needed to talk to Lydia, but he wasn't sure what to say. All he knew was that he wanted her to return home so he could make things right. Adam, who was emotionally drained, was tired but determined not to sleep until Lydia returned home. After another hour of waiting, he finally lay down on the sofa and quickly fell asleep. The sound of the door opening startled him awake shortly after midnight. As he sat up, groggy Lydia entered the living room, glaring at him with her hands on her hips. Lydia, we really have to. I don't want to discuss this right now. She interrupted abruptly. You can stay on the couch tonight and we'll talk about it in the morning. Without awaiting a response, she turned and walked down the hallway to their bedroom. When he heard the door slam, he sighed and returned to the sofa, hoping to fall back asleep. It took a long time. Adam usually got up early to get to the office before everyone else. Although his internal clock woke him at the usual time, he decided to wait for Lydia to emerge so they could talk. He brewed a pot of coffee and sat down with his laptop to read the news. While waiting, Lydia didn't enter the kitchen until almost 8:00, pulling her suitcase behind her. Adam expressed surprise and asked, "Where are you going, Lydia?" "I thought we'd go before you could finish." She raised her hand to stop him. "This has come as a huge shock, Adam. It makes me question our entire marriage. I need some alone time to process what happened as spring break begins. Tomorrow I'm going to drive to Florida to see my mom." She glared at him angrily. "I intended to stay there all week and return in time for class the following Monday. I would prefer not to hear from you while I am away. I need this time to myself. Do not call me. Do not call my mother. Please do not call my mother's house. Do you understand?" He nodded, feeling helpless. "I mean it, Adam. If you call I may not respond at all." "Got it." He nodded again. "Fine," she said flatly and walked out the door, dragging her suitcase with her. After she left, Adam sat there stunned for a few minutes. He eventually went into the bathroom to shave and change clothes. Then he drove gloomily to work. When he got to the office, there was some good news. His foreman had taken the initiative to move the missing components to their proper locations on the production line, and testing was going well. In contrast to my marriage, the business is not currently in disarray. Adam thought to himself with a hint of regretful acceptance. That afternoon, he was working on a spreadsheet when his phone rang. It was Hilda calling. "I was concerned about you and wanted to check in. How did things go with Lydia last night?" "Oh, it's a long and sad story," he said, sounding depressed. "Oh, that does not sound good. Would you like to meet up for a drink and discuss it?" "That would be wonderful." "Hilda, same place." "Okay." He checked his email again before leaving, but there was still no new message from a close friend. When he walked into the bar, Hilda immediately noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes. "Oh, Adam, you don't look like you got much sleep. What happened?" He took a big gulp of his beer and began explaining the previous night's argument as well as Lydia's departure the next morning. Hilda listened with a combination of sadness and regret. "Oh, Adam, I feel terrible. You followed my advice, which turned out to be the wrong decision. No, Hilda, I thought about it a lot and still believe it was the only option. I didn't expect Lydia to be so angry, but I could simply ignore that email and pretend nothing was wrong. Now all I can do is hope she calms down and we can work things out when she returns. That is nice of you to say, Adam, but I still feel responsible for what happened. So what are your plans for the remainder of the week? I am not sure, Hilda. I don't see how Lydia and I can move forward without discussing what happened. Maybe I'll wait a few days and then try calling her. No, Adam, do not do that. She already believes you don't trust her. If you contact her after she has told you not to, it will only confirm her suspicions. Yeah, I suppose you're correct, but I feel helpless. I'm not sure how to find out who sent that email. The only thing I can do while she's gone is try to figure out who Professor Bellingham is. That is a good idea. If you can locate him, he may be able to explain things. Adam spent the next few days investigating the anonymous email but made no progress. He then considered the possibility that Bellingham was an alumnist rather than a faculty member. He called the Alumni Relations Office, but there was no record of Bellingham. Frustrated, Adam went to the Graduate School of Business during spring break and found it nearly empty. He inquired about Professor Bellingham until an assistant dean threatened to notify campus security, forcing him to leave. Adam was at a loss in his office until he received a call from Dr. Avery Mayfair, a Graduate School of Business faculty member. Dr. Mayfair offered to help and inquired as to why Adam was looking for a nom. Adam, desperate, briefly described his situation. Dr. Mayfair listened thoughtfully. I understand now. I overheard your questions at school today, and the way you asked them led me to believe that something like this was already happening. I can confirm that Bellingham was an adjunct professor here 2 years ago. He was an excellent teacher, but his class did not have enough students, so his course was cancelled and his contract was not renewed. I see, Adam replied. Does this imply that there is more? Dr. Mayfair added, I heard from Professor Bellingham at the beginning of the school year. He informed me that he had found a job at Black Hill State University in South Dakota. He's in South Dakota? Adam asked, surprised. Yes, Dr. Mayfair confirmed. Bellingham also mentioned in the letter that he had recently married his longtime partner, Harold. So Bellingham is exact, Dr. Mayfair. Thank you for the call. I still don't understand why someone sent me such a deceptive email, but I'm certain it was false. I hope to put your mind at ease. Can I ask you one more thing? Why did you contact me? I am grateful, but I am still a stranger to you. The professor's tone softened. I do not mind explaining. I had a similar experience years ago. My wife left me for someone else, so I understand how you may feel. I was happy to assist you and clear this up, but if the accusation had been true, I would not have hesitated to inform you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your assistance. That evening, Adam called Hilda to tell her the good news. I'm still not sure who is trying to ruin my marriage, but I'm confident Lydia isn't cheating on Professor Bellingham. Are you certain you can trust Dr. Mayfair? Yes, absolutely. After the call I looked him up and discovered he was on the business school faculty. He's an older man, possibly in his 60s, who appears to be well regarded. I also checked the Black Hills website and Belling is listed there. That's great to hear. Adam, you must be relieved. Yes, I do, but now I don't know what to say to Lydia when she returns. That is simple. Adam. Lydia, according to what you told me, did not give you much of an opportunity to explain yourself when she gets home. Tell her that you never doubted her. Explain that you found out about Bellingham immediately and looked him up after receiving the email. You didn't get to talk because she reacted so strongly. If you handle it well, she will eventually apologize to you. I'm not sure, Hilda. That is not exactly what happened. She appeared to be smiling. Come on, Adam. Is it really so bad to stretch the truth a little to get your way? Lydia surprised Hilda with a phone call on Sunday just before returning to town. Hey, I wanted to check in before I returned home. Do you know how Adam's doing? I'm nervous about what I'll find when I arrive. Just so. You know you owe me a lot of money for everything I did while you were away. With a little help from me and some luck, you'll be able to return to your husband with your marriage in better shape than ever. Hilda then describes the week's events, including Adam's discovery of Bellingham. If you handle things correctly, when you return home, you and Adam will both apologize to each other and everything will return to normal. There was a brief silence. What if I don't want things to return to normal? I don't understand, Lydia. What exactly are you trying to say? I had a fantastic time this week. Carl. The person I've been seeing is a lot of fun. Lydia spoke with a deeper tone, and he's an amazing lover. I haven't experienced this many peaks in years. I am not ready for this to end. I want to keep seeing him until the semester is over. You've got to help me, Hilda. Lydia. You've already taken a significant risk by dating this guy for a week. If you try to continue the affair here, you're taking a big risk maybe, but you have to admit that your plan worked perfectly. I'm sure you can figure out a way for me to continue seeing him, please, Hilda. He's truly amazing. I had a feeling something like this would occur. There was a pause. All right, Hilda replied. Slowly. I can devise a strategy for you, but you must understand that doing so will jeopardize your marriage to Adam. He's a good guy who works hard, is loyal and values his family. Men like him do not come by often. Are you certain you want to risk everything just for fun? Lydia laughed. You got me. I can make a plan. Okay, but remember what I told you. Here's what you should do. You still have the email account you set up? Yes, you instructed me to keep it active. Great, you should send another email from a good friend, this time send it to yourself, to your regular email. All right, what should the new email convey? Make it similar to the previous one, but this time say Adam is having an affair with me. What? But this is not true. Adam knows this. How will this help? It's simple. The first email accuses you of cheating. Adam discovered you couldn't be unfaithful to Professor Bellingham, but he might still have reservations about you. Wait, Hilda, you mentioned that the Bellingham email would clear me with Carl, and it did, but once Adam receives the second email, he will have no more doubts. He already knows you weren't having an affair with Bellingham and he understands I am not involved with him. Clearly, a good friend is lying, and Adam will no longer doubt you. That way he can do pretty much anything without raising his suspicions. The call was paused. Lydia exclaimed excitedly. Hilda, you are brilliant. I'm not sure how you come up with these ideas, but you just gave me a free pass until the end of the semester. Lydia, there are just 2 more things. First, make sure Adam informs me about the second email. Why would he do that? Because it helps me demonstrate that you are trustworthy and this enigmatic friend is not. That's an excellent idea. Adam. Value your opinion, so we will take it seriously. What is the second thing? After you send the email to yourself, log out of your good friend account. You do not want Adam to stumble upon it. Oh no, I don't want that. Actually, it's best to log out of both email accounts when you're not using them. You do not want Adam to find any messages from Carl. I told Carl not to email me, but your advice is still valid. It's better to be cautious. When Adam returned home from work that evening, he was concerned because Lydia had been crying. Everything had been going well between them since she returned from Florida. So seeing her upset was surprising. What is wrong? What happened? He asked urgently as he approached her. Oh, Adam, this is happening again. She sobbed and handed him a copy of the email. Damn it, he said. After reading the accusatory message. You realize this isn't true, right? Of course, Adam, I know you will never cheat on me, just as I would never cheat on you, and even if you did, I am confident it would not be with Hilda. She's been a great friend to both of us. She would not do something like this. Damn it, someone is still attempting to create problems for us and I don't know who or why. There must be a way to track these emails. She gave him an uncertain look. Will you tell Hilda about this? Do you believe I should? Yes, I believe you need to. She's now involved and it wouldn't be appropriate not to inform her. Hilda responded warmly to Adam's call the next morning. How are you two lovebirds doing today? Adam's tone was serious. We're fine, Hilda, but something new has come up that I need to talk about with you. Can we meet after work? Actually, I am working from home this afternoon. Could you come to my apartment instead? That works for me. I'll be there between 63 and 7. Hilda opened the door that evening. She noticed Adam looked serious. What is wrong? Adam. I've been worried. Since you called. He shakes his head. I'm sorry, Hilda, but it appears that you've become involved in this mess with Lydia and me. Hilda looked puzzled, so Adam handed her the most recent email. After reading it, she looked at Adam frustrated. This is absurd. We aren't having an affair. I'd never do that to Lydia. Adam said I hope she knows that she does. She told me the same thing. Hilda shook her head confused. I'm glad she understands that. So what do you think is going on? I believe someone is working hard to cause problems between Lydia and me. First it was Professor Bellingham's warning and now this. The only thing I can think of is that I might have an enemy, perhaps a business rival, but I'm not sure who it could be. Lydia, and I decided to inform you that you are now involved. She nodded. I'm glad you told me. Adam, you're always very considerate, but I'm not sure what we can do about it. Unless the person responsible makes a mistake or does something obvious. I don't believe involving the police would help. I agree, Hilda. It's very frustrating. I just want this whole mess to be over and whoever is behind it to stop bothering us. How is Lydia handling all of this? She's quite shaken up. When I arrived home, she was crying. I am not surprised, especially given the trouble the first email caused Adam. Listen, Lydia is probably very stressed right now and with graduation approaching, she is probably feeling overwhelmed. You must take extra care of her. Do you believe we should block all emails from that account? That may not be a good idea. If more emails arrive, you'd like to know about them. Yeah, you're correct, but how do I keep Lydia safe from the start? If you receive another email, do not tell her about it right away. Additionally, you should check her email on her laptop whenever possible. If she receives another email, forward it to yourself before she reads it. This way, you can handle the situation without worrying her. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. He stood up. I'm sorry you've had to deal with all of this. Don't worry if that's how you're apologizing. I genuinely care about you and want to assist you in any way possible. He smiled with gratitude. I should get home and check on Lydia. He began to leave but then returned to hug and kiss Hilda on the cheek. Thank you for being such a good friend. Your support means a lot to me. When Adam returned home, he was pleased to see Lydia in a much better mood. The next morning, she was even more cheerful, getting up early to join him for breakfast. This is a pleasant surprise. Lydia, I usually don't get to see you before I go to work. I didn't want you to leave this morning without hearing that I love you. She said this while kissing him. And by the way, she said I'm attending a lecture on campus tonight. I'll probably be home late because a few of the girls and I are going out to dinner afterward. That is fine, Lydia. We have lots of leftovers in the fridge, so I can eat here. Thank you, honey. I'll probably come home after class to drop off my belongings and change. If I don't see you have a nice evening, Lydia would be out. Adam stayed late in the office. Things were finally beginning to improve in the business. A major potential client expressed strong interest in the new product samples and Adam hoped they would place a trial order. At the very least, Things are going well now. If only I could figure out who's interfering with our emails. He was still thinking about his mysterious good friend when he got home. As he walked towards the bedroom, he noticed Lydia's laptop on the table. It appears she didn't need it for her lecture. He then remembered Hilda's suggestion. I should see if she is still logged into her email. If she is, I'd like to see if she has received any new messages from that creep. As soon as he opened the laptop, it powered up. There was no email page open, so he clicked on the Gmail link to see if she was signed. In a window appeared asking him to select an account. He saw Lydia's email, but she had logged out, so he started closing Gmail before he could react. He noticed another account listed below her regular email, and when he looked closer, he was astounded. The account name was that of a good friend. What the heck? He exclaimed. While staring at the screen, he tried to open it, but Google asked for a password which he did not know. He closed the tab and sat down to process what he had just seen. How could she have an email address with that name? I know Gmail does not allow duplicate usernames. Lydia must be behind those emails. Why would she do that? Why would she send an anonymous email to me, accusing herself of cheating? It didn't take long before the answer hit him. It must have been a diversion. She wanted me to waste time pursuing a gay professor in South Dakota because she is actually cheating on someone else. Then another thought hit him hard: her trip to Florida. When I showed her the email, she became very upset and said she needed to go see her mother and get away from me. Now I'm wondering if she even saw her mother. He quickly pulled out his phone and called his mother-in-law. After some small talk, he asked if Lydia and I were planning to visit next month. Would that be too soon for you? Is it too soon? I haven't seen you two in ages. Please arrive whenever you can. He clenched his teeth, frustrated. Great. We'll let you know once we have a firm date. He swore to himself after hanging up the phone call. Damn it, Lydia's true whereabouts remain unknown. More importantly, who she went with, son of a witch. Then he remembered Lydia's latest email. What was that about? Damn, there must have been another distraction to keep me from noticing what she was up to. Like attending lectures with her girlfriends, that sneaky, dishonest jerk, he began to wonder what she was wearing. As she left for the evening, he dashed into their bedroom and began rummaging through Lydia's lingerie. It was difficult for him to remember everything she owned and he nearly gave up, but a sudden suspicion struck him, so he looked for one more item, her GTAR belt. It was missing. Frustrated, he searched for the matching underwear set, but it was also gone. After going out to dinner with her girlfriends, he returned to the kitchen table to reflect. So you enjoy tricks and lies? Well, I can play that game too. He was still furious when Lydia returned home after midnight, but he pretended to be sleeping as she quietly entered the bedroom. When he heard the shower running, he had to hold back the urge to confront her. Who knew attending a lecture could be so sweaty? He mused bitterly. The next morning, Adam awoke early and left for work. Before Lydia was awake, he left a note near the coffee pot for her. I hope you enjoyed the lecture. Last night I had to go in early for a meeting and may be late tonight, so don't wait for me. Adam had a busy day, but he did not meet with clients or suppliers. He went shopping during lunch and then returned home to make a few preparations. He had 2 additional appointments in the afternoon. After finishing, he went out for dinner and a movie to kill time. When he arrived home, Lydia was already asleep, so he carefully climbed into bed without waking her. Lydia was surprised to wake up the next morning to find Adam waiting for her. I assumed you'd already gone to work, she said, gratefully accepting the coffee he handed her. I wanted to make sure I saw you before my flight to Detroit at noon. I'll be gone for a few days meeting with potential clients. This is new. You don't travel very often. When do you think you will be back at the earliest? Not until Friday evening, and if all goes well, I might stay until Saturday morning. Will you be okay while I'm gone? She gave him a cheerful smile. Do not worry about me. I am sure I will find something to do while you are away. All right, just make sure to stay away from our good friend while I'm away. Her expression became serious. That is not funny, Adam. Sorry, you are correct. It is not funny. He waved goodbye, grabbed his suitcase and went to his car. He frowned as he drove away. She hadn't even noticed. I did not say I loved you. I bet she's already making plans to see her lover again now. I just need to make sure they meet at our house instead of the airport. Adam drove to the university at lunchtime. He parked away from campus and changed into jeans and a hoodie. Carrying a cheap backpack to the business school library. He hid behind a magazine rack, lit a string of firecrackers and threw them into a metal container. He then opened a door with his backpack and went outside. He called campus security from a burner phone, falsely reporting an active shooter in the business school. As the firecrackers exploded, he ended the call and fled the campus amid the chaos. Adam parked discreetly in his neighborhood and observed from a distance. An hour later he saw his wife come home, followed by another man. He then drove to the motel where he'd reserved a room. That night, he confirmed that the second car was still in his driveway before returning to the motel to rest. When Lydia and Carl left the house the next morning, they were surprised to see Adam leaning against Carl's car door. "Oh my God, Carl, it's my husband!" Lydia exclaimed as she recognized him. "I thought you were in Detroit." She said it, then realized how it sounded. "Honey, this isn't what it seems. Carl has just stopped by." "That's enough, Lydia. Everything you say is a lie. I do not want to hear any more." Adam grimaced and pointed at them. "This is exactly what it looks like. I know you both spent the night here and I recorded everything you did and said. So just listen." He took out a manila envelope and shoved it toward her. "I'm filing for divorce because of your affair. The envelope contains my lawyer's contact information. Get your own lawyer and have him contact mine, but don't try to contact me because after what you've done, I never want to see or speak with you again. No, honey, do not say that it was simply a mistake. This is a one-time thing. This is something we can fix. I promise," he shouted. "Stop lying. It is not a one-time thing. You have been with him for weeks and it was not a mistake. You had everything planned out. I know you sent that email to distract me, so you could spend your spring break with him. By the way, your mother has been wondering why you have not visited her. I suppose you were so preoccupied with this guy," he said, pointing to Carl, "that you didn't even go see her." He then focused his attention on Carl. "Oh, I almost forgot." Adam quickly took several photos of Carl using his cell phone. Carl scowled, clenched his fists and made a threatening move toward. Adam quickly reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the Magnum. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he stated calmly. "I don't want to ruin my life by ending you, but I'd be willing to use this in self-defense if necessary." "Wow, whoa," Carl said, raising his hands and stepping back. Adam turned to Lydia with a sneer. "It appears that your boyfriend is a lover rather than a fighter." His voice then became cold and harsh. "Take what you need from the house and leave." "I intended what I said. I don't want to see you again, Adam, please," she cried. I never wanted it to end this way, ignoring her. He walked to his car while she sat on the driveway crying into her hands on his way to work. Adam came across a dumpster and threw the burner phone and toy Magnum he had in his pocket into it. "I'm glad they make these things appear so real," he said with a bitter laugh back at his desk. Adam used his cell phone to send an email containing one of the photographs he had taken. To his surprise, he received a call back only minutes later. "This is Dr. Mayfair. Did you just send me a photograph?" "Yes, Dr. Mayfair, sorry for bothering you again, but do you recognize the man in the photo?" "I believe his first name is Carl. Is the woman next to him your wife, my soon-to-be ex-wife?" "She's an extremely attractive woman. I believe she attended one of my classes last year." I recognized the man beside her. His name is Carl Mannheim. Carl Mannheim is one of my advisory clients. That is helpful, Doctor. I have some issues to settle with Mr. Mannheim, so he was the one who messed up your situation. Yes, in a way, but my Eve was not entirely innocent. I see, that is interesting. I'm glad I could help. However, I'm sorry things did not turn out as you had hoped. Thank you, Doctor. I sincerely appreciate your time and assistance, even if things did not go as expected. Good luck and don't lose hope. Things usually work out for the better. Trust me. I've been through it and come out fine. Adam was furious 2 months later as he sat in the office of his lawyer. Have you heard from Lydia's lawyer yet? What is the current status of the divorce? Yes, I talked with Hannah Monroe yesterday. She sent Lydia's counterproposal. Today, the good news is that Lydia is no longer contesting her divorce. After Hannah heard the recordings, you made it your home. She persuaded Lydia not to risk having those played in court. The bad news is that Lydia has accepted the end of their marriage. She is determined to get as much money from you as possible. Damn, she lies and cheats on me, and now she expects me to compensate her for the trouble. It's simply not fair. So what does she want from me? Usually I would expect a request to divide all of your assets. There isn't much to split here, though. You're renting your place, you do not have a retirement plan, and your savings are minimal. Your only asset is a business that is losing money. It appears she is betting on its failure, so she's just asking for alimony. Adam replied sarcastically. I'm really touched by her confidence in me. How much does she want in alimony? Much more than we suggested. The lawyer gave Adam a document. Adam was taken aback by what he saw. This is outrageous. She understands I can't afford it. If I have to pay that much each month, I'll have to sell off my business to cover the costs. Lydia is not willing to negotiate. That is what Hannah will ask Judge Abe for. I am not going to hand over that much money without a fight. We will have to see what happens in court. Okay, Adam, I understand your frustration. Remember, Judge Abe has complete authority. What he decides will be final. About a month later, Adam sat nervously in the courtroom as both lawyers presented their arguments. Judge Abe had asked for a break. How do you think this is going? Adam asked his lawyer quietly. I'm not sure, it could go either way, and the judge might suggest a compromise. Judge Abe returned to the courtroom seconds later, and they were instructed to stand. They took their seats again. The judge directed the attorneys to approach the bench. I assume neither side has changed their position on the financial settlement. Both lawyers exchanged looks. No, Your Honor, all right. Before I make my decision, I'd like to ask Mrs. Wetherb some questions. Hannah Monroe appeared surprised, but then smiled and motioned Lydia to step forward. It will be fine. She whispered to Lydia. Please remember to address him as Your Honor. Adam's lawyer sat down and leaned toward him. When the judge requests more information from the opposing party, it is usually a bad sign. Adam watched frustrated as his soon-to-be ex-wife took the stand. Her suit was modestly cut, yet tailored to highlight her figure. He noticed the judge watching Lydia and muttered, I think we're in trouble, to his attorney. The judge reviewed the documents in front of him before addressing Lydia in the witness box. Mrs. Weatherby, it appears that the only issue between you two is the amount of alimony. Your proposal is significantly higher than what your husband has offered. Yes, Your Honor, and why are you asking for the higher amount? We are requesting a higher amount due to the length of our marriage and Your Honor. I will be starting over from scratch. I understand. However, Mr. Wetherb claims that his sole source of income is his business, which is currently losing money. Why do you think he can afford the alimony you are asking for, Your Honor? We believe Adam has intentionally reduced his reported income by investing more in his business. He could easily afford the alimony I'm requesting if he reduced his business investments. The audited financial statement reveals that the business is losing money. Your Honor, Adams. Accountants can manipulate the numbers to produce whatever results they want. The judge raised his eyebrows. Are you suggesting that the financial statements have been falsified? Lydia's lawyer appeared alarmed and shook her head firmly. Lydia quickly added, no, Your Honor, not all. It's just that earnings can be delayed and investments increased. While adhering to accounting rules, he simply invests too much money in his business. Adam could feel his anger rising. He leaned over and angrily whispered, what a liar she knows. It's not true. She's just trying to get as much for me as she can, regardless of the consequences. Meanwhile, Judge Abernathy was reviewing the case summary. Mrs. Weatherby, we've mostly discussed your husband's business investments. It appears that he has also invested in you, or at least your education. If you're talking about my MBA, Your Honor. Adam did pay for my tuition, but I did all of the hard work. I've studied day and night for the past 2 years, including last summer, and you have just graduated, correct? Yes, sir, I graduated with honors. She spoke with pride. The judge nodded. Okay, Mrs. Weatherby, you can sit down now. Lydia returned to her attorney's side and Judge Abernathy adjusted his glasses to look at both parties. Based on the evidence, I'm going to give Mrs. Weatherby the entire amount of financial assistance she requested. Adam grimaced as Lydia leaned in and hugged her lawyer. However, the judge continued. This financial settlement will provide Mrs. Weatherby with enough monthly support to allow her to live comfortably without working for the foreseeable future. However, now that she has an advanced degree, she should be able to find a good job. I am only paying her alimony for 6 months to encourage her to use her education 6 months. You cannot do this, Lydia yelled. I can, and have. The judge reacted harshly. He then struck the gavel on the block. The next case. Lydia's attorney quickly pulled her away from the judge, even as she continued to argue about the decision. She finally paused when a large bailiff appeared. I only need to pay alimony for 6 months, as they prepared to leave the courtroom. Adam told his lawyer. I can handle that. How about that? His lawyer replied, sounding pleased. I thought we'd lose when the judge agreed to her demand, but it appears he wasn't impressed with how she was trying to drain you. Not many husbands do so well in divorce court. I'm curious why he took it so easy on you. Do you think the fact that she did not contest the adultery charge played a role? That is not something the judge should consider when deciding on a financial settlement. Adam smiled as he saw Lydia still arguing with her attorney. So whatever the reason, I'm pleased with the outcome. Just then Adam's arm was grabbed and he turned to see an older man he didn't recognize but who appeared vaguely familiar. I wanted to introduce myself. The gray-haired man introduced himself as Professor Mayfair. Adam shook his hand firmly. It's a surprise to meet you in person, Professor. Thank you again for all your assistance. What are you doing here today? The old man smiled. Following our conversation, I became interested in your case and decided to come see how it ended. It also allowed me to chat with an old friend, Judge Abe. He shook Adam's hand again. I'm glad everything worked out for you. If you require any further assistance, please let me know. He winked. We divorced men need to support one another. The professor walked away. Adam watched him leave thinking. I wonder. He shook his head from the corner of his eye. He thought he saw Hilda in the crowd, but when he looked closely, she was gone. Lydia dialed a familiar number on her cell phone 30 months later, and when the caller answered, she nervously said, "Hello, Hilda, it's Lydia." What a surprise. I have not heard from you since your move to Florida. How have you been? Honestly, it's been a difficult few years. That is actually why I am calling. I needed to hear a friendly voice. Of course. What's happening? Are you working right now? That is part of the problem. I thought getting an MBA would make it easier to find a good job, but down here, employers value experience over degrees. The majority of the positions I was offered were internships or trainee roles. Oh, that sounds frustrating. So what are you doing now? After the alimony stopped, I became desperate. I even took a job as an administrative assistant, which was terrible. Now I'm pursuing a new career in financial counseling. That's exactly why I called. If you are interested, I would be happy to review your financial situation. Many people overlook such things. There was a brief pause. Lydia, I would love to help you, but my finances are in good shape right now and I'm optimistic about the future. I don't really need any assistance. Sorry, that is okay, Hilda. I've heard that a lot, so I thought I'd ask. This industry is difficult to break into. I had to move in with my mother to save money. You're living with your mother. What happened between you and Carl? Do not even mention Jerk's name. We broke up only a few months after moving here. I broke up. What happened? Oh, Hilda, it was terrible. Carl dropped out of school before completing his MBA. His advisor rejected his thesis and told him he needed to start over. Carl became very resentful and decided not to return. He refused to get a job and spent his days playing video games and drinking. He eventually became angry with me. It became so bad that I had to call the cops on him. Oh, Lydia, that sounds horrible. You're probably better off without him, and on the bright side, you're now free to meet new people, go out and have as much fun as you always wanted. I remember how much you missed that when you were married. Lydia. Sigh, going to clubs and parties costs money, Hilda, and I don't have much money these days. To be honest, my outings aren't as glamorous or enjoyable as I had hoped. I remember a friend telling me that there are far more losers than good guys out there. Lydia paused, and when Hilda didn't respond, she changed the subject. But how about Hilda? How are you? Are you currently seeing anyone special? Actually, Lydia, things have changed dramatically for me. I'm getting married next month, married. That is amazing. Who is the lucky guy? Do I know him? Yes, you do. It's Adam. Adam and I are engaged. My Adam. You are marrying my Adam. That's not correct. I'm afraid it is. We are holding a small ceremony in the backyard of our new home. We then flew to Paris for our honeymoon. New house honeymoon in Paris. Adam cannot possibly afford that. My situation is not the only one that has shifted dramatically. So Adam was born in the same month that you moved to Florida. He finally received the large order he had been chasing. His business took off after that. His new product is precisely what the automotive industry required. Furthermore, earlier this year, Adam received a large offer from a major manufacturer to buy his company. He accepted and the transaction is set to close next week, so you don't have to be concerned about our financial future. Lydia could only stammer, but Hilda persisted, her tone becoming sharper. Lydia, all of that could have been yours if you were content with what you had. I warned you from the start that your affair would put everything at risk. I also warned you that if your marriage failed, there would be women waiting to take advantage. But you were the one who encouraged me. You are the one who helped me with the Lydia's voice rose with shock. Oh my God, Hilda, it was you planned the entire thing from the beginning. I just mentioned a minor fantasy and you manipulated me into acting on it. You duped me into believing I could have an affair without repercussions. Lydia, I really mean it, you are overreacting. I did not make you do anything. You did not want to. I've just given you enough rope to hang yourself. I cannot believe this. You must have been the one to tell Adam about Carl. Lydia. You're smarter than that. Think about it. If I had told Adam, he would have questioned how I knew. That would not have been very smart. I advised you not to delete your secret Gmail account and I suggested Adam check his email. I used Gmail all the time, so I was confident he would see what I expected. So, Lydia, no, I did not tell Adam about your affair. I simply set things up, so they turned out the way I wanted. I cannot believe this. I trusted you, Hilda. I thought you were my friend. Hilda laughed. You know what they say. All is fair in love and war. You will not get away with this nasty woman. I'll make sure Adam knows what you did and how manipulative you are. He will definitely cancel the wedding once he learns the truth. I'm sorry, Lydia, but I need to end our conversation now. Adam and I have plans tonight and I want to look my best for him and do not bother calling back. I'll block your number as soon as we hang up. You're a deceitful backstabbing witch. After 30 months and 1 day, Hilda greeted Adam with a loving kiss. When he returned from work, Adam kissed her back before pulling out a piece of paper from his jacket. You will not believe who emailed me today, Lydia. Oh seriously, Hilda spoke casually. I had almost forgotten about her. What does she want now? Adam looked at his fiancée without emotion. She wrote to warn me about you. She claims you planned everything to separate Lydia and me. It's beautiful out there. Can I see it? Hilda asked. He handed her the printout. She quickly read it and handed it back with a smile. Lydia is a poor person. She could have made her jealous story seem more credible if she had done one more thing. He looked at her with curiosity. She winked at him. She should have signed it a good friend. It took him a few minutes to stop laughing. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I thought I had it all, until I discovered my wife and her lover were plotting to destroy me completely, including my money, my identity, and even my daughter. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My wife 37 and I 39, entered into an open marriage at her request. Now she wants to close it again. My wife and I have been married for 15 years. We have 2 children, a 14-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy. About a year and a half ago, my wife approached me and asked for an open marriage. She stated that she was bored with just us and wanted to experience more. I was strongly opposed to this, because I believe that marriage should be between 2 people at the same time. When we got married and had 5 sexual partners and my wife had only been with me, she made it clear that we had to open things up or she was going to file for divorce. Neither of us wanted that, so we agreed to certain conditions. Nobody brought anything back to the house. We don't talk about partnerships. The children don't know. Nobody in my family knows all partners have been tested ahead of time. Nobody we know, etc. I had a strong suspicion. My wife had someone in mind and this was confirmed within 24 hours of our agreement. She went outside and did not return until 4:00 a.m. It was difficult for me to accept and I was not comfortable with it, but I wanted to save my marriage. Last May I met Ross. Our daughters are in the marching band together. Ross is divorced and has no desire to get married again. She has needs just like everyone else. So 5 months after reopening the marriage, I started sleeping with Ross. Initially it felt like cheating, but honestly it's nice to have something with no strings attached, even if neither of us wanted it to go forward. Over time I became confident that my wife and I would be able to meet our needs both within and outside of our marriage. It increased the intensity of our sex life and made us happier. In April, my wife and her side guy, whom I had never met, stopped seeing each other due to coronavirus. According to my understanding, he is in an open marriage, his wife is unaware and it was difficult to leave. In May we assisted in organizing a Zoom concert for the band kids, which went extremely well, though my wife met Ross for the first time. I believe Ross has been open with a few of the moms, because we informed my wife that Ross was my outside partner. My wife informed me that since we both knew Ross, I needed to end things with her. I refused, citing the fact that neither of us knew her ahead of time and that meeting did not violate the rules we had established over the previous month. She has repeatedly told me that she is uncomfortable with me continuing to sleep with Ross and that I need to end the arrangement. She was fine for a year with her partner. This weekend she approached me and stated that she wanted to end our marriage again. I told her I was open to it as long as we agreed to keep it closed in the future. She agreed. That is also what she wants, that she does not need any more partners and that she is content. It's just me. I'm not sure we could agree to end the marriage on 2 conditions. The first I described above. The second thing I wanted her to do was sign a document waiving spousal support in the event of divorce. She flipped out. She categorically refused to consider that my wife is a stay-at-home mom who hasn't worked since we married. She said I could keep seeing Ross and leave her with nothing if she signed the agreement. I'm not sure if I'd be willing to include a list of mutually agreed upon situations such as my infidelity. That would render the agreement null and void. She says it's not up for discussion, that she won't be cheated on and left with nothing if I leave her for Ross. I pointed out that the entire thing was her idea and that I was only going along with it to save our marriage. She says that if we don't end the marriage, it's as good as done. I told her that I would not tolerate being threatened with divorce every time she didn't get her way. She says I am being dramatic and I need to focus on us. Should I agree without conditions? I know there is no future with Ross, because we both agreed. It's all physical and despite knowing I'm standing my ground, I feel like I'm destroying my marriage over a dead end. At the same time, I don't think it is about Ross at all. Update based on what some of you said here this morning. I called Ross. You may have heard that we were supposed to keep this private and asked who she would share the details of our liaison with. She denied telling anyone and I didn't suspect she was lying. I checked my wife's Google timeline history and discovered that she had tracked me to Ross's house in April. She followed me and then purposefully introduced herself to Ross to incite conflict. I thought she wanted to be involved in band parents, but she just wanted to end things with my outside partner. I'm not sure what to do at this point. Let's ask the community for some relevant feedback. First and foremost, I believe your wife flipped because she has no intention of staying with you long term. The op responded. That's exactly what I thought. Believe me, my intent is not to defraud her financially. She's coming from the perspective that she's confident in us now and ready to wrap things up. What about a year or 2 from now, when she decides she wants someone else and wants to open things back up? I'm not going to be blackmailed into a divorce just because she wants it both ways. Another community member claims your marriage is already over. Good luck. The op replies. I am coming to that realization. I hate it, but she is no longer the person I married. Someone else joins in while he is in an open marriage. His wife is unaware, so he is simply cheating on her. Then the op replies, yes, apparently my wife believed it was open. He told her it was true and he was openly cheating on his wife. If his wife still wanted to end the marriage and whether the divorce would proceed, I first asked if she was willing to agree that once closed, it would stay closed. Then I asked her if she would agree to waive spousal support in the event of divorce. Then I asked if she'd be willing to waive it in specific circumstances such as her cheating on me or refusing to reopen the marriage. She refused to discuss it. I don't want to be in a situation where her outside partner wants to resume their relationship 6 months from now, or she sees someone else she's interested in and decides to threaten me with divorce again if I do not agree to open the marriage. Please back out. I have no intention of financially exploiting her. I wanted to see how she'd react to my request for a guarantee that she wouldn't ask me that again. She made it clear that she was not going to put her money where her mouth is. The op describes how he met Ross. I met Ross through band parents. Our daughters aren't particularly close. They just play in the same band. My wife was not involved in band at all because it was not her thing with quarantine. In effect, she was looking for things to do and decided she wanted to help with the concert. At that point she should have said no, because my outside partner is a band mom and I don't want you to be involved in that circle. She was in my circle, not my wise. My wife had no involvement with the band until May, a full year after I set Ross. As it turned out, there was a very specific reason for my wife's sudden decision to join the band. I became involved with Ross in May of 2019. She's been with her guys since December of 2018. Your wife wants an open marriage, in which the open sign only applies to her when her side of the bed gets cold. She's ready to leave, but she wants you to stay as a loyal pet should you agree to the terms. Oh no, it is not about Ross. It's about setting boundaries and not allowing her to yank your chain whenever she gets an itch. If she can't handle the rules she helped establish, perhaps it's time to let her ride away into the sunset solo. To recap, my wife expressed a desire for an open marriage. I didn't, but I agreed when she said she was planning to file for divorce. She found an outside partner within 24 hours. It took me several months. Her relationship with her partner has ended. She stopped me and introduced herself to my partner in an attempt to force me to end it. When that failed, she demanded that the marriage be closed again. I imposed conditions that she was unwilling to accept. Now we'll move on to the last month. It's been a very difficult month. I confronted my wife regarding the stalking. She denied it at first, but I brought up her location history. She tried to deflect by claiming that I had invaded her privacy, but the bait was not taken. Finally, she admitted that she disliked the fact that I had someone on my side while she did not, and that a mother at the school felt too close to home. I agreed to end things with Ross if she agreed to counseling, ended the marriage permanently, and began looking for work to help with household expenses. She replied that she is a stay-at-home mom. I told her we could go back after the coronavirus had passed, but she couldn't just stay at home once things returned to normal. We had a few therapy sessions and everything went well. At first, therapist pressed her on why she had followed me. When I asked her why she felt she needed to leave the marriage, she addressed almost everything that was on my mind. Then everything went south. She admitted that her outside partner was a former high school boyfriend. They had broken up before anything happened and then reconnected. She regretted not going all the way with him in high school and resolved to pursue her desire. I was pissed. I told her that if choosing a mom from school is too close to home, then her choice of a married ex-boyfriend was completely unacceptable. I said I didn't want to look at her. I checked into a hotel to cool down because I didn't want my children to see me like that. I stayed there for a few days before returning home to deal with the remaining issues in our marriage. When I got home, I noticed that my daughter was acting unusually cold toward me. Even for a 14-year-old girl, she was extremely dismissive. I asked her what was going on. She blamed me for cheating on mom with a bad mom. I asked her where she had heard this. She refused to tell me at first, claiming it didn't matter, but eventually admitted her mother had informed her that I was staying at my girlfriend's house. After I left, I mentally counted 10. I told her it was not true. I showed her the hotel receipt for my phone and told her that her mother and I had a fight and that I had decided to take some time away to calm down. She cried a lot and I reassured her that I loved her and would always love her, despite the fact that I was on fire inside. I tried to remain calm. I did not even go to my wife. I went to Facebook and found the guy's wife. I messaged her and informed her that her husband had been having an affair with my wife for the past year and a half, and I'd be happy to send her any proof she prefers. She was grateful and had a feeling something was up. A few hours later, my wife screamed at me, claiming that I had violated the confidentiality of our therapy by writing the guy's life. I asked what she meant by informing our daughter that I had a girlfriend. She denied it and continues to deny that she told her anything other than the fact that I was away for a few days. This happened last Thursday. We haven't spoken since we're supposed to have another counseling session tomorrow, but I'm not sure if it's worth going. I keep catching her in lies and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to trust her again. I understand that filing for divorce is the best option at this point, but just thinking about it makes me sick. I feel like a failure, because I was unable to make my marriage work. I know where it will end up. I just feel like throwing up every time I try to call an attorney. Now let us quickly check in for some comments. First and foremost, I appreciate the update. Starting her therapy is only bringing more things to light, and your wife's immersion in her sea of lies has clearly shattered her trust in her completely. For the sake of the kids, I hope your wife did not tell your daughter that. However, when people are sinking fast, they will latch onto anyone to keep them afloat, and turning the children against you isn't exactly a novel strategy. You are not a failure just because your marriage has ended. At this point, it's probably best to contact that attorney, regardless of how difficult it is. Do it for yourself, do it for your children, even do it for your wife, so she can reach rock bottom on her own without destroying your lives. Good luck, man. Someone else had this to say: speak to an attorney. If you are honest with yourself. Your wife started the relationship after she had or was planning to cheat when things failed. She didn't want you to have fun while she didn't. She does not contribute to the household and has no plans to. She constantly lies. What makes you believe that anything will work to resolve this? When someone shows you who they are, trust them. It's her way or the highway. So, as I previously stated, I needed to speak with an attorney. Get your finances in order and leave this awful relationship. One more community member has something to say. You did not fail. Your wife wanted to cheat, but did not want to call it that. She never asked or expected you to do the same. The fact that she threatened to divorce you if you didn't comply is extremely manipulative. The fact that she attempted to harm your relationship with your daughter is the final straw. Personally, I don't believe this situation is fixable, but never blame yourself for any of this. Is all about your wife going off the rails and you tried to hold on for dear life. But perhaps it is time to let go also. I would be completely honest with your daughter about the entire situation. Everything will come out eventually. So here's the true story. Rather than rumors and lies. It is much healthier an ex-boyfriend. Wow, that certainly changes the game. I see you're going back for seconds. Follow the advice of the wise commentators. Lawyer up and get out of there for the sake of you and the children. The circus tent must be packed up. Allow your wife to reach rock bottom on her own. I don't believe you are the problem here. It appears that you attempted to make the marriage work by making her happy and agreeing to her sick and twisted games. But now that's enough. Here is the next story. I stood in front of the mirror and adjusted my tie another day. Another transaction to close. Life was good, or so I thought. My reflection looked back at me, confident and composed. Alex Thompson, the man who had everything, honey. Did you see my blue folder? Crystal's voice came from the bedroom. Check out the study. I called back our daughter. Victoria rushed into the room. Her pigtails bounced. Dad. Can we go to the park after school? I knelt down and met her eager gaze. Of course, princess, I'll pick you up at 3:30 sharp. Laura appeared at the doorway. Her expression is distracted. I have a late meeting tonight. Don't stay up for dinner. I frowned again. It's the third time this week. She waved her hand dismissively. You understand how it is. The Henderson account is crucial. Something in her tone didn't seem right, but I put the thought aside. All right, I will take care of Victoria. Laura rushed out, barely stopping to kiss Victoria goodbye. I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. She had grown increasingly distant in recent weeks. Our once passionate relationship had cooled to tepid small talk and perfunctory gestures at work. I found it difficult to concentrate. My thoughts kept going back to Crystal's behavior, the cancelled plans and early departures. She avoided my touch. It felt like living with a stranger. My phone vibrated. Laura sent a text saying she was running late. Do not pick up Victoria. Tracy will drop her off. I sighed and rubbed my temples. This was not the first time Laura had abandoned her daughter. Victoria's disappointed expression flashed through my mind and a surge of rage rose in my chest. As I drove home, I chose to confront Crystal. This could not go on. Our family was falling apart and I needed answers. When I arrived, the house was completely dark. There is no sign of Victoria or Crystal. I checked my watch, 7:30 p.m. Where were they? I called Trace's number, Crystal's close friend. "Hey, Tracy, this is Alex. Is Victoria with you?" "Oh, hello, Alex." Trace's tone was overly cheerful. "Yes, she's here. Laura asked me to keep her for a sleepover, didn't she tell you?" I tightened my grip on the phone. "No, she did not." "Where's Crystal?" "She claimed she had a work dinner. I'm sure she'll get home soon." Trace's voice conveyed the lie. "Thank you, Tracy. Tell Victoria you adore her." Hanging up, I felt a cold dread settle into my stomach. Laura was not at work. She was not with our daughter. Where in the hell was she? I paced the living room, various scenarios running through my head. Was she in trouble, having an affair? The thought caused my blood to boil. Hours have passed. I called Crystal's phone several times, each time going straight to voicemail. By midnight, I was ready to contact the police. At 1:00 a.m., I heard the front door open. Laura stumbled in with disheveled hair and wrinkled clothes. "Where have you been?" I demanded. My voice was low and controlled. She jumped, startled by my appearance. "Alex, I told you that I had a late meeting. Don't lie to me." I growled, moving closer. "I called your office. They said you left at 5. Crystal's eyes darted across the room, avoiding my gaze. "I went for a drink with some colleagues. I lost track of time and your phone. Why didn't you respond?" "The battery died," she mumbled, pushing past me into the bedroom. I grabbed her arm and forced her to face me. "What's happening, Crystal? And don't say it's nothing. You have been acting strangely for weeks." For a brief moment, I saw fear in her eyes. Then it was gone cold. Defiance has replaced the previous attitude. "I don't need to explain myself to you." Alex, let go of me. I released her arm. Her voice was filled with venom, which shocked me. This was not the woman I married. As she stormed off to the bedroom, I stood there feeling as if my whole world was collapsing around me. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay awake, replaying every interaction, excuse and missed call. The pieces were falling into place, creating an image I did not want to see. My wife was hiding something and I was going to find out what it was, whatever the cost. The following few days were a blur of suspicion and unspoken tension. Laura and I barely spoke, dancing around each other like nervous strangers. I threw myself into work, but my mind was preoccupied with finding out the truth. One evening, as Laura was getting ready to leave, I casually asked, "Where are you going?" "Book club," she replied without looking at me. I nodded and watched her rush out the door. As soon as her car drove away, I grabbed my keys. It was time to put an end to this charade. It wasn't easy to follow Crystal's car. She took the roundabout route, doubling back several times, but I was prepared for this. I kept my distance, my heart pounding as we left our neighborhood's familiar streets. Crystal's car eventually pulled into the parking lot of the Rosewood Hotel. A pit formed in my stomach as I watched her walk out, smoothing her dress and checking her reflection in the car window. I parked across the street. My hands were shaking as I took out my phone to record. Laura entered the hotel lobby. Her eyes scanned the room. Then I saw him, a tall, well-dressed man with sandy hair. He approached Laura with a familiarity that set my blood boiling. "Toby Rowe." I recognized him from Crystal's professional events. The way he placed his hand on the small of her back. The intimate smile they exchanged. That was all the confirmation I needed. I wanted to storm in there and confront them both. However, a cold, calculating part of my brain held me back. I needed more evidence and leverage for the next hour. I sat in my car, photographing and recording snippets of their conversation as they passed by the windows. When they finally emerged, each laugh and touch pierced my heart like a knife. Toby pulled Laura close. I'm kissing her deeply. I gripped my steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white as Laura drove away. She fought the urge to run them both down. I followed Toby. He took me to an upscale apartment complex across town. I took note of the address. My mind is already working out a plan. The next day I called in sick while Laura was at work. I paid Tracy a visit. It was time for some answers. Tracy opened the door. Her fake smile faltered as she noticed my expression. Alex, what are you doing here? I pushed past her and entered the house. We need to talk, Tracy, now. She wrung her hands nervously. I don't understand what you mean. Cut the crap, I snapped. I know about Toby. I know Laura has been lying. I don't know how long you've been covering for her. Tracy's face wrinkled. Alex, I'm very sorry. I wanted to tell you, but Laura made me a promise. Tell me everything, I demanded. My voice is cold, and so the entire sordid story spilled out. Laura and Toby had been having an affair for several months. They were going to run away together. They're taking Victoria with them. She was about to leave you bankrupt. Tracy sobbed. Toby has been assisting her with financial transactions. They plan to drain your accounts and disappear. I listened in stony silence, each word fueling the growing rage within me. Tracy finished and I stood up. Alex, what are you planning to do? She inquired, fear in her eyes. I looked at her. My voice unusually calm. Tracy, you have nothing to worry about, but if you say anything about this conversation to anyone, especially Crystal, you will regret it, understood? She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. As I DR'd to Toby's apartment, my thoughts were crystal clear. The pain, the betrayal, it all converged into a single goal. They believed they could destroy me. I'd show them the destruction. Toby's building lacked security. It was almost too easy to get inside. I picked the lock on his door, an old skill that was finally coming in handy. The apartment was sleek and modern, and it smelled like overpriced cologne. A thought went through drawers and files, photographing in anything that might be useful, including bank statements, emails and love letters from Crystal. Each discovery fueled my rage. I was so preoccupied with my task that I almost didn't hear the key in the lock. Panic surged through me as I realized Toby had arrived home early. There was nowhere to hide. As the door opened, I made a split-second decision. I took a heavy Laura paperweight off the desk and positioned myself behind the door. Toby entered, humming to himself as he turned to close the door. I hit the paperweight with a sickening thud and Toby crumpled to the floor for a moment. I stood there frozen in shock. Then training began. I checked for a pulse. It was going. I muttered this was not part of the plan, but as I looked at Toby's lifeless body, a strange calm came over me. In a way, he simplified things. I surveyed the room. My mind raced. I couldn't undo what I'd done, but I could shape the narrative where fast I rearranged the apartment to simulate a botched robbery. I took some money and valuables, smashed a window and wiped down everything I touched as I left. I felt no remorse or guilt, just satisfaction. Toby had attempted to take everything from me. In the end, I had taken everything from him. Now it was Crystal's turn. The following few days were a delicate balancing act. I had to play the unsuspecting husband while carefully hiding my tracks. The news of Toby's death spread quickly, shocking Crystal's social circle. I watched her closely, taking note of every flinch and poorly concealed tear. She was good at concealing her grief, but not enough for the world. She was a concerned colleague. For me, she was a widow in all but name. What a tragedy, Laura murmured as she pushed food around her plate at dinner. Toby was an invaluable member of the team. I nodded solemnly and took a sip of wine. Indeed, the police claim it was a robbery. Crystal's hand trembled slightly when she reached for her glass. That's what they are saying. It just doesn't make sense. Life is often like that. I responded, my voice devoid of emotion. Crystal's behavior worsened over time. Erratic, she alternated between eerie calm and outbursts of anger or tears. I knew she would eventually crack. I needed an ally, someone I could fully trust. That's when I contacted my best friend Ethan. Ethan and I have known each other since we were in law enforcement training. He left the force to start his own security company, but he still had connections. More importantly, he was the only person I knew I could trust. We met in a quiet bar on the outskirts of town. Ethan took one look at me and ordered a bottle of whiskey. "Okay, amigo," he said, pouring us each a generous measure. "Don't hold back." I told him everything: the affair, the plot against me, and finally what happened to Toby. Ethan listened silently, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he gave a long, low whistle. "Damn s. That's a huge mess." "I understand." I said this while drinking my drink, "but I need your help, Ethan. I cannot go down for this. I have Victoria to think about." Ethan leaned back, his gaze shrewd. "What do you need?" "An alibi for what happened the night Toby died, and any advice how to keep ahead of the investigation." For a long time, Ethan just stared at me, then nodded. "All right, but you following my lead." No questions were asked. "I get it." Relief washed over me. "I get it. Thank you, Ethan." Over the next few hours we meticulously built my alibi. Ethan could swear we were together that night. I'm working late on a new security system for my company. We went over every detail to ensure our stories were perfectly aligned. Ethan spoke quietly and seriously. "You must get rid of anything that could connect you to Toby's place. Clothing and shoes. Everything, burn it if necessary." I nodded and committed his instructions to memory. "And Alex," he said, gripping my arm, "whatever happens, you stay true to the story. Even if they bring in Crystal. You have no idea what will happen if she cracks." "Understood." I said. "I understand." As I drove home that night, I felt a strange combination of fear and exhilaration. The game had changed. It wasn't just about revealing Laura anymore. It was about surviving. The following few weeks were a tight RPP walk. At work, I kept a facade of normally while closing deals and charming clients, but inside I was constantly on edge, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Crystal's pregnancy announcement came as a shock when she cornered me one evening, her eyes wild and desperate. "I'm pregnant, Alex," she exclaimed. It is our miracle." I felt blood draining from my face. A miracle, the cruest the timing, the desperate tone in her voice. I had no doubt about whose child she was carrying. Laura threw her arms around me and sobbed. I held her rigidly, my heart turning to stone. She believed this would save her, find me to her. She had no idea the storm was coming, as Laura backed away, wiping her eyes. I made a decision for the time being. I would play along. Let her believe she had won. However, she would eventually lose everything, just as she had planned for me. "We should celebrate," I said with a forced smile. "I will make dinner reservations for tomorrow." Laura was beaming. Relief could be seen in her eyes. "Oh, Alex, I was worried." I reflected on our recent distance. I cued her face. "My touch is cold, but the gesture is loving nonsense. This changes everything." As I held my unfaithful wife, my mind was already several steps ahead. The child complicated things, but it also created new opportunities. If it was a paternity test would be damning proof if it were mine. The custody battle would be a lot more interesting. Later that night, while Laura slept peacefully beside me, I stared at the ceiling, my thoughts racing. The man I had once trusted, who was optimistic and perhaps even naive, was no longer with me. He was replaced by someone harsher and colder, someone who would do anything to protect what he had. I thought of Victoria, who was innocent and unconcerned about the chaos all around her. I'd shield her from the worst of it, but I knew the next few months would change her life forever. The guilt weighed heavily on me, but it was overshadowed by a more intense emotion. Determination. Laura and Toby had attempted to destroy me and tear my family apart. Instead, they'd unleash something they hadn't anticipated. I would get my revenge and justice, and when the dust settled, I'd rebuild my life on the ruins of their betrayal. As dawn broke, I finally fell asleep in my dreams. I stood triumphant over the ruins of Crystal's meticulously planned lies. It was a vision for the future when I was determined to make it a reality. The knock on my office door interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see Detective Tom Harris standing in the doorway, his keen eyes focusing on every detail of my work pace. "Mr. Thompson," he said, his tone gruff but professional. "I'm Detective Harris. I was hoping we could discuss Toby Rowe." I motioned toward the chair across from my desk. My face is a mask of polite concern. "Of course, Detective, please take a seat." As Philip settled in, I noticed how his gaze swept over my face, looking for any indication of nervousness or guilt. I met his eyes, determined not to give him anything. "Mr. Thompson, where were you?" "On the night of July 15th, Harris asked, taking out a notepad. I leaned back in my chair. The picture of comfort. "I was working late with my friend Ethan Witt. My company is currently implementing a new security system. Can anyone else confirm that?" I shake my head, "Just Santos. We were the only people in the office that night." Harris scribbled something down his face. "Unreadable. And what is your relationship with Mr. Rowe?" "I understand he worked alongside your wife." "Pure professionalism." I responded smoothly. We had met at a few work functions, but I didn't know him very well. The detective's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your wife appears to be quite upset by his death." I allowed a worried expression to cross my face. "Laura has always been sensitive. She is devastated by any death, particularly that of a colleague." "I see," Harris murmured. He paused and asked, "Mr. Thompson, are you aware that Mr. Rowe made several large cash withdrawals in the weeks leading up to his death?" My heart rate increased, but my expression remained neutral. "No, I was not aware." "Is this significant?" Harris shrugged. "Could be nothing. However, in my experience, when people start moving large sums of money, they usually have a plan." I leaned forward and spoke with just the right amount of curiosity. "What exactly are we planning?" "That is what we are trying to figure out." Harris replied by standing up. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Thompson. We'll be in touch if we have any further questions." As I watched him leave, I realized this wasn't over. Harris was too sharp. I'd need to tread carefully. Later that evening I returned home to find Crystal pacing in the living room. Her face was pale and drawn. "Alex," she explained, her voice trembling. "The police were present. They asked a lot of questions about Toby." I drew her into an embrace and felt her shake against me. "It's okay, Crystal, they're simply doing their job." She drew back, her eyes wild. "But what happens if they find out what?" If I grabbed her shoulders, my voice is firm. "Find out what, Crystal? We have nothing to hide." The lie hung between us, heavy and unspoken. Crystal's eyes darted away, unable to meet my gaze. "I just meant about the project we were working on," she mumbled. "It was confidential." I nodded and pretended to accept her flimsy excuse. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Laura retreated to her bedroom. I poured myself a drink, my mind raced. The investigation was moving faster than I had expected. I needed to speed up my plans. I took out my phone and dialed Ethan. "We need to talk." I responded as soon as he answered. "Things are heating up." "Ethan." His voice was low and serious. "This is my place, 1 hour, come alone." I arrived at Ethan's apartment exactly 1 hour later. He ushered me in, quickly scanning the hallway before closing the door. "What's going on?" he inquired, pouring and taking a shot of tequila. I downed mine in one gulp, enjoying the burn. "Detective Harris is onto something. He knows about Toby's cash withdrawals." Ethan cursed beneath his breath. "That complicates matters. We need to throw him off track." "How?" I asked as I refilled my glass. "Ethan." His eyes shone with a dangerous light. "I have some contacts in the department. Perhaps we can plant some evidence and point them in another direction." I paused. "That is risky, Ethan. If we are caught and we do nothing, you will be charged with murder." Ethan snapped. "Is this what you want?" The word lingered in the air between us. Murder. What I had done finally had a name, and its weight threatened to crush me. But then I remembered Crystal's betrayal of the life she and Toby planned to take from me. "Do it," I said with a cold voice. "Whatever it takes." Ethan smiled as he nodded. "That's my boy. So here's what we're going to do." As Ethan outlined his plan, I felt a strange combination of fear and exhilaration. There was no going back now. The game had changed and I was fully committed. When I returned home, the house was quiet. Awry already asleep, or is pretending to be. I made my way into the study. I need a moment to clear my head. As I settled into my chair, I noticed a stack of papers on Crystal's desk. Something about them bothered me. I should not look. I knew that, but the investigator and me couldn't resist. Carefully, I started sifting through the documents. The majority were mundane work papers, but then I discovered a hidden compartment in the desk drawer full of letters and printed emails. My hands trembled as I read through them. Each was driving a knife deeper into my heart. "My dearest Toby," one letter began. "I can't wait to begin our new lives together. Alex suspects nothing." Another email outlined their plans. "His accounts will disappear. Once we drain them, he will be left with nothing, just as he deserves." The cruelty of their scheme struck me as a physical blow. They hadn't just decided to leave me. They wanted to completely destroy me. As I read on, my shock turned into rage. How dare they? After everything I had given Crystal, everything we had built together. I was so caught up in the letters that I didn't hear the study door open. Alex, Crystal's voice caused me to jump. "What are you doing now?" I turned slowly. The damning evidence was clutched in my hand. Crystal's eyes widened when she realized what I had discovered. "Allow me to justify myself," she started, but I interrupted her with a harsh laugh. "Justify what, Crystal? How you and your lover intended to ruin me? How are you going to take my daughter, my money and everything?" Crystal's face wrinkled. "It was not like that, Toby. He convinced me. Don't blame it on him." I snarled and stood up. "Every word here belongs to you, your plan and betrayal." Laura began to cry. "Alex, please, I made an error. We can work it out." I looked at her. I looked at her and felt nothing but contempt. This woman, whom I loved and trusted, was unknown to me. "Now, work it out." I spoke, my voice dangerously quiet. "We'll work it out, but not in the way you hoped." Laura stepped back. Fear flashed across her eyes. "What do you mean?" I smiled and I noticed her flinch at the coldness of it. "You wanted to take everything from me, Crystal. Now I'm going to return the favor." "You cannot," she whispered. "What about the baby?" "Yes, the baby," I interrupted. "Crystal, is this even mine, or is this just part of your sick game?" Laura's silence was all I needed. I laughed bitterly. "Get out of my sight." I turned back to face the desk and Crystal. "Do not even think about running. You will not get far." I heard her stifled sobs as she fled the room, but I felt no sympathy. All I felt was an intense desire for justice, or was it vengeance? The following morning I called Ethan. "I need your assistance again." I spoke without preamble. I discovered more evidence about Crystal. Ethan let out a low whistle. "Damn s. What are you planning?" "I want to destroy her," I said with a cold voice. "Legally, financially, completely. Can you help?" There was a pause, then Ethan chuckled darkly. "Oh, I can help." "All right, meet me in an hour. We have work to do." As I hung up, I noticed my reflection in the window. The man staring back at me was harder and colder than Alex Thompson from a few weeks ago, but he was also stronger and prepared for war. The plan Ethan and I devised was elegant in its simplicity. We would make Crystal believe I was about to confess everything to the police. The fear of being exposed would drive her to desperate measures, leading her right into our trap. I started by dropping hints, leaving files about Toby's case all over the house. I made hushed phone calls within Crystal's earshot, vaguely discussing coming clean and facing the consequences. The impact on Crystal was immediate and dramatic. She became agitated, her eyes darting around as if expecting the police to break in at any moment. One evening, as we sat at the dinner table in tense silence, I decided to take things a step further. "I can't do it anymore, Crystal," I replied, my voice heavy with feigned guilt, lies and secrets. "It is eating me alive." Crystal's fork clattered onto her plate. "What exactly are you talking about, Alex?" I met her gaze steadily. "I think it's time I spoke with Detective Harris. Tell him all I know." Crystal's face lost its color. "Everything you know. What is this about, Toby?" "I spoke softly about you." Laura leapt to her feet, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. "You cannot, Alex, please think of Victoria." I slowly stood up, my face crumpled in anguish. "I'm thinking of Victoria. She deserves to know the truth, even if it hurts." As I turned to exit the room, I could hear Crystal's sharp intake of breath. Then a searing pain erupted in the back of my head. I stumbled, turning to see Laura standing there with a heavy vase in her hands. Her eyes were wild and desperate. "I refuse to let you ruin everything," she hissed and raised her voice again, but I was prepared this time. I ducked under her swing and tackled her to the ground. We fought on the ground, Crystal, clawing and scratching like a cornered animal. I finally pinned her arms above her head. My face is inches from hers. "It is over, Crystal. I know everything." She collapsed beneath me, tears streaming down her face. "How did you find out?" I laughed bitterly. "You were not as clever as you thought. I found your letters, your email addresses. I know everything about your plans." With Toby, Crystal's eyes widened in shock, before narrowing in fury. "You had no rights." "I had every right to snarl. You intended to destroy me. Take my daughter, my money, my life. You do not understand." Laura sobbed. "Toby and I were in love. We desired a fresh start." I released her arms, stood up and looked down at her disgusted, "And that justifies ruining me. Taking Victoria from her father." Laura fought to sit up, her voice pleading. "Alex, please, we can resolve this. For Victoria's sake, do not use our daughter as a bargaining chip." I snapped. "You gave up that right when you plotted to take her away from me." I pulled out my phone and showed her the screen. The voice recorder app had been running the whole time. Crystal's face crumpled as she realized she had fallen into a trap. "What are you planning to do?" I smiled coldly. "Crystal, I will take everything you have planned for me, your money and reputation. Victoria is in custody. You will be left with nothing." "You cannot," she whispered. "Pay attention to me," I replied, turning toward the door. "Oh, and Crystal, do not bother trying to run. Ethan has been watching the house. You aren't going anywhere." As I walked away, leaving Laura sobbing on the floor, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The truth was out, and now I could finally begin to regain control of my life. But as I got into my car and drove to Ethan's house, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Detective Harris was still out there, getting closer to the truth. Each day, I gripped the steering wheel firmly, no matter what happened next. I was prepared. Laura and Toby had reawakened something within me, a ruthless determination to protect what was mine, regardless of the cost. As I approached Ethan's apartment, I noticed him waiting outside. He smiled. "It's finished?" he asked. As I got out of the car, I nodded and held up my phone. "I have all on tape." She admitted everything. Ethan clapped my shoulder. "Good day, man. Now let us go inside and plan our next move. Something tells me we're not yet out of the woods." As we entered his apartment, I felt a strange combination of exhaustion and exhilaration. The game had changed and the stakes were higher than ever. However, for the first time since the beginning of this nightmare, I felt in control. Laura, Toby, Detective Harris. They didn't know who they were dealing with, but they were about to find out. As we examined the evidence, we'd gathered the dim light in Ethan's apartment cast long shadows. Photographs, bank statements and Crystal's damning emails were spread out on the coffee table. Something is not adding up. I muttered and rubbed my temples. The withdrawals from Toby's account are too precise to calculate. Ethan leaned in, his brow furrowed. "What are your thoughts?" I pointed out a series of transactions. "Look at the pattern. It is almost like as if someone was setting him up." Ethan finished, his gaze widening. A shiver ran down my spine as the pieces began to fall into place. "Ethan, what if Toby hasn't died?" Ethan stepped back, shocked expression on his face. "But you said." "I know what I think I saw." I interrupted. "What if it was staged? What if this was all part of a big scam?" S shook his head. "That's an extremely long shot. Why would Toby fake his own death?" I stood up and paced the room, my mind racing. Think about it. A perfect crime. He blames me for his murder, runs off with Laura and my money. They begin a new life somewhere. I am unable to touch them, but Crystal is still here. Ethan made a point. Is she accounted, or is she simply waiting for the right time to disappear? Ethan, his eyes narrowed. If you're correct, we need to move quickly. Where do we start? I took out my phone and dialed a number I hope to never use again. We start by requesting some favors. It's time to delve deeper into Toby Rose. After hours fueled by coffee and desperation, we got our answer. Toby Rowe wasn't simply alive. He was a ghost, a master of disguise with a slew of aliases and cons spanning 3 continents. I will be damned. Ethan whispered as we looked at the evidence. He played us all. Anger surged through me, hot and fierce. Not yet, he hasn't. We are going to beat him at his own game. Ethan looked at me with admiration in his eyes. What's going on, boss? I smiled. A plan is already being formed. We are going to catch a dead man. The following morning, I cornered Crystal in the kitchen. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her movements shaky as she poured her coffee. We need to talk. I spoke in a low, controlled tone. Laura flinched. Alex, please, I have told you everything. I leaned against the counter and fixed her with a hard stare. Have you? Because I believe you have left out an important detail. Her hands trembled. Coffee spilled over the rim of her mug. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Toby is alive, right? I said, watching her reaction carefully. Crystal's face lost its color for a moment. I thought she was going to faint. To my surprise, she laughed in a hollow, bitter tone. Did you figure it out? She said, slumping into a chair. I should have known you would. I sat across from her. My voice cool. Start talking. Laura, tell me everything. I mean everything, and so the entire sordid story spilled out. Toby's true identity, their elaborate plan to frame me and flee with my fortune. With every word, my anger grew, but so did my determination. Where is he now? I demanded that she finish. Laura shakes her head. I do not know. He was supposed to contact me. Her voice trailed off. Fear flashed in her eyes. I stood up and loomed over her. Listen closely, Crystal. You're going to help me find him, and when we do you'll play your part. Perfectly understand. She nodded. Tears were streaming down her face. What are you planning to do? I smiled with a predatory gleam in my eyes. I'm going to give Toby exactly what he wants, then take everything from him. I left the kitchen. My phone broke a text message from Ethan. Detective Harris is sniffing around again. We need to move quickly. I typed a quick reply. Set it up. It's time to put an end to this. I attended the meeting, leaving Victoria and Laura with Tracy. We explained everything to Detective Harris, using the evidence we gathered. He was suspicious of us at first, but as he pieced together the puzzle, he realized what we had discovered and was shocked. Before we wrap up the meeting, Tracy Alex gave me a terrifying phone call. Toby came to the house. He forced Victoria and Lorado join him. He gave me an address and said you should come alone with all of your savings and money. He also warned you to come alone. I was shocked. I explained everything to Detective Harris and Ethan. Detective Harris immediately organized a rescue team and gave me instructions. After an hour we were ready to take down Toby. The pieces were in place. It was time for the final act in this twisted game. The warehouse loomed before me, casting a hulking shadow across the night sky. My heart raced as I approached. I was keenly aware of the wire hidden beneath my shirt and the gun tucked into my waistband. Santo's voice crackled in my earpiece. Remember, we have eyes on every exit. If Toby appears, we'll get him. I took a deep breath, bracing myself. Even if he doesn't, we still have Crystal's confession. Whatever happens, this will end tonight. I pushed open the rusted door and stepped into the vast space. Moonlight filtered through broken window, casting eerie shadows on abandoned machinery. Crystal, I called out, my voice echoing, I'm here. Where are you now? A muffled SOB greeted me. I turned a corner to find Crystal tied to a chair. Her face was streaked with tears and mascara. Alex. She cried, thank God you are here. He threatened to finish Victoria if I did not cooperate. I dashed to her side, making a show of inspecting her bonds. Who, Crystal? Who did it? That be me, a familiar voice rang out. I spun around to face Toby step out from behind the stack of crates. A gun is trained on us. The sight of him, alive and smirking, sent a wave of rage through me. Toby, I let out a growl, or should I say James Moriarty, that is your real name, right? Toby's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. Aren't you full of surprises, Alex? I must say I am impressed. I straightened up and moved away from Crystal. The game is over, Toby. The police are on the way. He laughed with a cold, mirthless sound. Oh, I do not think so. You see, I have an insurance policy. He jerked his head toward a dark corner. Come out, sweetheart. My blood ran cold as Victoria stepped into view, her small hand clutched by a burly man. I did not recognize Daddy. Victoria's voice trembled. What's happening? I stepped forward, my hands. Rose. Let her go. Toby. This is between us. Toby grin broadened. To the contrary. Alex, it's always been about family, your family, to be exact. What do you want? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Toby replied, what I've always wanted, your money, your life, your identity, and now, because of your meddling, I'll have to take your daughter. We can't leave any loose ends. You understand. Laura let out a strangled cry, Toby. No, you promised. Toby's face twisted with disgust. Shut up, Crystal, you have outlived your usefulness. In that moment, several events occurred at once. Toby swung his gun toward Crystal. I lunged forward, tackling him to the ground, and through my earpiece I heard Ethan shout. The warehouse erupted into chaos. Police officers rushed in from every direction. The man holding Victoria became quickly overwhelmed. I wrestled with Toby on the floor, fighting for control of the gun. It is over, Toby. I grunted while pinning his arm. Give up. Toby's eyes blazed with fury. Never. He snarled and headbutted me. I reeled back. My grip loosened. Toby scrambled up. The gun is raised. Time seemed to slow, as I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. Then one shot rang out. Toby's eyes widened with shock. He collapsed to the ground. After looking down at the spreading red stain on his chest, I turned to see Detective Harris lower his weapon. You are correct, Mr. Thompson. I nodded, still dazed. Harris assured me that Victoria was safe. We've got her. As the adrenaline wore off, I realized how serious the situation was. I sagged against a nearby crate watching paramedics rush to Toby's aid. Ethan appeared at my elbow. His expression filled with concern. You did it. It is over. I shake my head, my gaze fixed on Crystal as she was led away in handcuffs. Not yet, there's still one more thing to do. In the days that followed, the truth came out. Christ, facing a mountain of evidence, confessed to everything. Her testimony, along with the evidence we had gathered, was sufficient to clear my name completely. As I sat in my lawyer's office signing the final divorce papers, I experienced a strange range of emotions. Relief, undoubtedly, but also a deep, lingering rage at the betrayal I'd suffered. Mr. Thompson, my lawyer said, interrupting my thoughts. There's one more matter to discuss. Your ex-wife. She is requesting visitation rights for Victoria. I looked up, my jaw clenched. Absolutely not. She forfeited that right when she put our daughter in danger. The attorney nodded. I suspected you would say that. I'll have the paperwork prepared to ensure that full custody remains with you. I left the office feeling lighter than I had in months. The nightmare was over. Toby was dead. Laura faced years in prison. Most importantly, Victoria remained safe. I drove to pick up my daughter from Ethan's house. My mind is already turning to the future. We had a great deal of healing to do, Victoria and I, but we do it together, strong for having gotten through this ordeal. As I pulled into Ethan's driveway, Victoria burst out the front door. Her face lit up at the sight of me. I scooped her up into my arms and held her tight, ready to go home. Princess? I inquired, my voice filled with emotion. Victoria nodded against my chest. Can we get some ice cream on the way? I laughed, feeling truly happy for the first time in years. Whatever you want, sweetheart, whatever you want. As we drove away, I noticed Ethan in the rearview mirror watching us leave. I owed him more than I could ever repay, but that was a conversation for another time. For the time being, I had a daughter to spoil, a life to rebuild, and a future that for the first time in a long time appeared hopeful. Months passed and life gradually settled into a new normal. The media frenzy over the Thompson affair, as they called it, had finally subsided. Victoria and I had relocated to a new home, seeking a fresh start away from the painful memories of our previous lives. I was sitting in my home office reviewing some contracts when my phone went off. A text message from Ethan. Turn on the news now. Frowning. I flipped on the television. Crystal's face filled the entire screen. Her one perfect makeup is now gone and her designer clothes have been replaced by a prison jumpsuit. The anchor announced breaking news. Laura Thompson, a convicted conspirator in the infamous Thompson affair, has made a full confession that implicates several high-profile individuals in a large-scale financial fraud scheme. I leaned back in my chair, a wave of emotion washing over me. Part of me was pleased to see Laura face the consequences of her actions, but there was another part which one tried to ignore. I felt a twinge of regret, but also a sense of melancholy about what could have been. My thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Come inside. I called Victoria and her eyes were bright. Daddy, can we go to the park? You promised we practice soccer. I smiled, putting thoughts of Laura aside. Of course, princess, let me finish up here. As Victoria went to get ready, I returned my attention to the television. Laura was speaking now, her voice trembles. I made horrible mistakes, she said, staring directly into the camera. I harmed people I claimed to love. If I could go back and change everything I would, but I can't. All I can do now is speak the truth and accept the consequences. I turned off the television, sighing deeply. The truth. What a simple concept. But it had almost destroyed us all. Later, at the park, I watched Victoria chase a soccer ball, her laughter echoing across the field. Ethan jogged up, feeling slightly out of breath. I apologize for being late, he panted. Work has been crazy since the news broke. I nodded, my gaze fixed on Victoria. What is the fallout? Ethan shook his head. Its huge. Cell Crystal's testimony has opened a whole can of worms, arrests and indictments. It's like dominoes falling. I turned to face both him and us. Are we in the clear? Completely. Ethan reassured me. Detective Harris called to apologize for respecting you. He suggested you consider a career in law enforcement. I laughed. The sound was rusty but genuine. I think I've had enough excitement for a lifetime. Ethan clapped my shoulder. I can't argue with that. So what comes next for Alex Thompson? I watched Victoria score against an imaginary goalkeeper. Her arms rose in triumph. Honestly, I'm not sure, but for the first time in a long time I am excited to find out. We fell into a comfortable silence. The afternoon sun warm against our faces. After a while, Ethan spoke again. His tone unusually hesitant. Please explain everything that happened. I know I didn't always make the best decisions. If I let you down in any way. I shook my head and ended the conversation. Ethan, you were there when it mattered. I wouldn't have gotten through without you. Ethan nodded, relief visible in his eyes. Still, if you ever need anything. Actually, I replied, a smile tugging on my lips. Victoria has requested one thing in particular, darkness. Do you think you could help me choose one? Ethan laughed. The tension is broken. A dog, that is it. After everything we'd gone through, I shrugged. What shall I say? My priorities have changed. We walked over to join Victoria's spontaneous soccer game. I felt a sense of calm come over me. The previous few months had been a crucible, erasing everything I thought I knew about my life, marriage and even myself. But from the ashes something new had emerged, a stronger relationship with my daughter, a deeper appreciation for genuine friendship, as well as a resolve to never take for granted the things that truly mattered. The road ahead would not be easy. There were still wounds to be healed, trust and the ability to rebuild. But for the first time since the nightmare began, I felt prepared to face whatever came next. Victoria's small hand slipped into mine, her face beaming up at me, and I knew we'd face whatever challenges lay ahead together, and that was all that mattered. We left the park as the sun was setting, casting long shadows on the grass. Victoria skipped ahead, excitedly discussing the dog we had promised to consider. Ethan stayed back, matching my slower pace. You understand, he said quietly. I've been reflecting on what you said earlier about priorities changing. I looked at him, curious. Oh, he nodded with a thoughtful expression. Maybe it's time for me to make some changes, to settle down, start a family, all the cloak and dagger stuff. It takes a toll. You know, I laughed, recalling the adrenaline-fueled days of our recent past. Yes, it does, my friend. Yes, it does. As we approached the car, Victoria turned to us, her eyes bright. Can Uncle Ethan come to dinner, please, Daddy? I looked at Ethan, raising an eyebrow in question. He grinned and shrugged. Okay, if the lady insists. So as the last light of the day faded, we drove home together, a family forged in fire, stronger for having survived the storm. The future remained uncertain, but one thing was certain: whatever came next, we'd meet it head-on with the unbreakable bond of trust and loyalty that we'd worked so hard to establish. As I looked in the rearview mirror and saw Victoria's excited conversation with Ethan, I felt a surge of determination. The past had attempted to break us, but we had emerged victorious, and now it was time to begin a new chapter, one full of hope, love, and the promise of better days ahead. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I've discovered a secret about my wife, with whom I've lived for 20 years, the mother of our 3 adult children, and she might be hiding something from me. A text message from her made me suspicious of everything. How soon can you get home? We need to have a serious conversation. What lies beneath this? Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Do you suspect something but don't know what or why? The question you need to ask yourself is whether you really want to know my wife, with whom we lived for 20 years. The mother of 3 adult children who were in the 10th and 12th grades, wrote to me while working, asking a simple question. It was, how soon can you get home? I responded by asking why. She replied that we need to have a serious conversation. I should have returned home, but I didn't. Soon my colleagues in the office noticed that I was completely detached from what was happening. Megan had to bring me back to reality. As the CEO of a network of dealerships, I was tasked with overseeing everything. When I showed her the text, she asked if there were problems in my marriage or with one of the children. I had to admit that there was nothing that I was aware of other than the usual problems. Will asked Megan, have there been any minor changes in me's behavior? For example, when she talks on her cell phone. Does she hang up or stop talking when you enter the room? I didn't notice, I answered, but I was always told that the husband is the last to know. Why is she at home? Megan thought, shouldn't me be at work? I texted my wife asking where she was. She replied that she was returning home. Something seemed strange to me, so I called her at work. While I was waiting for an answer, I turned on the voice recording. I asked to speak to Lane Carter. I was then informed that Elise Carter, the regional manager, was no longer associated with this branch. She was transferred to the head office from the beginning of next week. As a result, she was given a week's leave with pay to make the necessary preparations. I asked how long ago her promotion was announced. More than 6 months ago. Was the lady's answer something didn't add up? Why did she just spend 4 weeks at headquarters for additional training when she was already working directly for the corporation? Why wasn't the family informed about her big career change a few months ago? Megan, please answer this for me. If your husband told you on Friday night that he had been promoted and transferred, starting early next week, what would your first thoughts be? I said, I'm asking because that's what my wife is going to tell me. Damn Will. Megan answered automatically. I would be asking myself what else was going on, because he must have known for quite some time that this was coming. Thank you, I replied. I thought so too. Now I can go home and face her knowing that everything she says should be taken with a grain of salt. I bet she will tell me a piece of truth hidden deep down in a big pile of jewelry. Moreira could sell insurance to the elephants if she had to make $1, knowing it would take them months to figure out what she was trying to hide. I saw the look of concern on Megan's face. She knew I was between a rock and a hard place. I had no idea what to expect, but I knew I was about to play the best poker game of my life. The problem was that I didn't have a poker face. With these thoughts in my head, I sent a message to my wife saying that I was on my way. Moreira and I met in high school during the first week of 10th grade. One day during lunch break, one of my friends bet with me that I would not dare to approach the first girl I met and kiss her. I did it. My reward was a loud slap in the face and a trip to the school principal. We avoided each other after that. It was easy, since we communicated in different circles. She was a big city girl. I was a local guy through and through. She always kept abreast of events. In Kansas City, not that all changed. The week of prom, when we were both in 11th grade, I was filling in for my father's sick employee because my mother dragged him out to some important event. He owned 3 tow trucks and kept them running around the clock. They were part of his car dealership's operations. It was a busy evening and I was called to help. Some idiot took a turn at Thomas's farm too fast and slid off the road into his cornfield, damaging the right rear tire so badly that the car was undrivable. Mr. Thomas called the police, who called us. It took me about 20 minutes to get there. As soon as I turned around, I drove in reverse and hitched the car. The policeman told me to take her to the impound lot. At this time, I noticed Elise standing next to the police car, wet from the rain and wearing a completely ruined prom dress. I took off my raincoat and handed it to her. Even at that age, she was a beauty. I considered it a 10. I asked the officer if I could give her a ride home before driving to the parking lot. He said they would be grateful because they would be there for at least another hour investigating the accident. I asked the policeman to call her parents and tell them that we had just left. He asked why and I explained that we had a past and it was better not to have doubts. Her parents opened the door as soon as we arrived at their house. I went out and helped her down. Then he left to finish his work, completely forgetting that she had taken my raincoat. We didn't exchange a word the entire trip home. I didn't know what was said when Mara returned home. I never asked. I was sitting with my usual group at school during lunch on Monday when Marera approached with a tray of food. "Can I join you?" she said before being invited to sit down. "Can you move?" she asked Robbie. "I'd like to talk to James." Everyone looked at me as she sat down next to me. I received even more stares after Marera kissed my cheek. This is for defending my reputation. On Friday night, Mara said, "You'll have to meet me after school, so I can return your cloak to you. I have my last gym class, so I'll be late." I explained, "If you don't want to keep David waiting, maybe another day will suit you better. David is a thing of the past. Just like his father, my dad fired him this morning." Elise replied, "If I miss the bus, you'll have to give me a ride home." "No problem, I know where you live," I said with a smile. She was waiting for me, just like her parents. When we arrived, her father said he should thank me for my maturity in handling the situation. He then asked why I asked the officer to tell him when we were leaving the scene of the accident. I had to explain about the dispute. He thought it was funny. Me blushed. "James Carter, I have been mistaken about you for more than 2 years because of your insolence," said Elise. "Now I feel like a complete fool. Is there a way for me to fix this? Can I take you to the movies on Friday night? You can even choose the movie." I said from that moment we were inseparable. My friends and I soon learned that she was no snob. After graduating from high school, I began working for my father, learning the automotive business from the ground up. She got a job as a clerk at an insurance company and worked her way up, taking every online course that management recommended. At this point, she worked her way up the ladder and, as far as I knew, was an assistant branch manager. Over the past year, Marera has spent 1 week a month working at the head office. Along the way we had 3 daughters. Until now I thought life was good. Now my father allowed me to do the day-to-day work while he worked to expand the empire. Over the last 20 years we had expanded to own 8 Ford dealerships, so I now spent most of my time in the office. Elise was waiting for me. When I arrived home, I looked at the screen on the dashboard. It was 11:20 in the morning. As I got out of the car, I unfastened my tie as I walked toward the door, looking at her face. She didn't look worried. This gave me the impression that she was not worried. She expected me to fully accept whatever she said. "If I'm going to stay home for the day, can I take off my suit to relax?" I asked my wife, "Or will it just take a few minutes?" "This will take time, so you should change," Mara said after changing. I came out and said, "Okay, what happened?" Moreira gave me several pages of emails. I read them. Basically, it was a correspondence between Sylvia Scott, one of her female bosses at the corporation that I had heard about, and one of her administrative assistants going on maternity leave for 3 months, which developed into an offer to fill the position during her vacation. It was wordy as if her boss was trying to pressure her into agreeing. After reading, I put the sheets down and went to get a beer. Under pressure. I accepted their offer. I start on Monday. As I see it, I can fly out on Sunday and return home on Friday evening. The corporation found me a furnished apartment which they rented for a while. The monthly payment was cheaper than the weekly one, Elise explained. As I opened the beer, I noticed that the papers were missing. Moreira, where are the papers? I haven't finished reading yet. I asked. She took them out of her briefcase. Sorry, I thought you were done. As soon as she returned them to me, her cell phone rang when she answered. She said it was her boss, Jake from the office, and left the room. I went into the office and scanned the papers into a Canon printer, sending them to my personal laptop. While I was waiting for her, I thought about this. She didn't understand what I saw. Who called it was Valerie Scott. Everything she has told me so far has been a deliberate lie. For some reason she didn't want me to know the truth. I texted Becca to let her know what I found out. Moreira speaks on the phone with her new boss, Valerie Scott, at their corporate office in Annapolis, Maryland. A few minutes later she responded that she had found the information available on Google and the corporation's website, sent a message to a distant cousin who lives in the area to see if he had heard anything. Elise still hadn't returned, so I moved on to her briefcase. While I listened for her return, I began to search. It was mostly empty, as I expected. Her notebook contained an Annapolis address and phone number with no name. I quickly took a photo of it with my mobile and closed it. Sorry, there's been a change of plans. I'll have to fly out early Sunday morning. Me said when she returned. Jake just informed me that Valerie Scott will meet me personally to help me settle in before my first day on the job. It's all already decided, isn't it? I said firmly, well, it's not like that. Elise replied. Actually it is. You're too relaxed for it to be sudden. It makes it clear that there's something you're not telling me. If it was really last minute, you'd be in a panic. I said, colliding with her at that moment. I saw a look on her face that I had not seen for many years. He last appeared when I told her that Stan Johnston had claimed they were having an affair. Then he also claimed that our second daughter was not mine. When the dust settled on the story, we learned that he was trying to scam us all for family money. I grabbed the car keys and headed to the door. Where you going, Elise? Finally asked, showing concern for our daughters so they don't have to walk home. I shouted. It took me 10 minutes to get to school. I stopped by the office to let them know that I was there unexpectedly to pick up my daughters. They will let them know during announcements. At the end of the day, I checked our bank accounts. There was no unaccounted money. Since we didn't use checks to pay bills, I put a late notice on it. No check will be honored without my approval. I have also asked them to limit cash withdrawals at any branch except this one. My 3 little angels were pleasantly surprised. After we loaded them up, we went to Dairy Queen for ice cream. After that we went to a nearby park so they could eat the burgers and fries they convinced me to buy for them. We had a conversation between father and daughters. It was obvious that they had no idea about their mother's upcoming trip. We were out of the house for almost half an hour. I called Moreira, but her cell phone was busy. I wondered if I would return home to get another version. Dad, what's wrong? Asked Emma, my eldest. Your mom called me at home to tell me she accepted a 3-month position in the corporate office. She's leaving Sunday morning. I said she told me it just happened this week. Other sources say that's not the case. I'm told it's a permanent promotion and that she's already been in the position for at least 6 months. My 3 daughters showed the same face. It was a face of complete shock. Mom, and you are getting divorced? Asked Olivia, my middle one. You had an affair. Did your mom find out? Oh my God, I thought it came from the mouth of a baby. No, I didn't have an affair, but thank you for asking. There are no signs of a possible divorce, since none of our funds are missing. The only thing I know for sure is that she was lying. I replied, so when we get home, all we know is that what your mom told me might not be true. Could it be that the people you were talking to were lying? Ava asked. Listen to this and then tell me what you think. I watched my 3 daughters as they listened to me talk to the receptionist in my wife's office. Sometimes it's better when you can let others form their own opinions. Everyone saw her leave for work. Dad, Dawn said, what did she do this week in her free time? Your guess is as good as mine, because I honestly don't know. I replied. I can find out what's going on, but I'll have to hire professionals and that will take time. For now, girls, we need to decide what to do. We can't stop her from leaving. No matter what Alexna said, we don't have enough information to make a serious decision. I hate it when you tell us to wait and see. Ava said, because you have to find out if you can do it before you agree here. You can't find out and you might not get the information you need. Perhaps Mom is the one who is having an affair. Olivia said, or maybe she's haunted and needs care. Just then my cell phone rang. It was my wife. Where are you? At the park. The kids are eating burgers and fries. They all got ice cream. I figured, since it was unannounced, you'd need all the time to get ready. I said, that way, you don't have to cook. We decide how we as a family will handle things. While you're gone, why didn't you call me to let me know? You're making it sound like I'm not coming back. Elise said in her defense. You know that's not true. I wanted to scream, but I bit my tongue as I listened to her. I asked myself why she said this. Was it a mental lapse? The kids will tell you that I tried to call you twice. You were busy talking to someone on the phone. I told them about your plans. They are also wondering what is going on because you are too calm. I replied, we'll see you when we get home. I wrote a message to Megan asking her to find out who lived at this address and to verify the phone number, including a photo of him. In less than 5 minutes she answered. This was Valerie Scott's home and mobile number. It was heartbreaking to watch my children talk to their mother. Each of them tried very hard to get their mother to tell them the truth. We just heard her repeating the same thing over and over again. On Sunday morning after we saw her leave on the plane, I began to relax. Little did my wife know that my father and I had hired a private investigator to follow her. My mom and dad came over on Sunday to see how we were doing. It was difficult for my children to accept the fact that their mother had been lying to all of us for over 6 months. No matter what you say to your child, he automatically assumes that it is his fault. Sometimes my own mother had to leave her rooms to hide her emotions. On Monday, after I dropped my daughters off, I drove around the block, parked the car and walked back. I asked to speak with a girl's parenting consultant, Karen Wilson. I explained what had happened over the weekend and asked her to keep an eye on them in case their emotions got out of hand and they couldn't cope. She said she wouldn't praise me for being observant of their needs. When I returned to the office, I read that Megan had found out about Valerie Scott. Her father was the chairman of the board of directors. She herself made her way through the corporation after joining it as an actuary. She was now president, a position she had held for 4 years. It was a tough week, but somehow my kids and I made it through. 2 women we sometimes hired agreed to help. They came and cleaned the house and did laundry twice a week. Marera called the girls twice and me once. She arrived home on Saturday morning and flew out on Sunday afternoon. Her total time at home due to plane schedules was less than 24 hours after she left. All my daughters discussed among themselves what they were trying to understand. Why did she even come home? It was as if she was there, but she wasn't. Her mind was occupied with other things. She was their mother, but she wasn't. I couldn't argue with what they were saying. I tried to hug her and ran into a cold wall of ice. I realized that her family was extremely quiet during this time, which made me wonder what they were told. We had just arrived at our house when my cell phone rang in the car. It was my father. "Hey Dad, we just saw Moreira off. I thought I'd take my daughters out for pizza. Later want to join?" I said, not giving him a chance to speak. "No, I just wanted to remind you that we have an appointment with a lawyer tomorrow morning at 9 to discuss this car dealership I want to purchase." He said, "Hey, girls, Grandma and I are sending you our love in the back seat." The girls and he talked for a while as I drove them to our favorite pizzeria. My father took my cue and changed the conversation. I thought it was well played, Dad. Later, after the girls had showered and gone to bed, I called him. "We got the first report. Well, it's not as bad as we thought." My father said, "This is worse." The affair began long before her month-long training there. We have videos of them together in bars dancing, holding hands and showing public affection in a very sexual way. Hell. They were even caught on video going into an adult store and bought erotic toys. I was devastated, but I needed to know, what's his name, Dad, and what does he do? It's not him, Will, it's her boss, Valerie Scott. They live together, as wife and wife said. My father Moreira took off her wedding ring. As soon as she got on the plane for the first time, I dropped my cell phone, unable to speak. I was emotionally drained from somewhere. Emma picked up the phone. She told her grandfather that I was broken. I think she forced her grandfather to tell her the truth. We spent the next few hours just crying together until there were no more tears left. Mom and Dad arrived at 6:00 in the morning to find Diane and I still holding each other, as we slept on the living room couch after making coffee. We were woken up. I was still waking up and gathering my strength when Diane spoke. "Grandpa, am I old enough to chase these with my lawyer? Can I sue their employer and both of them together or separately?" Emma asked my parents and I was stunned. Her remark was the last thing we expected. "Yes, I think so, but we will have to verify it with a lawyer qualified in this field before I give you a definitive answer." Her grandfather replied. "Where did this come from?" "With my dad's approval, I'm studying law as an elective in school." Emma said, "I'm going to legally destroy Silva and my mother if I can. I've had students for almost 2 years now, but I won't be able to get my unrestricted driver's license until I'm 18. My goal is to become a lawyer." This comment woke me up. I entered the office and turned on the computer. I went to Facebook and entered my wife's name. This created 2 Facebook pages. The first I knew about, the second I didn't. Her mistake was that she used the same photo. It opened 8 months ago. When Dad saw this, he called the private investigation firm and left a message saying what we had found. Within an hour it was hacked. It listed pages and pages of times and places of events, which were also confirmed by Silva Scott's Facebook page. Both can be used in court. They confessed to their 8-month unconventional relationship on their personal Facebook pages. Each page declared them the other consorts. Aliza's second Facebook page made no mention of either the children or me. I didn't realize that Diane was reading it at the same time as me. Mom's live double lives. Diane said in my ear. "The question I have to ask is, which one is the real one for her mom made you all brunch?" After that, we told Don and Ava everything we knew. I called at the school and told them all my daughters would be missing. While I was dealing with the situation, my eldest daughter handed me the phone. I say, "It's Aon Wilson," and I don't know what to say. I said, "Stay with your sisters. I'll be back soon." I head into the office and closed the door. "Hello, Miss Wilson." I said, "How can I help you today?" I noticed that the children were called in for a day off. I was wondering if this had anything to do with what we were talking about. She said yes. We found out that she had been having an affair for at least the last 8 months. I said we found out about it last night after she left. At that time we were trying to understand why she came at all, because she was so far away and lost. "Can I ask if he is older or younger?" Miss Wilson asked any ideas on how I should approach this. If asked with kid gloves and baby steps, it's quite a long time. It's more difficult. I explained my wife is not having an affair with a man and with her female boss. Damn it. Sorry for that oversight, your daughters, and you must be devastated. She replied for a straight man. It must have hurt you as much as it did my parents. When my brother came out, I was on the phone. Emma went to bed. When I found out I was getting my first information from the detective's report, I couldn't stand it and dropped the phone. Diane found me and asked the person who called what was going on. It wasn't a good night for either of us. Add my name to your contact list, said Karen Wilson. If your wife hid this part of herself in plain sight, you can expect that you have been slandered by your common family and friends. I told Dad what Karen Wilson said. Then I had to explain who she was. He called our divorce lawyers and arranged a meeting for us at 1:00 that same day. All three of my daughters were getting ready to go. The company sent me an email with an attached file and we printed the pages. It was 8 months of their Facebook pages, proving that their relationship began long before her so-called month-long training. It was interesting to watch my oldest daughter use her knowledge of civil law to ask questions in a way that seemed to baffle the divorce lawyer. It became clear that all of my daughters were of legal age to file a claim for disruption of family ties against Valerie Scott and the insurance company if their HR guidelines were violated. I wrote to Megan asking if she could find a way to get a copy of it. She replied that she had already taken care of it. Last week my distant cousin had sent me a copy of it, along with a detailed explanation of what she knew about Valerie and Mira's relationship. 20 minutes later the lawyers were studying him. This only applied to those who were in the corporation. Megan's distant cousin provided us with a wealth of information. I played the recorded conversation with the receptionist, which I saved between Facebook Messenger chats, emails Elise provided to me and my recorded conversations. We could prove that they used their positions at the firm as a tool to manipulate me and my daughters for at least 6 months. As a result, each of my daughters will sue for breaking the family bond against my wife, her mistress and their employers. I filed for divorce from Elise on the grounds of abandonment and adultery, her mistress for interfering with the marriage, destroying family ties, and her employer for not adhering to his own human relations policies. The most important point was that one of the defendants was the president of the company. They could not claim that they did not know about the situation before. We were all shocked when Diane said we needed a court order that would make it impossible for Valerie Scott and Moreira Carter to be fired from their jobs until all the court cases were resolved. We didn't want the corporation to sacrifice those two to reduce its liability. Our team of divorced lawyers was shocked. It was a move they wouldn't have thought of, but it made sense. We left the lawyer's office at 3:00, so the four of us went out for an early dinner. Ava, always sharp-tongued, said we needed to get new cell phone numbers but keep these ones active, but switched off until they were delivered. This way, if our mother tries to contact us, it will go to voicemail. Everyone turn off your cell phones now. Emma said we did it. She collected them and asked our waiter to take them to the hostess. We'll pick them up when we leave. Dad. When you told me what Karen Wilson said this morning, it made me think the lawyer said they planned it well for our own protection. We should assume the same. Diane said. Due to what is available on the dark web, all of our computer devices and any other items that may be connected to the internet remain turned off and unplugged until they are professionally scanned for viruses. After dinner, after we picked up our phones, I locked them in the trunk while we were on our way to Cricket to get new numbers and phones. I decided to buy one extra and not activate it before the girls went to school. On Tuesday morning, I gave Diane an extra cell phone for Miss Wilson and asked her to explain why. On Tuesday morning I went to the bank, cancelled all of our joint credit cards, withdrew all remaining money from all of our joint bank accounts, essentially closing them. I removed my name from them. I placed the funds in 90-day certificates of deposit in the names of my wife and me. The bank provided me with printed proof of everything I did. After copying the set for myself, I took them to the lawyer's office. On Friday morning at 9:00 Maryland time, I sent my wife Moreira a recorded telephone conversation with her former colleague from my old cell phone. It said, "This is the last time I say I love you." I then did a factory reset on all of our old phones. I made sure all contact information was removed from them before leaving them at the local park. Elise was with Valerie when she received the text message. They both overheard his conversation with her former office. Moreira said, "Damn. He found out about my real job at 9:15 in the morning, Maryland time, as instructed." The waiter handed them everything at the corporate office in Maryland wearing a video camera. Moreira was shocked when she opened the envelope she had just received. It included a notice that Alex was filing for divorce on grounds of adultery and abandonment because her Facebook page claimed she was in a awry relationship with Valerie Scott. He knew everything. It contained 4 pages of details that would be presented on the first day of trial. They even listed the adult store they went to and what they bought. At 9:00 in the morning, our time, I went into the office of our cellular operator to report that 4 phones were missing and asked that the numbers be cancelled. On Monday morning. Then I paid the current bill in full. Megan and I were at work reviewing what I had done. I wanted her to check with fresh eyes in case I forgot something. Will you understand that sooner or later they will have to come to you? Megan said their legal problems are in this state. I don't think they understand that your daughters are of legal age to have their own legal representatives. Luckily, we're one of the few states where you can still sue for breaking family ties. I can imagine what she's doing. Elise will be calling our old numbers trying to get in touch, looking for a way to get out of this situation. I said I have arranged for copies of her lovers and her Facebook pages to be delivered to her parents, her sisters and her brother today. Once they open them, there will be no denying from her side of the family what she did. What does your daughter want out of all this? Megan asked. Diane wants revenge. She can't help thinking about the mental state I was in that night. Diane says no one deserves to be treated like that. Olivia and Ava believe their mother deliberately abandoned us, all I explained. All 3 of them feel like they need this confrontation. They're having a hard time getting over the fact that their mother lied to them about everything for so long. Ava puts it well. If she did this to us out of love, what will she do to us if she hates us? I could see Megan digesting my words as a mother of daughters. She's seen it from both sides. I could see the pain and sadness she was feeling. Will Moreira may not realize it now, but she does. She's lost touch with her daughter forever. Megan said there is no turning back from here. The scars of your daughters will forever remain deep in your soul. Megan. I didn't see it, but you're right. I said the worst thing I ever saw was when 2 girls who hated each other got into a fight. They were dirty, cruel, vengeful and wanted revenge. When 2 men fight, it's over. When it's over, a woman never forgets and doesn't let go, doesn't it, boss? She replied. You are a very wise man sometimes. Emma Carter went to school that Friday morning, only to be called out of class during her first period into Karen Wilson's office borrowing a friend's laptop. The night before she scanned all copies of her 2 sisters and her own documents related to their lawsuit against Sun America Life Insurance and their 2 employees, Moreira Carter and Valerie Scott. All information from Facebook was also scanned. She also sent a copy of the court order requiring Sun America Life Insurance to keep 2 employees in their current positions until all legal matters are resolved. After transferring the data to the flash drive, it was ready. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Karen Wilson. If we continue, we won't be able to undo this. Everything on that flash drive is already in court records. Diane said what makes this a new story is that in the eyes of society, we are still minor children. I have a 1-page letter with my signature explaining that as a law student in the 12th grade, I found a state law that allowed my sisters and I to take this action. Karen Wilson opened a new email address with a fake name and started a new email. Typing a few words brought up the email addresses of 26 different news organizations. After downloading the data provided by Diane, she typed in the topic 3 underage children taking on corporate America. In the body of the letter she wrote. Attached are copies of the legal complaint against Sun America Life, Valerie Scott President, and Moreira Carter, Regional Manager, filed by Diane Olivia and Ava Carter. After checking everything she clicked send. Diane then watched as she closed the email account when it hits the media. It only takes one for it to become big news. Karen said it will cause a domino effect depending on how this plays out. That's what I'm counting on. Diane said I want the woman who was once my mother destroyed. Thank you. I'll go back to class. Karen has become attached to Alex, and if everything works out, she will become a prominent lawyer in the field of law that she chooses. Karen wasn't sure if Diane understood that the publicity she was creating could cause Sun America Life stock price to drop. Some may cancel their policies on impulse after they have received the service. On this day, Sun Life will begin to rush to check and study the civil law of divorce, because it will not be their specialty. Emma seemed to be trying to corner them. So far she has performed brilliantly. 2 hours later, it became the main news of the day. Local branches were inundated with calls demanding that policies be cancelled. Business talk shows began discussing the damage caused by the lawsuit against the president. As a result, their stock prices began to fall. It was discovered that Valerie Scott had been an open same-sex lover for many years. Moreira has been trying to call her husband ever since he texted her cell phone, went to voicemail or gave a busy signal. When she called his office, she was told that he was away from work all day. Everyone in the corporate office was in panic mode. Moreira and Valerie expected a divorce, but not this way. She was so careful keeping everything separate. Karen Wilson should have called James Carter. 3 film crews appeared. Luckily he answered on the first ring. Sorry to bother you, Will. Karen said we have a problem that we must solve. Are they girls? Are they okay? I asked. Yeah, they are fine. Diane found a way to expose a pending court case to the mainstream media, assuming it would blow up tonight or tomorrow. Karen explained we already have 3 news teams and more are expected. Crap. I said honestly, any suggestions except to come and escort them, not really said. Karen. She's going to have to face them sooner or later. Anyway, I'll gather them here in my office, so the 4 of you can discuss how you're going to handle this. I'll be there as soon as possible. Keep an eye on me, because I may have to play the role of my life. I said I parked my car in the teacher parking lot and got out heading towards the main doors. I heard a voice from the crowd of news. People say it was the father. 10 minutes later my daughters and I left. Diane walked straight towards the news reporters. We all stood next to her. I will only make one statement on behalf of the family until the court case is over. Diane said we will not be giving interviews or answering questions while the case is before the court. Let me know when you are ready. The media organized themselves and gave her the signal to begin. My family and I discovered that my father's wife and our mother, Lane Carter, had been leading a double life for at least 8 months. The question we all had to ask ourselves was which life was real and which was fake, at a fact that she couldn't be honest with the 4 of us about what was really going on in her personal life and work situation. This forced us to hire a detective agency. They discovered that she was living in Maryland with a man named Valerie Scott in a wife-toey relationship to his wife. They both publicly acknowledged their relationship through recently discovered Facebook pages. Diane stated this begs the question, are they legally married? If so, then my mother, Elise Carter, is a bigamist, because Moreira Carter never intended to tell us the truth. We as a family are forced to believe that in her eyes, we are a life that she considers not real. We've learned that Valerie Scott is not only her lover and boss, but also the president of Sun America Life. It makes us wonder if Moreira Carter got her promotion by willingly spreading her legs for her. If she did, that makes her nothing more than an accessible girl who gets paid for her services. Diane said was my mother a same-sex lover? Her entire adult life was my father just a front because she wanted children. Did she ever love him? Did she ever love us? Why can't she identify in her other life us as her daughters? Is she ashamed of even creating us? We sisters agree that, based on what we have learned, the woman we knew as Lane Carter, a mother, has died. This new reinvention. Lane Carter is not known to us and never will be. That's why the mess that Ms. Carter and M. Scott created is going to court. We turned and walked back to my car. I had mixed feelings from pride for my daughter to shock dying raised both moral and legal issues that I had never thought about, in a way that any possibility that Moreira had was destroyed forever. We made the 2-hour drive to make sure we weren't being followed. Each of us was lost in our own thoughts. My father checked all of our electronic devices to make sure they were safe to use. Nothing was found. Valerie called Elise on her cell phone, telling her that things had gone from bad to worse. Something just exploded on television that you need to see. Moreira walked into her office. Valerie hugged her tenderly, saying, "Remember that I love you." She rewinded and paused the TV. When Moreira said she was ready, she pressed play. It began with her husband and 3 daughters leaving the main entrance of their school by the end of the world. It was broken. Her eldest daughter, with one statement about the situation, destroyed it, detailing everything she had done in her life. No matter what she tried, Valerie could not calm her down. We stopped to eat at a small diner about an hour away. When I went to pay the bill, I was told that everything had already been paid. I paid anyway, and the man said he was the owner and wanted to thank our family for what your daughter said today. Your daughter was speaking to a society that needed to see the other side of it. Maybe my ex's opinion will change if she hears this. Sun America Life's lawyers were furious. Mera's daughter raised questions that no one could honestly answer, and they knew it. One person's morality is different from another's. Was Moreira promoted for spreading her legs? For Valerie wasn't the question. The question is how to prove that this did not happen. What was most infuriating was that a 12th grade student studying law 1 course a day raised questions that left no doubt that the corporation was trapped. Many attorneys couldn't package them that well. They were desperate without a kiss, and it really hurt. The school principal called all the teachers for an emergency meeting as soon as the school day ended, knowing that being a Friday, the school would be empty in minutes. The director was proud. He turned on the TV and showed a video of Diane speaking to reporters. Karen Wilson was very impressed. Diane took her advice to heart. To do this, she had to make every effort to remain focused, determined and strong. The director then called her attention when he said they asked about her 20 times. Today she was offered 2 grants if she planned to practice law. Others have requested information about our school because they are interested in sponsoring. I just want to say well done to Mr. Jim Spears and Karen Wilson for their participation, one for teaching law so effectively and the other for mentoring her. Me finally calmed down enough to try calling Diane's cell phone. He called and was answered, "Hey, the price is 40 for a quarter." "I'm in my usual place," said the voice that she didn't recognize. "Who are you and what are you doing with my daughter's phone?" asked Elise. The person on the other end ended the call. She went to her original Facebook page and tried to contact her daughter. That way, she soon discovered that she had been unfriended and blocked. She repeated the same process with her other daughters to find them in the same way. It was safe to assume that Will would have done the same. She called her parents home. Her father answered hello. "Father," said Mera, "hello me." Her father answered. "Let me make this clear. We saw the statement of our granddaughters. We've seen printed Facebook pages of both your lovers and yours. Will sent them to all of us, and we remember the reason you told us why you were leaving Will, our daughter, but I have to agree with my granddaughter. We no longer know who you are, me. You are dead to us." With that, her father hung up. Moreira lost consciousness again. Instead of going home, my daughters and I went to spend the night with their grandfather. We all bought enough clothes to last us through the weekend. This gave us a chance to renew our cooperation. I texted Karen Wilson to let her know we were okay and where we were. I sat in my father's office and just looked at what I did and didn't know. My daughter's comments to a reporter made me question my entire marriage under a microscope, trying to figure out what truths I could live with. When my mother came in, it wasn't all a lie. My mother said quietly, "If that were the case, your daughters would not be standing next to you. It's normal that you question everything. Keep in mind that you had a good life until Moreira became emotionally involved with Valerie. What does emotion have to do with it? I asked, do you think it was emotion or desire that started their romance? At first I would say it was friendship, then desire. The mother said. Apparently they were together 24 7 days a week when Mera was at head office. Their friendship grew. They came close. It only takes drinking too much for something to happen. If this happens, at first there is a feeling of guilt and shame. Morera may have drank more to ease the pain, giving Valerie the opportunity to begin seducing her mind. It starts with a gentle touch, or a gentle caress to show you care. Are you suggesting that what Elise did was not intentional? I said, starting to raise my voice, not right away. Look, no one plans to fall in love. It just happens. Mom said in the end she acted deliberately. I don't think she thought about the price she would have to pay, otherwise she would not have ended the marriage in this way. Mom Elise planned all this. The two of them made up a story that they thought us suckers would buy. They planned for us to slowly grow apart until one day someone would appear to serve me. I said this way Morera could hide their relationship until the divorce was over and keep their secrets safe. Once our daughters accept the divorce, Silva will be introduced to them as a close friend. How did you know that? Mom asked seriously. Her brother called me this morning after receiving copies of the Valerie and me's 8-month relationship. He explained that Mera told them a week before she left. When Mera was undergoing training. She found out that I was having an affair, I revealed. According to Mera, we have been trying to work things out for the last 2 months, but we have nothing. It came out. That's why she's leaving me. Do your daughters know about this? Mom asked. Now we know, said 3 voices. Mom and I both turned and looked. All 3 of my daughters heard everything. Damn it, Dad, Mom was grooming you to be a scapegoat. Olivia said. If she had walked away with it, we would have believed her. Ava said she wanted to ruin our relationship with you. I looked at my mother. Her face was white. I rushed and caught her before she fell. Dad and I got up early on Saturday. We went to check out my house. The reporters were sitting there waiting for us. We finally drove past a nearby dealership. We owned to find even more people sitting there. Good thing, I shorted some Sun America livestock on Thursday. We're going to need funds to buy a new house. Dad said unless we can find a way to keep those dogs away from us. Go to the dealership, Dad. I'll go out and talk to them. We both know what I'm going to say. We reach Elise and her mistress. I said, so let's give them something to think about. He pulled in and I got out of the car and walked up to the reporters. I made sure that our dealership name would be visible behind me if I was being filed. How are your daughters holding up? Asked an ABC spokesman. Like most children, I think at first they blame themselves. Then as they understand and accept, they begin to ask themselves if everything their mother taught them was a lie. I said they are looking to me for answers and unfortunately I don't have them. It's something that can't be easily explained. How did you find out was the next question. My wife texted me 2 weeks ago on Friday and said come home, we need to talk. I replied. I said where are you? She said on her way home something didn't seem right, so I called where she worked. Let me replay the conversation. They listened to it. You must understand that at that time I was still convinced that she was only an assistant branch manager and nothing more. She told me when I returned home that she was under pressure to be sent to corporate headquarters for 3 months to replace a woman who was going on maternity leave. Now we know that none of this was true. I said on the Friday after my daughter's statement, her uncle, my wife's brother, called me to tell me what Elise told them. It turns out that Elise found out that I was having an affair while she was at headquarters for a month. She returned home unexpectedly at last attempt to save our marriage, but it didn't work out. So she's leaving me. I continued. It seemed that Valerie Scott and Morera were conspiring against me to make me extreme. Me was going to continue to travel back and forth, gradually creating the impression that frequent flying was making our relationship difficult and causing us to grow apart from each other. She was going to file for divorce and give notice me as soon as it starts to seem like I've stopped trying that way. Once our daughters accepted the divorce, Valerie could be introduced to their family and our children as a dear friend. I explained they failed when we discovered their duplicate Facebook pages. I finished. Do you think they were trying to make it appear that you weren't cooperating with her? Asked the reporter. It seems like if they could blame me for ruining our marriage, they could damage my relationship with my parents and daughters forever. I said firmly, for what purposes? I don't know. Maybe you can find a way to ask them. Was their goal to use my daughters as weapons against me? From what I know, it certainly seems like that. Did Valerie want to introduce my daughters into an unconventional lifestyle in every way, like she did with my wife? With that, I walked back to my dad's car and got inside. My father had a huge smile. He heard everything. Well, the fact that you worked on commission for a year definitely paid off. He said proudly, you ask questions in their minds that they will try to answer for days without making accusations. You did it in such a way that you presented yourself as a man who was simply trying to protect his daughters. For the first time in days. I laughed, Dad. There is no chance that any judge will allow Valerie or Elise to talk to these girls without a third party present. True, but the fact that you framed Valerie as the aggressor puts extra pressure on the organization, its professionalism and personal relationships. Implying that she might be homosexual was pure genius. It also puts more responsibility on the corporation itself. He pointed out we got home just in time to join the ladies for brunch. We explained that reporters were still camped outside our home and dealership. My mom decided it would be a girls' shopping day out of town. Dad was going to play golf, which is clearly not my game, so I thought I'd spend a few hours in the office. Dad told me to use his truck if I wanted to go out in case they were watching my car. I was just about to leave when Miss Wilson called. She wanted to talk about the girls and their return to school on Monday, suggesting they meet and discuss it over lunch. I agreed because the company of someone outside the family was just what I needed. I told her to text me her address and I would pick her up. I hope you don't mind. I said I'm wearing jeans. She laughed and said that too. I got out of my dad's truck and walked up to her door. Karen heard me knock and opened the door. I recorded your statement to the media this morning. I thought it was brilliant. Would you like to watch it? Asked Karen Wills with pleasure. I replied. Karen turned on her direct TV system. Once she found it, she hit play. It was short, direct and clear. I looked like I had no answers, but some knowledge of what was done, but not why. This has been a topic of discussion on most talk shows all day, raising questions about their behavior. This recorded phone conversation shows how insidious their behavior was towards you. It made you untouchable. Karen laughed, stressing that as far as your family knew, you all didn't know what was going on until the last 14 days. Really, all I was trying to do was take the media attention away from my family. I said I'm driving my dad's truck because they sat in front of our house last night, so we couldn't even get home. Any idea what you'd like for dinner? She knew the place was not very famous, so we could enjoy some privacy. Karen told me about what happened at school yesterday after I took my daughters out. I was surprised, but told her that I knew Diane planned to continue practicing law. She asked how they were handling the situation. We've all had moments when all that raw grief comes out. They were devastated to learn that their mother had falsely accused me of having an affair and used it as an excuse to explain why our marriage ended. Karen said it must be hard to take. I said it made me better understand what political people face every day. The truth really doesn't matter. It all depends on someone's feelings. I don't know Marrera and Valerie's motives or plans. I just know that I have to keep pushing because none of them have shown that they are willing to tell the truth. We ended up with a long walk in the local park before I took her home. It was nice to have someone to talk to, who wouldn't judge but would offer support when needed. Karen became my friend. Everyone returned home to my father when I returned. The girls had a wonderful day shopping. The children all hugged me. Ava whispered, Dad, I smell a note of woman's perfume. Who is she? I said it was just a friend. Mom gave me a beer and whispered in my ear, suggesting that I come into the den and watch some news. Things are getting interesting. If you ever want to stir things up, just ask questions that can't be answered. Liberals and socialists thrive on this. My short statement diverted media attention from the political topic of the day. They spent time discussing the morality of my family situation. How will the courts view what most now believe is a direct attempt by Valerie Scott and Moreira Carter to expose children to unconventional lifestyles? Will this be considered corruption? It was noted that same-sex lovers tried to undermine me with what they were planning. Valerie was devastated. Her father called to report Mira's husband's announcement saying that the board of directors was calling an emergency meeting. His perception of what was happening raised many questions. As a result, Moreira and she watched TV waiting for it to show again. When they watched it, they knew that I knew when Mi's husband's questions were very harmful, especially when he questioned what Valerie had planned for his children. The only thing keeping my career in place is a damn court order, admitted Valerie. If the board could fire me right now they would. He looks like a man who has no answer, knows just a lot of questions, who is trying his best to protect his children. He made it look like we had it all planned out from day one. Elise said it's all my fault because I couldn't tell you that I stopped loving him long ago. Before how I met you, I wrote a message to the father about the ages of your daughters. Shiva said, to make it clear that almost all of them are adults. Your husband was smart. He knew how the media would play it out. True, but the reason for all this was the way he handled my situation. You and I both know this. I overthought and lied to ease people's pain. I get what I deserve. You're innocent. We both know that I pursued you because with you I could allow the hidden me to come out. Elise, it took you much longer than it did for me to come to the realization that you can no longer live. A lie. Valerie said I was attracted to you for years, but I had no idea, so I kept my distance, finding you in that gay bar that night. Sitting on alone signaled me to find out the moment you sat down that night and joined me. I knew that was why I invited you straight to my hotel or home. Me replied making love that night freed me. The next morning I realized that I would never be able to return to the shell from which I had freed myself. I understand, but the cost of this has not yet been determined. Valerie said Alex, your husband is understandably offended, like your 3 daughters, but for different reasons. Your behavior makes them question who and what they are. Life. Alex would have to believe that in your eyes, he was nothing more than a piece of crap that you had been using for 20+ years. This truth has killed many people and driven some to suicide, but I love him, but I was never in love with him. Elise said me. This is what the woman who was caught sleeping with her own brother by her husband is saying to explain her actions. Valerie said it doesn't matter what you say or do right now, all you're going to do is dig yourself a deeper hole. What should I do? I still want a relationship with my daughters. Alex will always be in their lives. Elise explained we have to somehow solve this problem. Everyone at home was shown what Alex knows. You made things difficult by lying to your family and placing the blame on your husband. Valerie said he does what he does because you gave him no choice. Not out of revenge. You directly defamed his name to protect your reputation. Your daughters are your main problem. They see you destroy your whole family, so you can be with me. Silva watched as Moreira became lost in thought, no longer knowing what she could say. Mira's behavior, no matter how you look at it, changed relationships and lives forever. The problem was that Mira always loved Alex as a brother and not as a lover. So when they made love, he gave her all the physical, emotional and mental part. He made love. In her eyes. It was nothing more than a physical act to satisfy her desire. She could see it. Moreira could not. She felt sorry for Alex. He didn't deserve this. No one did. That's when Silva noticed a crowd of media representatives in front of their house. Alex and Emma managed to attract media attention. I was surprised to see someone in the real estate office on Sunday. Amy Brunson recognized me immediately. We studied together at school. I asked her to provide me with comparisons for homes like mine on the local market. She quickly provided me with a few pages. I listed my house for $2,000 above the average price. She agreed to communicate directly with my wife while I was signing the paperwork. She looked up and got the phone number for Sun America headquarters. I took out the envelope and handed it to her. This is a handwritten letter giving my wife the right to come in and take what she wants from the house before it is sold. Inform her that my daughters and I will remove our clothes and personal items by the end of this week. What she does not want to stay with the house. I said you have my contact information. I'm looking for a house with 4 bedrooms, a pool, a lot and privacy. Alex, is the house only in your name or do I need her permission to sell? Asked Amy. It's in my name only, so let her know that the funds will be held in trust by my lawyers until the divorce is finalized. I replied I'm not going to do anything that gives her the opportunity to sue me. I said I want this to end. Moreira has already offended us enough either way, this is an equal property division state. Amy Brunson watched Alex leave after saying goodbye. Alex was in a lot of pain. If Moreira was a girl who liked girls all her life, she hid it well. No one knew if it was just an affair, then damn why did she advertise it on Facebook like she did? Their whole situation didn't make sense and unfortunately for Alex never would. This will haunt him for the rest of his life. I was in my office early Monday morning alone. I had just poured coffee from a fresh mug I made when the phone rang. Carter's Ford Motors. Good morning. How may I help you? I asked. A man's voice replied. I would like to speak to Alex James Carter. Please. You're talking to him. I replied. May I ask who's calling? I am Charles Anthony Scott, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Sun America Life, and if you agree, I would like to speak with you informally about what I asked to keep this mess that my daughter and your wife have created out of the media. He said we didn't publish the material in the first place. I said he was in the public domain here in the area. My daughter and I were just trying to calm the situation. As of this morning, it looks like we may be able to go home, since the media seems to have left. I was told it was orchestrated by our legal team. He said. Explain to me what happened on Friday about 11 in the morning that day. I received a call from Karen Wilson who, at my request, was keeping an eye on them in case of emotional outbursts. When she called, there were 3 or 4 news crews at the door. She asked me to take them out of the school. I said that was the first time we knew there was a problem. The school asked us to try to get them to leave because it was disrupting classes. I said my eldest daughter made a statement and we left. I didn't know what she was going to say. After we left, they left too. Your daughter was cold, determined and angry. Her statements were mainly aimed at her mother. You should be proud. Charles Scott said she raised questions like you that cannot be answered, but both were done to show your wife and my daughter what their behavior implied. I agree it's a hell of a mess, and that's only part of the problem. The lies that were told were to protect themselves. It was premeditated and planned, just so you know. I have received signed statements from Mira's family saying she left me because she discovered that I was having an affair while she was in Marland. This last visit home was a vacation for 2 months, so she could try to save our marriage. I said you know that I have 6 pages of email correspondence between your daughter and my wife over 5 days with their corporate email addresses, which was essentially a deception to make me think that Elise was pressured into accepting temporary position at headquarters for 3 months. Honestly, I had no idea. I'm going to a board meeting about this right now. Charles Scott said I didn't even know they were lovers until it came out. Now I understand why you both asked the questions you did in your situation. I would too. I don't know what the council will decide, whether it was you or your daughter who requested the injunction preventing you from firing them. It was my daughter, Dayan, in 12th grade and taking law as an elective. I said prude, tell her. I don't like having my hands tied, he said with a laugh. She made our legal team look like incompetent fools. If it weren't for the injunction, Valerie and Moreira would be fired right now. Thank you for talking. Now I can be honest with what I know. I had a huge smile on my face when Megan walked in, so I had to explain why you do realize, Alex, that he could have been lying to get you out. Megan said, why do you think I told him about Sylvia and Mira's letters if he knew about them and found out that I made copies? It strengthens the fact that they acted together to deceive me. If he didn't know, he will soon have copies of them into your own hands. I explained he can't prove that we got the media involved, because if it were us, the media would have already found it out. Alex, be careful. They'll be looking for any legal clue to get out of this situation. Megan reminded him. Amy Brunson just got off the phone with Mira Carter. The conversation went surprisingly smoothly. Both behaved professionally. Amy could tell me was shocked to hear the house was for sale. Amy explained that after this weekend, she would appreciate it if Mira took what she wanted as soon as possible, since she needed to know what would be left with the house after the sale. Mira was surprised to learn that after the deal was closed, the check would be made out to the lawyers and would be held until the divorce was finalized. Mira asked her how Alex was taking it. Amy refused to answer but told her that her soon-to-be ex-husband and her daughters were forced to move because of mainstream media. Amy wanted Mira to realize the damage she was doing to the rest of her family. The board of directors met behind closed doors for several hours. The share price continued to fall. The head of the legal department had to tell them everything step by step. It was clear that until the court cases were resolved, Valerie and Elise could not be fired. Hell, they couldn't even be transferred to other positions. The council decided to try mediation first before going to court on all matters except Elise and Alex Carter's divorce. It was decided to write a statement to the media to cool the situation. Breaking through the media crowd to leave their front door was a nightmare for the two lovers. Someone took a photo of Mira with a shocked expression and posted it on Instagram with the caption, "The moment you get caught." This led to a full-page story about the entire situation with unnamed sources. Mira learned from the newspapers that no one in her family wanted anything to do with her anymore because of the damage her actions had caused. Valerie said it would take time for things to settle before they could start fixing things. I was surprised to receive an advanced copy of Sun America Life statement, which admitted that the only reason Valerie and Elise were not fired was because a court order forced them to remain in their jobs until the legal cases were resolved. They spent a long time trying to shift public opinion by emphasizing that they did not condone any adult's deliberate attempts to corrupt a minor. What happened in this case may never be known, but the visibility of this ongoing situation makes it clear that it must be resolved, which is why we immediately begin mediation. I called my father, who gave the order to sell his shares. This turned out to be the right decision. I went to pick up my daughters. Looks like we weren't on the front page anymore. Now there was another side. We went to our house and started packing what we wanted to keep. It was painful to see my daughters leave behind personal items that their mother gave them. We were going to stay with my parents until we found a new place. This house made it too difficult for all of us to live here again. We worked until we were exhausted, so we only finished on Friday. On Saturday, Dad and I moved everything into storage. Somehow we survived. Valerie was angry at her father because the board of directors left them to fend for themselves. Both Elise and she were informed that once the matters were resolved, they would be fired. As soon as they were informed of this, they both began looking for work. So far, the prospects did not look very good. On Saturday morning, while my daughters and I were looking at houses with Amy Brunson, she informed me that Mira would be flying out the following weekend to pack and arrange for delivery of what she wanted. She put a few people through it, but most wanted to see what was left before making any decisions. I broke the news to the girls that night. On Sunday, my 3 girls went out and Diane took them. Karen Wilson and I went out to a lunch meeting. I learned from Valerie's father that Mira and she were coming next Friday. I was worried that my stubborn daughter would clash with her mother. Karen and I were walking around the mall. I wanted to see the styles and quality of furniture being sold in the retail market. That's when we met Jace and Janet Seith, Mira's parents. We bought coffee from the counter and sat down together. Their family was just as devastated as ours. I introduced Karen to them, explaining our relationship. In a conversation with 4 of us, I learned how worried my daughters were about me. All 3 of them asked Karen to keep an eye on me. When we found out about this, my father-in-law and I could not hold back our tears. We all agreed that if Elise really was unconventional orientation, none of us knew. I found out that the children wondered why they had not heard from them and learned that the grandparents kept their distance because they thought the children would remind them of their mother and therefore avoided contact. On Thursday, Amy Brunson took Karen and me to see a house that had recently come on the market. It had 5 bedrooms with 2 master bedrooms, a built-in swimming pool with an outdoor kitchen. I really liked the 3-space garage with its open floor plan. It was available because it was a sale after the owner's death. I proposed on the spot. Late on Friday evening, Valerie and Morera arrived. They took a taxi back to what was our old house looks like. My 3 daughters left her a surprise. On a pile of cut-up photographs, they left all the sentimental personal items that Morera had bought for them. They wanted to send a message and it was received. On Saturday night, Karen, the kids and I were having dinner at Ruby Tuesdays. When I saw Morera and presumably Valerie walk in, my daughter Diane went to the toilet and didn't see them. Karen and I noticed Diane walked past their table and Elise said something. No matter what my daughter Diane Lane said, it made her run out crying. Karen, watching this, turned her head towards me and gave me a very sensual kiss. We later learned that Morera tried to contact her family, but it was too soon for them. Mediation failed. We went to court. Sun America Life appealed the court order and won because they publicly admitted their liability. The court ruled that they accepted liability. The only question was how much. Valerie and Morera were escorted out of the corporate building with their personal belongings. The next day their father was forced to resign as chairman of the board of directors. We haggled back and forth, but we made a deal. I bought a house and my daughters were delighted. Karen helped me pick out the colors we wanted and refinish some of the floors. My divorce was moving forward and the old house was purchased by a mystery buyer for full asking price, with a quick closing once the documents were signed. The lawyers held the funds in trust. Sun America Life decided to have the trial before a judge. Only it was a 1-day hearing. The judge didn't like that. The corporation was trying to reduce its liability because it couldn't control people's personal behavior. Our lawyers implied that Valerie Scott's position gave her the impression of being in control of the situation. When the dust settled, Sun America Life lost big. Each of my daughters received $500,000 plus legal fees. I was awarded $2 million. This was twice as much as my lawyers were willing to settle in mediation. The divorce was uncontested and she was awarded half of our marital property according to state law. I never saw her. She never showed up in court. It turned out that the new owners of my old house were Valerie and Morera. They sued their former employer and won. As for Karen and I, we just take it day by day. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.